Hello, everyone. I'm Jordo, aka Kurt. I'm joined here by Joseph, and we are here at the 88 Cardhouse X Emaqi 8K send off invitational. No, not invitational.
Just
Open tournament
PreWorlds, yeah.
for Worlds.
PreWorlds.
Worlds is happening. It's going to be cool. It's going to be awesome. And we've got an exciting match here. This is round 2 of Swiss. There are 6 rounds in total here. We've got Beckett and we've got Wyatt. Beckett will be on your left playing a Dragapult deck. Wyatt will be on your right playing a Mega Kangaskhan deck.
Yeah, and these are two very prominent senior and junior players that are going to be competing next week at the World Championship. So it's an exciting opportunity to come and watch them pilot their decks to near mastery. So we're excited to get started and show you.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started here. Wyatt is going to be going first. Beckett will be going second. Beckett, not with the best start, is stuck with a Pheasantipede in the active. Looks like Wyatt has a Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah, it looks like since the Lily's Clefairy needs benched Pokemon to do damage, especially more damage, the Pheasantipede right now isn't under any current threat. So since it's a Dragapult deck, as long as he's able to get that Buddy Puff in there, he can get the item lock going and set himself up for success. Because Dragapult likes taking it slow. So it seems to me like a fine start as long as he's able to retreat this Pheasantipede out of the way and get into the Badoo Itchy Pollen item lock.
Yeah, Beckett here playing Buddy Poffin, quickly searching through his deck, making sure he's got all the prizes, or excuse me, all the cards he needs in his prizes. Looks like he went ahead and grabbed 2 Dreepies there, so no Badoo quite yet. Makes you wonder if he's got a second Buddy, and there it is.
There it is. Yeah, because if he had just one Buddy Poffin, there's a good chance he would just grab the Badoo and a Dreepy, but he kind of signaled to his opponent by grabbing double Dreepy that he likely has another Buddy Poffin in his hand, and that's what happened. So to start looking very good for Beckett right now. Yeah, he has the energy to retreat.
There it is.
I don't believe he's played a supporter yet, so he could probably play that Dawn or Lily's. Yeah, I see.
Yep.
Lily's Determination lets you shuffle the hand, draw to 8 cards, especially while you have 8 prize cards still out. So very good start for Beckett right now.
Yeah, pretty much the ideal turn 1 if you're Dragapult. Maybe not with a Fez in the active. Of course, would have liked to start with a Badoo, so that'll be one less energy attachment for Beckett later on in the game, but having 3 Dreepies and the Badoo while your opponent only has a Clefairy, pretty good, especially if Beckett can get the Dracloak here. That'll really allow him to get up and going.
Yeah, one thing to note with the new way that the Dragapults are playing, they are running multiple ways of energy acceleration, such as the Crispins, and in Beckett's deck, he's running the Rose's Encouragement. When he's behind on prize cards, he can attach up to 2 energy from his discard. So honestly, early discards, such as retreating right now, can be beneficial in the future. So it could be a strategic line as well. It seems to be he's playing the Risky Ruins Stadium. This lets any time he benches a Pokemon, he can generate his own damage so that he can later bounce it back with Monkey Dory. He's putting it aggressively now to basically when his opponent is putting down Pokemon, they're already pinged with the 2 damage counters that he can use later to fully clean up these big threats that Wyatt will have in his Raging Bolt deck. Alrighty, so looks like it's Wyatt's turn now. He's playing a Cyrano, lets him grab 3 Pokemon EX. Since the majority of his deck, besides the 1 Flutter Mane and the Chenpao, are all EX Pokemon, this basically lets him get fully set up. It's looking like most likely it's going to be a Mega Kangaskhan just for the draw engine, a Tail Mask Ogerpon just to get that Area 0 running with the Terra Pokemon, and the Energy Acceleration, and likely a Latias EX to allow him to pivot his Pokemon from the active to the bench whenever he'd like. So it's very likely what his turn is going to look like. Since his start was kind of slow, he needs draw, and so that draw engine will come from the Mega Kangaskhan's Run Errand ability that lets him draw 2 cards when it's inactive. So
yeah, all Wyatt did during his first turn was basically just attach Psychic Energy fast. So
yeah,
Cyrano and the Latias, or excuse me, Cyrano for Mega Kangaskhan and the Latias gonna help Wyatt out, but really not in the best position.
Yeah,
would not want to be Wyatt here.
Yeah, there is a different option to take the knockout on the Badoo. The only issue is that against Dragapult, they are running that unfair stamp. So when you take a knockout, on an opposing Pokemon, they can use the unfair stamp, shuffle your hand down to 2 cards, and be very detrimental. And so you ideally want to take it slow and just retreat and play patiently until they evolve into a 2 prize uh, knockout that you can take. One option that White can do is play until he can, bring up that Pheasantipede EX on the bench and knock it out for 2 prizes. So ideally, the prize mapping is a 2-2-2 prize map for the Raging Bull deck, and he's being strategic and not benching everything all at once, because if he can draw into the Area Zero Underdepth Stadium, he can remove the effect of the Risky Ruins on when he's benching the Pokemon. It doesn't look like he can avoid that now, so he is just benching the Pokemon and taking the damage counters as he might have to. Uh, but it's looking like he's just going to retreat and just draw some cards.
Yeah, getting those damage counters on the Latias in particular are going to be extremely important, and especially so on the Ogerpon. Ogerpon only has 210 HP, so those Risky Ruin damage counters will allow it to allow Beckett to KO Teal Mask Ogerpon with a Phantom Dive, just raw 200 damage.
See, so he actually went for the aggressive strategy of knocking out the Badoo. This can be punished by an unfair stamp and a Quadra Cloak evolution, and set him up for possible like a way that he can't recover from. But it could be a strategy if Beckett can't capitalize on this and he just takes prizes aggressively. It could be an aggressive way of just going up 2 prizes before Beckett's able to attack with the Dragapult EX. Because the new Dragapult EX, especially this version, doesn't run Rare Candy, there is no way that he can get a Dragapult EX attack off this turn. So his name of the game right now is trying to disrupt the opponent and set yourself up for 2 back-to-back Dragapult attacks in the upcoming turns. So it looks like he has been able to get the Dracloaks on the board, allows him to draw. Basically, see 2 cards at the top of the deck, choose 1 to put in your hand, put 1 on the bottom, and that can be very useful to thin cards out of your deck that you don't want and put them at the bottom, and basically organize your deck the way that you want it. So you can kind of predict what you're going to draw into.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of we've seen a lot of the best decks in the current format really rely on card draw. That's really been the defining factor. Of course, Kangaskhan has been extremely popular, especially recently, because that allows you to just draw 2 cards every single turn. And Dracloak allows Beckett to draw multiple cards each turn, and currently he's got 3, trying to find a 4th Dracloak to go online, and that's pretty insane with Dracloak in particular, because even though you're only drawing 1 card with Dracloak, you're seeing 2, because you're putting the other one on the bottom of the deck. That's going to allow Beckett to really go through his deck very, very quickly, and Dragapult tends to be more of a, you have a bit of a slow start and allows you to really catch up in the late game thanks to those powerful draws, thanks to Dragapult spreading damage counters, especially with the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, this line that he's going for, the most important thing he needs is this attachment for energy, just so that he can have an attack next turn. If Wyatt chooses not to attack here, though, you will have to use a Crispin and attack into the active. And so what Wyatt can do is capitalize on the ability of not being able to retreat, and that's why he had benched this Shaman. The Shaman plays an interesting role. So Wyatt can charge up his own Wellspring Mask Ogerpon or a Pheasantipede EX that allow him to essentially snipe the benched Pokemon. So one strategy that Wyatt can do, since Beck is kind of playing passive and not item locking him, is use these energy switches and Crispins to basically knock out that Dracloak on the bench with the energy. But the Shaman preemptively prevents that from happening. And so it's a very effective strategy on allowing him to be able to swing with the Dragapult EX next turn, no matter what Wyatt can do.
Yeah, Beckett continuing to try and dig for a Dracloak thanks to that Lily's determination. It's a little hard for us to see what his hand is, but I'm sure if he found the Dracloak, he'll be slapping it down in any second. But even if not, honestly, this is a great position for Beckett, right? You are kind of reliant on your opponent taking a knockout here to get that Dreeby out of the active. Beckett doesn't have the bench space for a Latias if he has it. So he's basically relying on Wyatt to KO that Dreeby. So hopefully Wyatt doesn't have a boss's orders or something like that. Having some technical difficulties here. But in the meantime, let's quickly talk about the sponsors of today's stream. That's going to be 88 Cardhouse and Emaqi, whose name I will eventually learn to pronounce correctly. That is a manga reading app. If you are here in person, you can actually get a free trial, 1 free month, all the manga you could ever want. But looking back at the match, it looks like it was Wyatt's turn. Beckett did not find the Forster Cloak. So Wyatt went ahead, played a Stadium to go ahead and knock out the Risky Ruins and the Crispin. Use Latias to retreat that Clefairy into the... use it to retreat Clefairy, put Mega Kangaskhan in the active, and use its powerful drawing effect. So Wyatt's probably going to get a monster turn here.
Yeah, it looks like most likely his turn is going to look like an attack with this Mega Kangaskhan EX because it cannot be knocked out very easily by a Dragapult. So he will need an energy plus a boss to be able to boss orders to be able to attack and knock out this Clefairy. So he'll likely use a combination of Crispin plus energy switch to be able to attack with this Mega Kangaskhan and hope that Wyatt doesn't have an ability to gust up the Latias, the Lily's Clefairy or the Latias or the Teal Mask, and go up 2 prizes and just attack into the Mega Kangaskhan, which can put him behind in the race.
Yeah, these Mega Pokemon give up 3 prize cards, but if you have to KO a Mega Kangaskhan and you KO Latias, you still aren't at 6 prizes yet. So you still need to take 3 knockouts. So taking advantage of Mega Kangaskhan's bulk could be very crucial here.
Yeah,
Wyatt looks like he's searching for something. We don't know quite what just yet.
Call. Not 100% sure.
Regardless, something we haven't really talked too much about is the Teal Mask Ogerpon there. I mentioned earlier the importance of card draw. Not only does Ogerpon's Teal Dance ability allow Wyatt to draw an extra card, but also puts more energy on board that keeps your energy switch active and online. And if the game goes on long, you can just swing with the Ogerpon.
Yeah, this new Raging Bolt deck is less of a Raging Bolt deck and more of a basic box style deck. They run the 4 energy switch, the Glass Trumpet, the Crispin. This allows them to attack with a variety of different attackers, and it requires the pilot to be able to understand when each attacker is relevant in each scenario, and you can swap between different attackers at will. And so the Raging Bolt is mainly there just to take a big knockout on maybe an opposing Mega Kangaskhan EX if he's in a matchup like that. But against Dragapult, you're very unlikely to be seeing that Raging Bolt come out, and it'll likely just be attacking with this Kangaskhan, attacking with Clefairy, since he runs 2 of them, being able to charge that up really easily with Energy Switch and Crispin, and come out whenever. As long as there's, I believe, 6 Pokemon on both sides of the bench, Lily's Clefairy can knock out a Dragapult EX just from full HP. And on the other side, Beck is very unlikely to bench his Monkey Dories that he runs, because there's very few chances for damage counters to be on his side of the field that he's able to bring out.
Yeah, Wyatt manually attached Lightning Energy, did find and play the Energy Switch to move the Grass Energy from Ogerpon to the Kangaskhan, so that's an attacker online. And Wyatt also playing the Ultra Ball to grab that Raging Bolt. So it looks like he's going to be set up with attackers for the rest of the game. Again, presumably Beckett will have to KO this Kangaskhan and the Raging Bolt, and a third attacker for Wyatt. So that's going to be one threat online. Wyatt can start taking these valuable prize cards. Dragapult won't be able to KO this Kangaskhan this early in the game. So Wyatt's finally found his footing after what was a pretty unideal turn 1.
Yeah. One strategy that Wyatt's doing is basically hedging his bets around getting Unfair Stamp next turn. So by having all of the energies on the Mega Kangaskhan, which will not get knocked out next turn, this allows him to just be able to still attack and draw cards next turn, even through an Unfair Stamp. So as long as he's able to get either a Crispin or an Energy Switch and an Energy, he's able to just basically knock out a Dragapult from full HP, which just requires 5 energy, and he basically has 5 energy already on the board. We have 6 energy. So the ideal turn for Beckett is just to bring up that Lily's Clefairy and knock it out, and Unfair Stamp. And it's very likely that Dragapult will be able to do that with how much draw is on board currently. But if he isn't able to get that, then that Lily's Clefairy will be very easily able to knock out that Dragapult EX, and set him up for basically a 2-2-2 prize race, just knocking out that Dragapult and then knocking out the Pheasantipede on the bench.
Yeah, going to be really crucial this turn here for Becca. Because again, like you mentioned, if Wyatt can, he's already taken 2 prizes. So that's just 2 Dragon Bolts down, you win the game instantly.
Mhm.
And with the Clefairy, which already has Psychic Energy, to, to remind.
I believe that's
Uh,
2 energy on
yeah,
there.
that is 2 Psychic Energy. So Clefairy in a prime position to snipe a Dragon Bolt EX, should that come up. So Wyatt's pretty much already planned out nearly all of his prize cards. So it's really going to be on Beckett to try and disrupt Wyatt's game plan and find his own way to a victory.
Yeah.
Looks like finding the Dragon Bolt EX, thanks to that Ultra Ball, is going to be the first start here.
Yeah, the main thing that Beckett needs to focus on is being able to disrupt Wyatt's hand and basically buy a turn back. So have this Dragon Bolt live next turn, or have one more turn where a 2 prize knockout is not happening, can allow him to bring back this game. You need about 2 or 3 different Phantom Dives to be able to beat the Raging Bolt, since he still has 6 prizes. But it's definitely very doable.
All right,
So
Beckett did find the boss's order and the fire energy, so that is going to be a Clefairy brought up to the active. If you're Beckett, you're very, very relieved to find both of these cards here. That's going to allow Beckett to not only take an easy 2 prizes, but also that's 1 less tool for Wyatt to be able to swing the game back in his favor.
Yeah, and you can see why he's benching more than 5 bench Pokemon. That is because the Dragon Ball EX is a Terra, and there is the Area 0 Underdepths ability. So
Speaking of,
yeah, so he's using that to his advantage by overbenching and then bumping his own stadium to clear out the 2 prize liability of Pheasantipity. That, as we talked about, was Wyatt's game plan of knocking out this Dragon Ball EX and then knocking out the Pheasantipity. So now Beckett can go from a Dragon Ball EX KO into a Moltres to offset the prize trade. So Wyatt can't just go to 2 prizes and then 2 prizes.
yeah, this will also negate Mega Kangaskhan's ability as well, and Meowth EX if Wyatt chooses to, or excuse me, if Wyatt has it here, won't be able to use that ability to grab any supporter from his deck, thanks to that Team Rocket's Watchtower. A little ironic, Team Rocket is disabling Meowth, but Wyatt instead disabling this Watchtower thanks to a return volley with yet another Area 0 Underdepths that will allow Wyatt to play more bench Pokemon into play. I don't really know if that's going to help him outside of more Ogre Pawn.
It's important to be able to bump that Watchtower, because most Dragon Ball lists only run 1, and it looks like in Beckett's case he only runs 1. So very likely he should have comboed that Team Rocket's Watchtower with some sort of disruption, such as the Unfair Stamp or the special red card. Using it preemptively allows Wyatt to have a large hand enough to just play another stadium, and he runs 4 Area 0 Underdepth, so it's very likely he'll have one if there's no disruption. So this might be, as long as he can find this knockout here with in Wyatt's position, there's a very good chance he can take this game.
Yeah, so a little hard. Is that Cypher Maniac? I can't tell.
Yeah, that is Cypher Maniac.
Okay.
So that allows, with combination of Mega Kangaskhan or Pheasantipity, he can basically grab any 2 cards he wants. Very likely he'll grab that other, probably a fighting energy to attach to the Raging Bolt, and an energy switch, or some sort of like combination of Lily's Clefairy plus an energy switch. The main issue here for Beckett is that if Wyatt attacks with Raging Bolt, it has that 240 HP. So it's very hard for Beckett to be able to one-shot that. And so very likely Beckett's strategy has to revolve around finding that fire energy for the Moltres, and finding that boss's orders for the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. In combination with those 2, he can be able to take a knockout on a 2 prizer without having any 2 prize liabilities on his board, so he can't immediately lose the game from there.
All right, energy switch and a Clefairy coming in here, so that's probably a dragon in the crosshairs. But first, Wyatt is going to have to find a nice way to disrupt Beckett, and does find it with the Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, so he's basically trying to allow Beckett to whiff an attack of that fire energy plus the boss's orders. Beckett has already used a boss's orders, so normally Dragon Ball lists only run 3 boss's orders, but in Beckett's case he's running 4. So it can be a little bit more difficult to actually disrupt that game plan. But you never know. Drawing only 2 cards with only 2 Dracloaks on the board can be very difficult to find every piece that you need. Dragon Ball still finds a way generally, but it's still especially combined with his own unfair stamp, he might be able to get the pieces to close out this game.
Yeah, Beckett discarded the Pheasantipede EX thanks to Area Zero Underdepths going offline. And yeah, like you mentioned, it's going to be a little tough to find, not just the Dragapult, but also the energy as well.
Well, no, so his game plan here is actually to find, and Beckett's game plan is to find the Moltres, because the Moltres is fire, fire typing, and the Steel Mask Ogerpon is weak to fire. Its attack lets it do exactly 220 damage to be able to knock out the Steel Mask Ogerpon using a single prizer. And since Wyatt's game plan is going two prizes, by being able to attack with a one prizer and leaving everything else as one prize, Wyatt can not end the game from there. His only other line would have been Wellspring Ogerpon to knock out the active and knock out a bench Pokemon, but that Shaman that was played previously prevents that game plan. So expertly played by Beckett here.
Yeah, looks like
he's setting up for his own Beckett's Unfair Stamp next turn and being able to still play the game off of a Kangaskhan. So by attaching that energy, it looks like he's energy switching the Lightning onto the Raging Bull just to still have an attacker for next turn in case Beckett goes into a Dragapult EX here. It looks like Beckett promotes the Moltres, understanding that that is his main win condition here. So let's see if he's able to find that.
Yeah, Beckett here going to try and find some fire energy, keeping in mind that some was attached to both of the previous Dragapults, but still has 2 True Cloaks and has access to the supporter. That supporter will have to be the boss's order, though, if Beckett wants to stay in this race.
Very limited. Like, the Unfair Stab actually was pretty brutal. He needs to find those exact 2 pieces, having already used multiple copies of both the fire energy and the boss's orders. It doesn't look like he has it, so now he has to pivot to some other game plan. There is the strategy of attacking, as long as he found that fire energy into this Clefairy, it does that 110 damage counters. If he can potentially find a way to use Monkey Dory in combination with another attack to be able to take 4 prizes off of that Clefairy on the bench, it's a little more difficult to get. Maybe he might go back into Badoo to just, try to deny a turn. I don't know if it does much. In a really tough position here.
Yeah, and of course, even if Wyatt does go, even if Beckett does go for that strategy, if Wyatt has another boss's orders, that could be game there and then. So really, all eyes are on Beckett, and we see instead Beckett goes for the Judge. A bit of a Hail Mary play, but you got to do what you got to do. Play your 2 outs. And we'll see if Beckett can at least get the fire energy off of these 4 cards.
Yeah. It looks like Beckett no longer has any risky ruins. That's his own way of generating damage for himself. So there was a line of being able to bench risky ruins, attack into this Clefairy for 110, and then clean it up later with the boss's orders in combination with a Dragapult attack to take 4 prizes. But since he can't do that, he has to find a way to buy a turn, potentially. As long as Wyatt is able to attack with this Lily's Clefairy as well as set up for a Raging Bolt attack on whatever is, most likely a Dragapult EX that's coming on the board. So as long as he finds this fighting energy, this game looks pretty much over in Wyatt's favor.
And it looks like that is going to be just a pass. So again, Wyatt hasn't won this game just yet. He's just in a very strong position. But if he does find the boss's orders, that basically is game right there and then. But we'll have to see here.
So in Wyatt's position, it's fine as long as he is able to just knock out any Pokemon and set himself up for just being able to knock out a Dragapult EX by retreating into this Lily's Clefairy. Since Becca has no energies on his Dracloaks, there is no way for him to knock out that Lily's Clefairy. So if he can find a singular energy or energy switch and attack with this Mega Kangaskhan, he would be able to set himself up for a checkmate scenario.
Yeah, gonna go ahead and find the Pheasantipede EX. Wyatt can't make use of that just yet, but can at least place it down, discard it later within the deck, or honestly, just have it just in case Beckett does find a KO next turn and things go horribly wrong.
He's just mainly looking for that energy just to be able to attack this turn. And as long as he's able to do that, he is in a very good position. Looks like he has more than enough energy by being able to Teal Mask here. Use Teal Mask ability. That means he very likely has more than one energy or an energy switch.
Responsibility does find the energy switch. So
he needs to be able to attack with this Kangaskhan. So yeah, since he already retreated. So as long as he's able to take this knockout on this Moltres, it should be checkmate.
And there is the fighting energy. So almost certainly that is game here.
Yeah, so he has multiple ways of knocking out that Dragapult EX that will eventually have to come online. And Beckett's list doesn't look like it has any way around that.
All right. And yeah, that is game just like that. Wyatt will be taking this round. We'll play to both players. This is a very
volatile match. Mainly it came down to that disruption from Wyatt, that unfair stamp, a spec, allowing Beckett to whiff that one crucial turn of that fire energy plus boss. And Beckett played it very well. I mean, he set himself up for just have a checkmate scenario as well. And so they were both playing their decks to perfection, in my opinion. And it just turns out that it wasn't in the cards for Beckett.
Yeah, I agree. Both players did a really good job identifying what pieces they needed when they did and playing to their outs. It's easy to clown on Beckett and be like, oh, well, he didn't do anything those last two turns. But he did try. He played the judge. He went for the Dracloak. He got risky with
removing that Pheasantipity EX was a very, very smart heads-up play. Just to have that single prize board state, but by doing that, he removed the draw for himself. So potentially, one thing he could have done is saving that Team Rocket's Watchtower and using that Pheasantipity for one turn extra when that Dragapult EX was knocked out, and then combining that unfair stamp plus the bumping of the stadium in that same turn, and maybe he went a little too hasty in removing that Pheasantipity EX when. He might have needed that extra draw to guarantee that Moltres knockout.
Yeah. Very tough decision to make. Obviously, in hindsight, probably should have kept Fez.
I mean, very at
the same time, if he didn't play Watchtower, Wyatt would have just drawn more cards.
Yeah, it's
right?
the main thing is that Raging Bolt doesn't always run Unfair Stamp as their ace spec. Sometimes they'll run a Prime Catcher, and so as long as he stays above 3 prize cards, he wouldn't be expecting any disruption. So maybe he had what he needed before that Unfair Stamp. And so he played as if there was no disruption incoming. And so maybe that is what happened where he got thrown off by the unfair stamp.
And
removed.
This is best of one. The opponents or the players don't know their opponent's deck. We do because we're cheating.
Yeah. We see the list.
If you're in Beckett's position, you don't think, oh, I need to play around every single ace spec ever. At some point, you got to make the call and say, my opponent probably isn't playing unfair
Or they just
stamp.
won't find it this turn. Well, let's hope.
Especially, if you shut down your opponent's card draw and supporter. So it seemed like a good play in the moment, but in hindsight, that
is probably
did make a difference.
If Beckett would be looking back at this game, it would just be more patient with that Team Rocket's Watchtower and try to combine it with some sort of disruption, maybe your own unfair stamp or a red card, just to allow your opponent to potentially not hit that crucial knockout that they need. It's kind of the name of the game of this matchup, is just disrupting your opponent for one turn is very crucial.
But yeah, well played to both players, and especially to Wyatt, who is now 2-0. Going into the third round of Swiss. Again, there are 6 rounds of Swiss here at this event, followed by a top 8. And something we didn't mention explicitly is that this is a mixed age division event. So usually Wyatt might just do the rounds of Swiss and call it there, but here you can go all the way to the top. So best of luck to Wyatt going forward. We are going to take a quick break here, and we will be back with the third round of Swiss. So stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. everyone. Welcome back to round 3 of our 88 Cardhouse and Emaqi 8K World Send-Off Tournament. I believe that I nailed it.
Yeah, you got
Perfect.
it.
I'm Gerardo, aka Kurt. I'm joined here by Joseph, and we are back with round 3. As I don't think that shows up on stream, but yeah, we've got a match here between Vance Kelly, name you might recognize, and Luke.
We got Vance's name spelled wrong. Okay.
Well, we'll adjust that in a second. But we've got here Dragapult versus Slowking here.
Yeah, this Mega Kangaskhan variant of Slowking has been the more popular version because you can use that draw and combined with the telepathic energy to get that Latias EX to be able to have that draw engine online very easily. What's interesting is that Luke is running some really cool tech attackers. He has the Mega Slow Bro EX. That one does, I believe, 120 damage, but when someone damages it back, they take 12 damage counters. Or it is 180 damage, and then when it takes damage from something else, it takes 12 damage counters regardless of how much damage is taken. That is mainly a tech card for the Festival Lead deck that's been running around. They also have this interesting attacker, the Palmont from Phantasmal Flames. That one allows it to paralyze the opponent Pokemon. And paralyze, if you remember, they cannot attack or retreat the opposing Pokemon. And if he chooses to do that attack, he takes 60 damage back. So it's an interesting attacker into Dragapult, but it doesn't look like he has any way to heal that 60 damage. So that can be used against him with this Dragapult attack doing the 6 damage counters on the bench. So we will see if it's used in this matchup. It looks like Luke went first, but did not find that energy. That's really important to be able to get that turn 2 attack off. If you whiffs the energy here, he is not. Oh, actually,
might have used it to
in. Looks like there was a Crushing Hammer used.
Crushing Hammer, yes.
And that Crushing Hammer discarded that energy that was placed first. But there wasn't any item lock, so maybe in combination with the Wondrous Patch, there could be an attack still that could happen. But it would require the use of Switch.
Allows Luke to discard the top card of his deck, and if that's Pokemon, you can just use an attack from there. That might not sound like a great attack, but Luke does have the Knight Academy
at Night, and he has a Cypher Maniacs code breaking to place the cards on top. So you have multiple avenues to be able to do that. It looks like his start is very slow here. He has attached that Lucky Helmet that if he takes any damage, he can draw 2 cards, mainly as a counter to that Itchy Pollen item lock. It looks like Vance doesn't have any Dreepies on the board. This is a Dragapult deck, but it doesn't look like there's any Dreepies here. He's attaching that 1 energy on Pheasantipity. This is a strategy a lot of really good players use, mainly to hedge your bets against that Kyurem attack. So if he was able to get that Kyurem basically allows him, the Slowking, to do 110 to 3 different Pokemon on the field. That can nearly wipe the entire board of opposing Dragapult boards. So what you can do is you can place this Pheasantipity on the board and attack with it while the Slowking discards all their energy and isn't able to attack next turn. But one countered strategy to this is that there's this Zeraora card. That is an attack that Slowking can use that does 210 to an opposing Pokemon, the opposing player's benched EX Pokemon, which is perfect damage to kill. It's a knockout that Pheasantipity EX. So it's interesting to see if these cards will come into play. For right now, I think Luke is just trying to get a board established.
It looks like Vance went ahead and played Crispin. I wonder if he's going to swing with Monkey Dory. Do you think there might be a mind bend in our near future?
I can see him playing it very slow and just going into a Pheasantipity attack.
Looks like more a Cruel Arrow time. But...
Yeah. Mainly because I don't think he the confusion doesn't serve him particularly well, because if that Slowpoke evolves into a Slowking, the confusion is healed, and so it wouldn't prevent an attack coming on from later. And he doesn't know if he runs that like tech Monkey Dory that's been running around. Some Slowking lists are running that Monkey Dory to kind of offset the Dragapult spreading damage in certain ways that makes it awkward. And also preserving that energy is really important as things will be knocked out very quickly. If the Slowking player can do a little bit more than just attach pass, which it looks like that's what he's been doing. But given Lily's termination has been played, it's very likely that an attack will be happening as long as he can find his Slowking, a relevant attacker, and an Academy at Night Stadium. Then an attack will be happening here. We'll just see what that attack will be.
Yeah, we are able to get a sneak peek at some of Luke's card, and I do think he's found what he needed. There is the telepathic psychic energy. Not only keeps Slow King's attack online, but also allows him to grab another Slow King, and perhaps more importantly, that Latias EX. Hasn't hit the board just yet, but Luke is playing the Mega Kangaskhan. We saw it in the last game. Mega Kangaskhan plus Latias is a tale as old as time. Allows Luke to draw 2 cards and also tank with it if need be.
And in combination with that, Cypher Maniac's code breaking can basically tutor out 2 cards of his choice, which is very important in this matchup where you really need certain cards as a combo. It looks like he might have an attacker out. Yeah, it looks like that Zero Aura, which I had explained earlier, can perfectly knock out this Pheasantipity on the bench. What is interesting is if that Pheasantipity was in the active, it would not have been able to been knocked out by the Zero Aura, but instead this other attacker, Metagross, that's a new card that's been released for Slowking within the past 2 sets. It allows it, due to some unique wording with the discarding metal energy, allows Slowking to do 300 damage, which is very relevant for majority of different attackers in this format. And basically, in combination with a Lily Sclefairy on the bench, it can actually knock out a Dragapult from full HP. Even with the Dragapults, if they were to run something like a Hero's Cape, it still will do 600 damage. So it looks like Vance is using that Unfair Stamp as their ace spec and not the Hero's Cape. And it looks like a very standard Crushing Hammer build of Dragapult. But that Crushing Hammer in combination with Disruption can buy him back some time. So even after this turn, Luke will have to discard all his energy, which it looks like he did. So if Vance can find that Unfair Stamp and setting up some GPs, he can buy himself some time. Especially if he can combine that with an item lock here to prevent the switch. Since Luke has no energy attached right now to the Slowking, it will ideally buy him at least a couple turns.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal board state if you're Vance. At least have the Night Stretcher to bring back the Fez. Allows Vance to draw 3 cards, but no Dreepy on the board, which means no Dracloak, and especially not any Dragapult. Monkey Dory is going to be graced with a Psychic Energy here. It looks like we do have Dreepy.
Yeah, there was also a bump of the stadium with the Risky Ruins that was played last game. It allows him, any bench Pokemon, to take 2 damage counters. You can use it strategically to damage your own Pokemon so that Monkey Dory can fling that damage back to the opposing side. Lets him, put that Pheasantipity or the Latias in range of being multi knocked out, essentially.
Yeah.
Especially these slow pokes are 80 HP, so that 20 damage works perfectly with the Phantom Dive attack. Allows him to do the 6 damage counters onto those slow pokes and essentially knock out all of the Slowking line all at once. So it looks like as long as Luke, since he's not item locked, can find that switch. It looks like he did. And that Wondrous Patch. So off this Lilies and the Kangaskhan draw, as long as he can find the Stadium, which he found, and Wondrous Patch and an Energy and the relevant attacker, he can get an attack off this next turn. Which, given that most Slowking decks, especially this one, run multiple copies of that, is definitely very doable. They run 3 Wondrous Patch generally, and many copies of all of their different attackers. Though in this specific board state, the Kyurem attack would be very good here, especially in combination with the Boomerang energy that allows him, if he discards energy for that attack, he can bring back that Boomerang energy and only needs 1 psychic energy to be able to attack the turn after. So even if he's unfair stamped, as long as he could find that singular energy in an attacker, he can still do something next turn, essentially. And since Vance doesn't run any Rare Candy, doesn't look like there's going to be another attack going on this next turn as well.
Yeah, Luke just having to attach and pass, but honestly, in this kind of board state, you probably don't mind it at all. Kangaskhan, not threatened at all. Slowking, not so much. Not quite sure if Vance is playing Rare Candy, but even if he was, we still need to get 2 energy attached to the would-be Dragapult.
One thing that can happen here though is if Vance is able to get into a Badoo, he can use the crushing hammer. He still has 3 more copies. If he hits heads, he can discard the energy off of the Slow King and then prevent another attack from happening because that Wondrous Patch would be turned off if he's able to get the item lock. It looks like he had just hit tails on that crushing hammer, so he needs to find another one now to be able to attempt that strategy again. And if he has to bench this Meowth, it can be really hard to come back from it because it basically gives Luke a really easy prize map of just knocking out the Fez and the Meowth, maybe over the course of 2 turns, um, using a combination of different attackers. So that can be not the best if he has to bench that.
Yeah, Vance in a
Does
precarious position here, trying to figure out how in the world does he navigate this? We can kind of peek. He's got 2 Ultra Balls. We know Meowth is one of the other cards, so he plays the Ultra Ball, discarding 1 Ultra Ball. It looks like a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, I think the Monkey Dory is a fine discard here. Maybe not the Ultra Ball because you may need that for a different Pokemon. Depending on what the rest of his hand is, it might be necessary. I would get a Dracloak here just to set yourself up for some sort of attack next turn. If you're able to disrupt your Pokemon, you're uh, opposing Soul King with some sort of Stadium Bump plus Crushing Hammer, uh, or just hope that he just doesn't have it. Didn't look like he had it last turn, so maybe he might not have it. Unfortunately for Vance, that Luke is actually still on 4 prizes, so that red card is still not online. So even if he finds that form of disruption, which he runs, he will not be able to disrupt Luke's hand.
Looks like Vance did find the Dracloak. That's step 1. Allows him to draw 2 cards, which it looks like he did. Has Dragapult active perhaps next turn. Does have the boss's orders, bring up the Slow King. And it looks like that is going to be a Mind Bend. That's going to be 60 damage and confuses the Slow King. Luke could just still attack with Slow King. Still has a 50% chance to just win the game.
But if he whips that, it can be very difficult to come back if Vance is able to get a Dragapult online and essentially knock out both of the different lines of Slow King in 1 turn. Given that there is no Dark Energy yet on Slow King, he would have to do that with the Rosas, which he does run. That allows him to take the 2 energy from the discard, attach it to a Dragapult, and be able to still attach that Dark Energy to the Monkey.
Looks like Luke did attach manually the Psychic Energy to the confused Slow King. So we might have a dire coin flip here, but first he's going to go ahead
or a
and
retreat. I can see a retreat in the future. If he's able to retreat into another Slow King. But it looks like he might just attempt the flip. I think as long as he's able to evolve, I think what I would have done here is just evolve this bench Slow King and just attach an energy to that, and then.
So he has Cypher Maniac, so.
Yeah, so he will likely get an attack off if he wants to do it. But I think an optimal strategy would be to just hedge your bets on a second attacker and then just flip a coin. Or I guess if you have a second switch, or a way to maybe double Wondrous Patch, you can retreat and still attack with Clefairy or something like that. I think it's fine to still play it safe, or even just go for the basically game-winning coin flip. Those are 2 very good strategies, but we'll see what he chooses to do.
As much as we are memeing on this coin flip, it is a 50% chance to basically
100%.
just win the game instantly.
Yeah, I think the extra energy may have been a mistake. I think just attaching a bench. Oh, looks like he hit.
Like he hit tails. So.
Yeah, but even see in this scenario, if he had not attached that energy. Oh, actually, no. I think he maybe needed. It's just 2 energy. It's hard to kind of read the board state. It looks like there's just 2 energy on there, so he was just going for the flip regardless. Yeah. And since these are basic energies, these can be tutored out with Wondrous Patch if the Slow King is knocked out. So it is still fine. He's still in a fine position. But a Dragapult will be coming out, and if he's able to, knock out both lines of Slow King here, you would need a very specific combination of the Rosas plus the Dark Energy. But it's very reasonable. Dragapult does draw a lot of cards. He has the Dunsparce draw engine. So it is definitely something reasonable to hit. He also has the Meowth EX that he can still use.
You're really looking for, those energies, more Dreeby, so you can get more Dracloak, so you can get more Dragapult. But also a boss's order. Vance used one of the boss's orders, to go ahead and bring up the Slow King that's currently in the active. But that means he's going to have one less boss later on in the game. You know, you really want to target down this Clefairy now that's been slapped on the board. And you guys have the Latios EX and the Fez. So this could be a Phantom Dive 3 times kind of game for Vance, thanks to that Monkey Dory, allowing him to put the 2 damage counters on either the Latios or the Fez.
The main issue here is that he only has one Dracloak line, and that is his main attacker. And so since he's in this awkward position of just having that one attacker, he likely needs to establish more Dreepies to be able to chain attacks. So there's a good argument for him to just pass here, reestablish Dreepies, and then play for an attack the next turn after that. Maybe attach an extra energy onto Dracloak here and just hope that he doesn't maybe evolve preemptively into a Dragapult EX, just so he can't get knocked out on the bench. Traditionally, these Slow King decks don't run Boss's Orders or any way to gust opposing Pokemon. It looks like Luke's list doesn't run any Gust, so that can be an effective strategy here in just passing and just playing it safe while the opposing Pokemon is confused. And if he's forced to flip again and hits Tails, he would knock himself out, and that gives a huge advantage to Vance in this position.
Vance going to go ahead and use the Dunsparce run and draw ability, so he will be able to draw 3 cards. That might, he needs all the cards he can get right now. But it also leaves him very vulnerable to a Kyurem should that come out in this next turn. But honestly, I think if you're Vance, you got to go for that.
Yeah,
you're really far behind.
You could evolve the Dragapult preemptively here, and then maybe just bench another Dreepy, just so that you can't. But regardless, since Luke is at 4 prizes, even if he takes 3 prizes here, you're still in a fine position. Looks like he's benching that Meowth just to draw some more cards. I think an ideal position here is to get that switch. And get the Itchy Pollen going just so you prevent the switch if he runs the second copy. Also preventing the Wondrous Patch from being used to, maybe set up a secondary Slowpoke. If he's able to retreat and use the Wondrous Patch at the same time, you could just even manually retreat, and you get those energies in the discard to then use. So it's still anyone's game. It is definitely favored for Luke in this position, but there are ways for Dragapult to come back.
Yeah.
This
Vance
is
drawing what might be the last 8 cards he draws of this game. Going to go ahead and see if he got the pieces that he needed. So it is really likely to at least get a few.
Importantly, Luke can't win on the next turn, even with the heads, because he still has 4 prizes. There's no way for Slow King to take 4 prizes all at once, given the board state currently. Though, if he does knock out this Dracloak on the bench, it does seem very difficult to come back from. But given, hammers and unfair stamp and all of that, it is still doable. So he's attaching the dark energy, maybe trying to combine that with the roses for next turn. I would have likely attached an energy here to the bench Dracloak, but it doesn't look like he has a copy. Very awkward position here. I think passing is likely the correct move. Attacking here, it doesn't seem like giving Luke the Serendipity EX, the Kangaskhan draw, and the retreat. I don't think is the correct play, so we'll see what he chooses to do.
Yeah, taking his time, carefully weighing his options. This is really the pivotal turn, if not his last turn.
Yeah,
so.
This is, I would honestly either move 1 damage counter to one of the Serendipity or the Latias, or just keeping that damage counters. Yeah, looks like that's what he's going to do, just pass. I think as long as he's able to stall 1 more turn here, he can actually bring this game back. He would need the combination of that Rosas here, because he already has the Dark Energy. As long as this, Slow King doesn't get an attack off. Looks like he's flipping a coin, and it's.
I think that's a tails, but no, it seems to be a heads.
Looks like a heads.
And just like that, Luke will take 2 prizes.
Looks like since it was a Kyurem, those energies do need to be discarded. See if they catch that. That is very important that those energies are discarded.
Yeah, players a little bit eager. Sounds like
it is exciting that the Kyurem attack goes off and it seems like it's game ending, but there is ways to come back since those energies are to be discarded. it can take another 2 more turns for him to come back with an attack. So if Vance is able to reestablish Monkey Dory, maybe move those damage counters.
Yeah, and there's step 1 of the plan, unfair stamp.
Yeah, given
Puts Luke's big hand, and again, Luke is in a position where if he gets one of any number of cards, he wins the game, right? It could be the boss's order, it could be the switch, it could be the Wonders patch as well. Lots of ways for Luke to put himself in the victory here. So unfair stamp, giving Vance another chance to go ahead and disrupt Luke's game plan. Allows him to dig 4 more cards. But still not looking too good. We're trying to figure out what card he actually placed down. Looks like it was that and a Dunsparce.
Yeah, it is. We'll see what happens here, but it is important that those energies are discarded. If they're not discarded, then it does affect the match heavily. They might notice it. Let's see. But his main game plan is reestablishing, potentially getting a Monkey Dory established here, using the Night Stretcher. Because there is 110 damage on that Serendipity, he can use those damage to spread on the bench Pokemon. Maybe you get into a point where you can knock out both the Slowking and the Slowpoke on the bench with just damage counters. It's looking
Vance
like
finds another Dreepy here. That's step 2 of the plan. Has 2 Dreepies will allow him to have 2 Dracloaks next turn.
Yeah, the main issue here is that Vance had already used a lot of energy charging up that Serendipity that never ended up attacking, and that Monkey Dory that had 3 energy, so 6 energy has been used in total, and so it can be really difficult to find those other pieces of energy. He does run 4 fire energy, interesting split of 4 fire energy and 2 dark, and so that allows him to use that Moltres in other matchups. This one, it looks like doesn't find too much use. But having that extra fire to be able to attach to a Dracloak. It looks like they found the mistake. All right, cool. Okay, so the Boomerang energy is attached. That pass is important. As long as he cannot find another energy to attack. Cypher Maniac makes it a little more awkward. Very good top deck here.
It looks like that was just a pass here. Didn't want to risk flipping tails.
So something Luke can do is he can just put on top another energy and then the relevant attacker right under that. So he will draw into the energy, attach it, and then he can just flip another coin just for game off of the attacker that he put on top.
Vance here in a dire position. Can evolve into Dracloak.
Yeah, if he can buy himself one more turn, he is in a very good position, especially if Luke hits tails here. As long as he just really needs to attach an energy. That's like the game plan number 1. Any type of energy. Just to be able to retreat this Serendipity. Likely you would attach to the Serendipity here. Weirdly enough, you just want to be able to retreat and have an attack next turn. That's the most important thing. Because you're most likely going to be using the Rosa's encouragement. Since that allows you to bring 2 energy from the discard, and since most of Vance's energy at this point is in the discard, the Crispin that he might end up using might not have any targets, or just 1 target, which won't let him attach 2 energy.
Vance does go ahead, evolves those Dreepy into Dracloak, so more chances to draw cards, but
looks like he's just looking to see how much energy has been used, or how many attackers have been used. There's still likely a copy of that Kyurem still in the deck, which will just be game. He likely still has his Metagrosses. He has that spicy Palmot that has not been used yet. That would work in this scenario. It does 130 damage. Any of those attackers, I think. You could even use his own Slowking to use the secondary attack and do 130.
Yeah.
So quite a few ways.
Vance did find the Badoo. I wonder if that's the play. Just
I think it's fine because the Badoo has free retreat. This still works. As long as he's able to retreat this Serendipity from active, I think he's in a really good position. Because it basically forces the opponent to have to put Kyurem on top specifically. If he had put Metagross, maybe expecting the retreat not to happen, it could be interesting. He could combine that red card with a Stadium Bump, and maybe that's something that Luke didn't predict. where he might need to find another stadium to be able to still attack. So he's going for the coin flip yet again. All right. And that is tails.
That's
He knocks himself
tails.
out. This is a huge opportunity for Vance here. Since he whiffed the energy, this still is in a difficult position. He might not be able to attack this turn. We shall see. Doesn't it look like Vance runs that the Dunsparce EX? That actually would have come up here. Just 240 damage. So the 60 damage per Pokemon EX on the board. He could have been able to evolve the Dunsparce EX and use Crispin to be able to still attack with it. It looks like this might just be a Rose's Encouragement and Attach Retreat if he can find that energy. But since Noah's Pokemon was knocked out, Pheasantipity isn't online, so we can't use that as an additional resource to draw. But he has more than enough draw with the Dunsparce and the 2 Recon Directives.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of energy left in the deck for Vance. We do know the exact number, and we can tell you it is fewer than 5.
Yeah. So he likely has seen this Roses as long as it's not prized. We don't know the prizes, unfortunately, due to the way the stream is set up. But if it hasn't been seen by now, it has been prized. Oh, okay. We see it right there.
There we go.
All right. So this is a way that Vance can still attack here. But we don't know what Luke put on top. But likely he will have to combine this with that red
Actually
card.
did find the energy there.
Yeah, okay. So this is still an interesting position. He could still very easily lose as long as Luke can find that evolved Slowking and an energy and an attacker. He could still win the game. Vance doesn't have a way to knock out any of his Pokemon, but he can set himself up for a 5-prize turn, essentially.
Yeah. Vance did draw and play the Risky Ruin, so that's basically all you can really ask for if you're Vance. He got the energy, he got, got
Maybe
the Roses.
a Crushing Hammer would be the only thing that's better than this, being able to Crushing Hammer that 1 energy there. But Luke's likely to just want to charge up this Lily's Clefairy on the bench, just an energy and a Wondrous Patch, and he's able to do it. Okay, so it looks like
60 was placed on the Slowpoke, and 200 dealt to the Kangaskhan.
Yeah, it looks like he put all 6 onto that Slowking.
Slowking, excuse me.
I don't know if this is fully correct. I think maybe there's just not enough recovery to bring back a Monkey Dory and a Risky Ruins. Because one thing that he can do, honestly, just with the Monkey Dory, is over the course of 2 turns try to set up this Kangaskhan for a knockout. Over the combination of 2 turns using the 6 damage counters from a Phantom Dive. One strategy I've seen also is just gusting something like the Latias or the Pheasantipity and just doing 200 damage to it. Doesn't look like Vance was set up in a position to do that. But generally, that's how this matchup can go, where they can do 200 damage to one of those Pokemon and prevent that draw engine from run errand, and then set these 210 Pokemon, which is 10 HP, that can be easily cleaned up later. But it just looks like as long as Luke is able to find a singular attack off, maybe a single energy, a stadium, and an attacker. Looks like he found the stadium. He just needs that energy. Might not have that. There's been a lot of energy attached to this game, so something that can be very difficult to find in the late stages of this game. All right, we'll see what it chooses to do. Looks like he just passed. It's a very big opportunity here. So Vance can effectively knock out all of Luke's attackers, or most of them at least, with that Clefairy and the Slowking. Since the Slowking now has 6 damage counters, it has 120 HP, so it can be perfectly knocked out.
Yeah, Vance will need to dig for the boss. And again, he used the boss way earlier in the game, so doesn't have as many as he probably would have
He
liked.
has his entire deck in his hand, so if he doesn't have the boss, then it just looks like the rest are just
he's
prized.
thinned half the deck. The other half is on the board, so has a very good shot of drawing, especially with this Dunsparce here, got off the Poke Pad.
It looks like his deck is very small. Like, likely he's very able to draw, if not most of it, all of it.
And honestly, even if he doesn't, he's only played 2 Crushing Hammer this game. So assuming the other 2 aren't in the prizes, Vance could just land heads and get some momentum that way.
Yeah. One cool strategy here is actually if he's able to evolve as a Dunsparce, bench a Monkey Dory with Dark Energy, he can actually retreat into that Badoo, Monkey Dory 30 damage counters onto this Kangaskhan, and then Itchy Pollen it, setting it up for exactly 6 damage counters. And so then that way he sets himself up for just a boss's orders on a Lily's Clefairy, knocking out Lily's Clefairy and Kangaskhan, and he would win that way.
Yeah.
I don't think he has enough recovery to be able to do that, but that is a strategy that he can.
There's Crushing Hammer number 3. Looks like it is tails.
It looks like it's heads.
It looks like it's heads.
Yeah. So if he is able to combine this with an Itchy Pollen, he will guarantee that Luke cannot find an attack this next turn.
Didn't play. Very nice of them to freeze frame right on his hand so we can see what he's.
It looks like it's a discard pile. I think he's just counting the number of energy. No, I don't think any wonders.
That's Luke's. That's Luke's position.
Yeah, Luke's
my bad.
Yeah, no worries.
I was like, wait a minute, why is he playing telepathic?
Yeah. It looks like I think he's likely counting the energy that's in his discard pile. See if there's any Wonders patch that hasn't played. Since there hasn't been any Wonders patch played, this is an opportunity for Vance to prevent that with item lock. If Luke doesn't have any energy at all, he could just Itchy Pollen him until he loses. That could be, since this has been a long game, a lot of energy has been attached. Maybe Vance doesn't know how much energy Luke runs, so that could be an interesting back and forth here. But it could be an interesting strategy to go for. Though likely he can't spend too many turns because he might deck out before then. If he's not able to recycle this Dunsparce sufficiently enough.
Very tense action we unfortunately cannot see at the moment. However, looks like Vance is still trying to figure out what in the world he wants to do, taking a second look at Luce's brow. I wonder if he's trying to intuit, or if not deduce, how much energy Luke has access to.
I think given Vance's resources, it looks like he runs only 2 Night Stretcher. So to be able to get a Monkey Dory, which I believe both are in the discard, and the 2 Dark Energy, which I believe are also in the discard, that would be the correct play, I believe, is just be able to...
Vance actually goes ahead and plays special red card. So that's going to be far more disruption.
I don't know if that's the correct play. Depends on if he was holding on to some Wondrous patches, because maybe his hand was dead or there's something that he was missing. Now he might have just drawn him into it. So we'll come to see if that was the correct line to go for.
Or honestly, Vance could also just be trying to play cards.
Oh, okay. So this was the strategy that I was mentioning earlier. Being able to just not knock out the Pheasantipede, just doing 200 damage to it, and set yourself up for a 5 prize turn. So what he'll likely do is he'll put...
Looks like he's Phantom Diving. So...
Yeah, so put 200 damage and likely just knock out, or just set everything up so that it's just easily one-hit KOable in 1 turn. So maybe just putting all the damage counters on the Kangaskhan here, and set yourself up for a 5 prize turn, or maybe even more than a 5 prize turn. So he's just hoping that Luke doesn't draw into what he needs off of this red card. Though likely all he needs is a singular Wonders patch, an energy, and an attacker. Which can be difficult to get if you're disrupted down to 3 cards. And it looks like he's used a lot of attackers this game, so definitely an interesting strategy here. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, turn has been passed over to Luke. It's now...
Yeah, it looks like he did that 200 damage, and he put the rest on the Kangaskhan and 1 on the Slowking.
Just in case.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's overkill at this point to put all 6 on the Kangaskhan since it was initially at 200 damage, and it has 300 HP total. So you just need to put 4, or specifically 5 actually, just be able to put that 1 thing on the Pheasantipede in case he retreats into something like a Latias or the Slowking.
But yeah, we are gonna go ahead. Did play? I don't think he played
that's
the
the
power
Mega
class.
Slowbro, I believe.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know if this fixes anything.
And
looks like that's the game.
Looks like I can't quite tell who won. It might be Luke.
Vance must have won.
I see. Okay, so Luke ended the turn, passed over to Vance, and Vance just had boss, and looks like he did just go for it.
Yeah. So
attack on the Kangaskhan.
take the 5
of the
prizes.
Fez. Yeah, very well. Honestly, very well played
strategic
by,
game.
by Vance. It really looked like he was in the worst position possible for like
I think there was just a
90%
little
of that
too
game.
many coin flips. I think this is the using the switch too early for very little benefit. I think that Luke used it very early, trying to breed for an attack. Maybe it would have just been better just attaching an energy and passing. But he switched and used lilies and tried to find an attack, but didn't find one that specific turn, and allowed Vance to be able to Monkey Dory Mind Bend the Slow King and buy some time back, which worked in his favor.
And yeah, that Monkey Dory really put in the work. Usually when it goes for Mind Bend, it's like, okay, I'm trying to buy one turn, but actually got multiple tails off of that confusion, and that definitely was impactful.
That was a free 60 damage by hitting 2 confusion tails. And so, yeah, that's a very interesting match. I'm glad we were able to show that for y'all.
Yeah, very well done by both of these players. Again, very well done by Vance in particular. Not just winning, of course. Obviously,
just being resilient and finding the right strategy over the course of many turns. It can be very interesting and stressful when all of your entire board gets wiped in one turn, or the strategy you're going for gets dismantled. Like
if it was me in that position, I might have put more thought into just conceding and going and getting an early lunch. But very well done by Vance to not only not give up, but also recognizing his win conditions, saying, hey, I don't have that much energy. I don't have access to that many resources. What are the options I can actually take, and which of those can actually lead to a victory? And he successfully, correctly identified, hey, that Kangaskhan, Fez, I could take 5 prizes. Doesn't matter, I'm down 4 prizes for the entire game.
This is why this guy is a world champion, and we're not yet. So as he finds those ways. Well, all right, so we are setting up for round number 4.
Yeah, it looks like that was among, if not the last match to conclude. Again, very tense. Obviously, Vance did need every second of that to correctly identify his win condition. But we're going to take a very, very short break, and we will be back with round 4 of this event. So stay tuned. Don't touch that dial. Don't take an early lunch quite just yet. We will be back.
All right. See ya.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our 88 Cardhouse and Emaqi,
Lucky.
Emaqi, excuse me. One of these rounds, I'll get it right. 8K tournament here in lovely San Francisco, California, which we kind of neglected to mention right before the World
We
Championships.
are right next to the World Championships. Like,
yeah,
on my way
we can
here,
go
I saw it.
outside. We
Yeah.
won't, but we could. We're here at round 4. We've got a fun match here using 2 decks you've never seen before. One of them is called Dragapult, and the other is called Dragapult.
But they're 2 different variants. Okay, we're
They are,
keeping it
yes.
a little bit interesting. One has a Blaziken, and one does not. So.
yeah. Blaziken is an interesting innovation we saw kind of earlier in the season, and then it kind of fell off, and then I guess now it's come back. One of the big weaknesses of Dragapult is the fact that it needs to attach multiple energies.
And the common tech card for the mirror match has been this Crushing Hammer.
Mhm.
And in theory, the Blaziken is trying to counter that strategy. So as an energy gets discarded, you can attach another one with Blaziken. In practice, sometimes it doesn't work the same way, but because it relies a lot on that rare candy, you can sometimes not even be able to get Blaziken in play. You need to slowly evolve into it, and if the other Dragapult is a little faster than you, it's going to be very difficult to do that.
Yeah. Looks like Darian is going first here. Went ahead and started with a Dreepy as Patrick started with Monkey Dory. Darian gonna go ahead and play Buddy Buddy Poffin for looks like a Torchic and trying to decide what his second is. Looks like
It
it's
looks
gonna
like he
be...
had the Torchic in hand. He's just going
I
for
see,
a
okay.
second GP and a Badoo. This is definitely correct. You don't want to bench more than one Torchic because if you are both getting item locked, you can't, like, these lists nowadays don't run more than one Combuskin, if any. This one looks like they're running one Combuskin. So you rely heavily on that rare candy, and if you're getting item locked, you can't use that. So it can be very difficult to get into more than one Blaziken.
Yeah, Darian going ahead and grabbing the Meowth EX here.
He's preemptively using it because I think he's just predicting that the opponent might have something like a Team Rocket's Watchtower and wants to just play around that. A lot of these Dragon Ball decks have opted not to play that Team Rocket's Watchtower, but we also have no full knowledge. Oh, well, at least Darian doesn't have full knowledge of Patrick's deck, so it's just playing around it just in case to be able to have something to do next turn. It doesn't look like his hand is very, very good outside of that, at least.
Yeah, all Darian sees is Monkey Dory, and so you can never be too sure what your opponent's playing if they just lead Monkey Dory and nothing else.
That is true. That is true.
But after these Dreepy and Badoo come down, Darian probably can figure out what's about to happen here.
Yeah, that's true. Also, at this point, these players are undefeated and potentially are looking around the room, seeing what opponents are sitting next to them, and likely already see that there's a lot of Dragapult up there.
Yeah, in fairness, if you don't know what your opponent's playing,
If you got a
50% chance it probably is
especially there's a
Dragapult.
Monkey Dory on there. There's very few outside of just Zoroark and Zoroark also runs item lock, so and the Watchtower sometimes. So.
But yeah, it looks like Patrick here is going to go ahead and play the Crispin, allow him to go ahead and charge up. Honestly, either the Monkey Dory or the Dreepy looks like it's going to be that Monkey Dory.
Looks like he's just using that fire energy to discard. We'll see.
Yeah, that fire energy does go to his hand, so he doesn't have to commit it just yet, but at least attaches the dark energy. That'll prevent any shenanigans later on.
In these Dragon Ball mirrors, you want to be able to just get that item lock going as soon as possible and then get the Monkey Dory established. But why it's important is because, like, more than likely these Blaziken lists don't run Crushing Hammer, so that Monkey Dory will be very safe. And if there's a Itchy Fallen War, essentially is what we like to call it with the Badoos, you want to be able to... Oh, it looks like he's discarding that dark energy.
Yeah, he uses it to retreat. Does get the item lock, though. That is the more important of the two pieces.
Yeah, normally there's a strategy with keeping the Monkey Dory with the energy, just so that if Darian goes for a Badoo, he can put that 10 damage and keep spreading it with the Monkey Dory on all of his Pokemon. And then eventually, if there's 2 damage counters built up on the Badoo, you can just knock out a Badoo with your own Badoo. And that's a very effective strategy. But it looks like he's more prioritizing just having an attacking Dragapult for the next turn. But he still had 2 turns to do that, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what he was thinking and how this will play out.
Yeah, Darian went ahead, played out a Combuskin and Dracloak that he kind of just happened to have in his hand alongside the Lily's Determination that was grabbed last turn, allowing Darian to get 8 more cards. This is a very good position Darian just needs the Blaziken and the Dragapult for next turn and finds a second Dracloak. Hasn't even used either of the recon directives at his disposal quite yet. So Darian, in a good position, is missing some energy. In fairness, does have a Blaziken, so he can accelerate later on. But if you're Darian, you probably do want to go ahead and find some energy, slap some on
Yeah,
the board.
here you want to just get the energy established, even if they get discarded, just to have them to be able to be used because Blaziken accelerates energy from the discard. You want energy in the discard, and if you're not able to use items, you can't use Ultra Ball to discard those energies. So you kind of just want to attach and retreat early on just to get those energies flowing. Um, Mainly, we'll see what Patrick tends to do. It doesn't look like he's running any of those crushing hammers. He has a build that's centered around a new card from Pitchwai called Dark Bell. Essentially, it poisons or it confuses both active Pokemon on an item. Um, but if the Pokemon is a dark Pokemon, it doesn't get confused. So one strategy, it doesn't look like Patrick runs any dark Pokemon, but the reason that you can still use the Dark Bell is that evolving a Pokemon removes any status condition. So what you can do is you can evolve it when they're both like when there's a Dracloak on the active and maybe an opposing Dragapult. Evolve that Dracloak into a Dragapult, and then now your opponent's Dragapult is confused. So it makes it
Mhm.
really awkward to now return a knockout. You might have to just retreat. We saw last game how confusion can be really important in swinging a game in your favor. So we'll see if that comes into play this game. I feel like it will, given that it can be really awkward to retreat and if you don't have multiple Dragapults in play, um, or even if you force your opponent to evolve multiple times, that's less Dracloaks that they're using. So they'll have less
Mhm.
draw.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Darren just went ahead here, discarded the Psychic Energy that was attached to the Dracloak to retreat, which is not fire, so that is important to keep in mind. That's one less Psychic Energy Darien will have access to. But now neither player has access to items. That's not going to stop Patrick from going ahead and using Crispin once more. Interestingly, grabs a Fire Energy, not the Psychic.
It looks like he likely has a fire energy, a psychic energy in hand, using that extra fire potentially for a separate 3P. There's a strategy of getting multiple GPs with multiple fire energies of the same type, so that you can use either and attach the one psychic you have to either. Um, but maybe it's a mistake here. Maybe he tended to want to grab a second psychic just so you can attack with Monkey Dory if need be. But now you can see what was mentioning in terms of this Monkey Dory war. Here, you don't want to move this damage counter to the opposing Badoo. The reason why is that if Darian gets his own Monkey Dory, he can move the two damage counters to the opposing Badoo and knock it out for free. This
Hmm.
way, if he just moves it to something else, attacks the active now. If Darian doesn't find his own Monkey Dory here, which is unlikely under item lock, he'll Patrick will be able to knock out the opposing Badoo.
Yeah, Darien here, or excuse me, Patrick, going to go ahead, Itchy Pollen, and allow Darien to play his turn, but without any items. Darien does find the Blaziken.
Yeah, so if Darian's able to find, well, before he played this order, if he was able to find a fire energy and a boss's orders, he could actually attack and knock out that one cloak, which would essentially end this game. It's very difficult to come back from that. It looks like he's just going aggressive and trying to find maybe a Dragon Ball attack here, since attacking with item lock here is not very beneficial, since unless he finds his own Monkey Dory, which he also found. Depends on what Darian's hand looks like. If he has either a fire energy or a dark energy, these can be all very useful. Um,
Yeah, Darien does still have two recon directives he has not used quite
yeah,
yet.
there's potentially a strategy of just maybe first drawing from and seeing if you can get that fire energy plus boss's orders combination. Um, but maybe he's just taking it slow. That's also an effective strategy, just playing it slow. Opponent's board is not very set up, so keeping them under item lock may be an effective strategy. Um, Yeah, because it would be a risk to maybe draw yourself out of options here if you're, or just to thin extra cards with Dawn early. But likely using that draw early would have been maybe a more effective strategy. But we'll see if Darian's strategy works out for him. Looks
Yeah,
like he's going potentially
yeah,
aggressive here. Likely you don't want to evolve into Dragon Ball before you want to attack with it, just because you want as many turns with that draw as possible.
yeah.
Um,
Does manually attach the fire
Yeah, so
energy.
it looks like
So
he's going for an attack here. Um, it doesn't seem like the
We
right
can
time to
barely
go
see
for
Darian
one.
does have boss, so that probably is what he's thinking of doing, just grabbing up that cloak on the side of Patrick.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a way to power up this Monkey Dory.
Did he just attach?
So he used the Seething Spirit ability from Blaziken to attach a psychic energy to Dragon Bolt, but
Oh, I actually
already
did not know. Blaziken didn't. I thought it had to be fire.
no, yeah, it's any energy from the discard. That's
Dang,
why it's super powerful.
I've been sleeping on this chicken, y'all.
So that's why if you discard any energy early, you can always reuse it. Though I think Darian might be punished for playing a little too aggressively. In these mirror matches, you don't want to be the first person
Mhm.
attacking with the Dragon Bolt, because if your Dragon Bolt gets return attacked, you'll be ahead here.
Yeah, I
And
also do want to quickly apologize. Darian obviously played the Dawn earlier, so he could not have played boss's orders.
yeah. That's why I had mentioned maybe a better strategy was just to draw first, see if you have a way to attack with something and with the boss's orders, which was going to most likely be uh the Blaziken. But if you were able to get a Dragon Ball attack off, that would also be even better. But here, Patrick is in a very strong position as long as he's able to attack with a Dragon Ball, and potentially set up a bench GP here. One strategy that Patrick can do is if he's able to combine a Dragon Ball attack with a boss's orders onto that Blaziken. Blaziken has a retreat cost of 2, and since Darien doesn't have any energy in the discard, he will need to somehow find an energy to attach, an energy to discard, to be able to use that, and to find a way to retreat. Um, that might be very difficult to find unless he runs something like an air balloon, which I don't believe he does.
Yeah, Darian is playing Crispin, but if he's playing Crispin, then he's not playing boss's order.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean, a Crispin would work in this scenario because you just want to attack into that Dragon Bolt. Uh, don't. We'll see what Patrick decides to do with his board. If he decides to play some Dreepies. If he only has one Dragon Bolt here, then this is still a precarious situation, because if this Dragon Bolt gets um, a hit into it, or if, let's say, Darien runs a Lily's Clefairy, it doesn't. It looks like he does run one. So if Darien can get a Lily's Clefairy here, maybe in combination with an Area Zero, if he runs that, I don't believe he does, but let's do run that. As long as Patrick doesn't take a knockout, then there isn't any bench space for that Lily's Clefairy, so he shouldn't be afraid of a return
Mhm.
knockout here.
looks like Patrick is going to play the boss's order, and as you mentioned, is
Yeah.
bringing up that Blaziken EX.
This is a very smart strategy here. I would see, like, hopefully he doesn't knock out something to give him space for that Lily's Clefairy, um, but it still would be very difficult for him to charge up the Blaziken to retreat and get the Lily's Clefairy. Here it looks like he's just knocking out the Dragon Cloak. Still fine too. If Darien can't retreat this Blaziken, then it's very, very difficult to come back from this position for Darien.
Yeah. Looks like
I think he's trying to
there's a
figure
little
out.
bit of confusion here.
I think he's just figuring out the damage counters on where to put it. This is really important because you don't want to give Darien too many damage counters to work with. In the event that gets Monkey Dory established, we'll see. So Darien needs to find a way to discard an energy and attach an energy. There's two
Mhm.
main goals. It's definitely possible, but without any draw, unless he gets a Pheasantipede EX in play here, there is no onboard draw for him. So but his hand looks pretty big, so it might be something he's able
Yeah.
to do.
We'll see what secrets Darian's hand is hiding. Looks like secret number 1.
There are some lists of this Dragon Ball
Looks like it
Blaziken
is a
that run.
Crispin. He does have the Crispin.
Oh,
So
okay, perfect.
that's going to allow Darian to go ahead, grab 2 energy, immediately attach 1, put the other in his hand. Presumably, he'll use both to
Yeah,
uh,
so one
retreat
interesting play he
Blaziken.
can do here is he can attach both the Blaziken, retreat, and then use the Blaziken's ability to charge up the Monkey Dory on the bench.
Mhm.
So now he can use
It looks like
the
that's
Dragon-
exactly what he's going to do here.
Yep.
He grabbed the Psychic and the Dark.
I can't see exactly how many damage counters the Monkey Dory has, but if it has
I believe
maybe
that's
at least
3.
2, yeah, if it has at least 2, he can Monkey Dory 3 to that Monkey Dory and knock it out in one hit with
Mhm.
the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive.
Yeah.
Looks like he is attaching that Dark.
Yeah, and he said, I'm going to attach retreat. Well, looks like he hasn't retreated quite yet,
Yeah,
but
most likely he will because there's no fire energy there, so he can't attack with that Blaziken unless he has the fire energy. And you probably wouldn't want to attack with that Blaziken here anyways.
mhm.
Um, there is a strategy to want to do that and basically force your opponent to take a knockout there, uh, and so they can get access to something like an unfair stamp. But I think he's debating maybe do I bench another GP?
Yeah, it looks like he does opt to do that.
Yeah, if he's able to return knockout this Monkey Dory, there's already two dark energies in discard for Patrick, so it might be more difficult for him to charge up a third, find a third dark energy or a night stretcher and charge up the Monkey Dory. So we'll see what ends up happening here.
Mm.
You will be taking a knockout, so this does unlock the unfair stamp from coming into play, and this also might be a situation where that dark bell might come into play too.
Yeah, looks like Darian here did in fact attach the dark energy to the Monkey Dory. We'll have to see if he goes for
He goes
the
for
Adrenabrain
yeah.
onto the opposing Monkey Dory.
There's a cool line in Dragapult Mirrors too, because there's specifically 320 HP on a Dragapult. You can Monkey Dory 30 to the active Dragapult, but at 230 with the Phantom Dive, and then next turn, maybe use the boss's order, move another 30 to that same Dragapult, and then knock it out with the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive.
Mm.
It doesn't come up as often. Usually, it's an effective way of knocking out multiple Dragapult EXs at the same time. In this specific situation, you'd likely want to just Adrenabrain onto the benched Monkey Dory. You want to essentially remove your opponent's ability to use Monkey Dory, and the mirror is very strong. You've seen some players run the Pat Rat from the new set
Hmm.
to effectively nullify Monkey Dory, but Rocker's Watchtower can come into play there and negate that ability. So
Yeah. Darian did decide to put the damage counters on the Monkey Dory, so that's going to be 200 to the active Dragapult and to the discard pile for the Monkey Dory. Darian taking his second prize card. Patrick, on the
very
one hand, you only have one Pokemon. It has 200 damage on it. But at the same time, you're Dragapult. You have answers. We know Patrick has answers that Darian doesn't know about quite yet.
But
Uh,
this seems to be a very difficult situation. This is where honestly running the dark belt, even if it confuses you, that might be
mhm,
something like of a strategy of just confusing both of you and going for a coin flip, and just hoping you hit heads and they hit tails or something
mhm.
like that. You need to buy back some sort of turn. Maybe this is a turn where you can use a Crispin and mind bend your opponent.
Yeah, it looks
Um,
like Patrick did play Night Stretcher to bring back the Monkey Dory and attached a Dark Energy. So that's his attachment for the turn. I'm going to go ahead and Adrenabrain. And I have a feeling we are going to see a Dark Bell here. But first, Patrick has to decide where he wants to put the 3 damage counters. It could be on the opposing Monkey Dory. Also could be on the opposing Dreepy.
yeah,
But
looks
instead,
like he's
choose
taking a
to knock out the Badoo. Gets you an extra card. That might be what you need. If you're Patrick, you're going to need all the help you
Like
can
there
get.
isn't much going on in his hand. I see a Dawn, I see a Boss. Those don't look like they're very effective here. Oh, it looks like there's a Judge. That can be interesting. Way to disrupt his hand. But if you don't draw anything off of that Judge, you could just end the game here. It's a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, looks like he is going to go for that. So this is the second time today that Hail Mary Judge has been played.
Yeah, so we'll see if this Judge does disrupt Darien enough. The only issue is that there seems to already be a lot of on-board playability in Darian's board. As long as he finds a singular energy, he can attack with basically everything.
Yeah, some very tense shuffling here as both players pray to,
The RNG gods.
yeah, the RNG gods, the deck shuffling gods,
Yeah.
perhaps even.
Sometimes the Dragapult mirror ends up in some place like this, being the first Dragapult to swing into another Dragapult is
Mhm.
very advantageous, as we can see. Um,
Yeah, specifically knocking out your opponent's Dracloak before they can do
yeah, that's why
anything
I
with
think
it.
maybe a strategy could have been just predicting that your opponent won't find a way to retreat this Blaziken and just attacking into the Dragapult first and knocking out the Dracloak on the bench and just being able to return knockout that Dragapult and setting up your own bench. That might have been maybe a more effective strategy than hoping he doesn't find an energy or a Crispin to retreat. Both valid strategies. You kind of just have to choose one and go for it. It looks like he maybe had chosen the wrong one. Unfortunate for Patrick here.
Yeah, and it seems just went for a Phantom Dive. We didn't even acknowledge the Dunsparce at all. We'll have to see if that ends up being a factor.
Patrick does run the Dunsparce EX. Given there's 3 EX Pokemon on the board right now, he can use it. Has the 280 HP, so it can tank a hit. Excuse me. But it has 3 retreat costs, so the more you start knocking out the EXs, the less there's going to be, and the less damage you'll do. But he has set himself up with, there's a lot of damage on the board currently. So we'll see what Darian decides to do here.
First, he is going to go for a Pokepad. I wasn't actually paying attention, but I assume that was for the Dracloak.
Yes. So one also a cool thing that Darian could do now, since I had mentioned earlier about I think Patrick might have healed his Dragapult out of this range, but if he was able to find a second Monkey Dory and double a Brain and set the Dragapult at 60 HP, it could have been really interesting. What he could also do is Boss's Orders the Monkey Dory and put 30 back, or put a total of 90 damage counters back onto Patrick's board. He does give him still the Dragapult to still attack with, but it might be a way to negate any, confusion, mind game situations that might happen.
Yeah, Darian went for the Recon Reactive. We didn't quite see what he drew there. It looks like he does go for a Psychic Energy attachment, so probably no second Monkey Dory happening here. Looks like probably going for the Lily's Determination. Darian has taken prize cards, so it won't draw 8, but will still draw 6. That's still really, really good. Darian trying to find ways to extend his lead, and that's mostly looking like more Dragapult.
Yeah, you want to just essentially play around the Dunsparce EX if your opponent plays it. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but finding if you're able to take 3 prizes here off of the active Dragapult and one of the Dunsparces, leaving no damage on your opponent's board, that's probably the most effective strategy here. And then you're basically 1 Boss's Orders away on this Monkey Dory to win the game. So maybe setting up your board just to have some sort of on-board draw, maybe rebenching another GP, just getting there so you can find that crucial Boss's Orders when you need it to close out the game.
Yeah, Darian here going to go ahead and play a Pokepad. We'll have to see if that is for a Dreepy or for a Monkey Dory if Darian has it.
Shaman he's eyeing up. Interesting. Maybe just the Thin. I don't think the Shaman is very relevant in this matchup in particular, unless there was a Pheasantipede. It doesn't look like Patrick even runs a Pheasantipede here, so I wouldn't worry too much about that.
And yeah, Darian just plays Ultra Ball to immediately discard that
he's just
Shaman.
thinning just to get to that crucial point where you just really need to find that Boss's Orders. A lot of more experienced players understand the benefit of thinning cards. You want to get to a position where you can thin out your entire deck so that no matter the disruption, you could always find what you need at the end. I don't believe Patrick took he did knock out the Badoo, so Pheasantipede is online here. I believe. So we'll see what Darian decides to do here. I think he's just setting himself up for that crucial Boss's Order for next turn if he's able to find it.
We saw he did draw the Dark Energy, so that might be useful later, but that Dreep not going to be able to help out Darian because he's already got a full bench.
There's a good chance Darian is actually looking for that Team Rocket's Watchtower, which I believe he does played right now. Since Patrick's engine is mainly around the Dunsparce, if there's no Dracloak on board, this will turn off any of those draw engines. So this it can be checkmate if depending on what Patrick's hand looks like. You will need a very good top deck if it doesn't already have some sort of onboard draw.
Yeah, and again, last turn Patrick did use the Judge, mostly to disrupt Darian's hand, but that also means Patrick has fewer resources than he otherwise.
Yeah, sometimes Judge can be a double-edged sword. Shuffling both your hands to 4 can, depending on what those 4 cards are, I've definitely lost quite a few games shuffling my hand to 4 and not drawing anything off of that.
All right, looks like Darian is going to choose to knock out.
Oh, he's leaving damage on their board. That is interesting. Yeah. I think I would have opted not to leave damage on there just because that Monkey Dory can eventually... Those 1 damage counters come to play very often, leaving perfect math.
Yeah, that is the end of Darian's turn. So Patrick's going to decide who he wants to promote
Yeah,
here.
you likely want to just get into that Dunsparce EX just to buy a turn for yourself. Looks like he doesn't have anything. We don't know what the other two cards are, but doesn't look like they're very good.
Yeah. Goes ahead and plays that Buddy Buddy Poffin anyway.
Looking very dire for Patrick here.
And Patrick needs a lot of pieces here, and he needs Darian to have none of his.
I mean, if he doesn't find that the Dunsparce EX, I think this game is just over. Because that's the only thing that's capable of tanking a hit from a Dragapult or a Blaziken. So we shall see.
Darian doesn't know it quite yet, but Patrick doesn't have any rare candy in his version of Dragapult, so...
I mean, yeah, even if
Yeah,
he
looks
did,
like that
there
is
was
game.
there is no Dreepy to evolve from. So, all right, it looks like Darian won, and he is continuing as one of the few people still undefeated in this tournament.
That is correct, yeah. Darian taking the victory here with Blaziken.
Blaziken Dragapult is interesting. This basically came down to just setup. I think Patrick didn't have more than one Dreepy early on. We don't know what his prizes looked like. Maybe he prized more than one Dreepy. Maybe all three other than the one that he used. That in the mirror is really important to establish Dreepies having multiple lines of draw engine plus an attacker. So unfortunately for Patrick, he didn't get the cards there that he needed.
Yeah, as much as we like to make fun of how similar these two decks are, it's really those differences that really make the difference. That Blaziken really showing why it's so powerful, not only allowing Darian to power up to Dragapult, but also allowing some retreats.
Yeah, allowing you to like not lose to any sort of retreat outs. As long as you have a Blaziken there, they can't really disrupt your board as often, unless they have some sort of retreat lock. And so it came in handy here, where he was able to ideally retreat that Blaziken, and that actually won him the game. Losing that one turn.
Very well played to both of these players. That was a relatively short game, especially compared to the last round.
Honestly, yeah.
So we are going to be taking a bit of a break here before we enter the fifth and penultimate round of this Swiss portion of the bracket. So don't touch that dial. We will be back eventually. Go ahead, grab some water, take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon.
All right, holding on current.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Swiss Round 5, the penultimate round of our 88 card house.
Swiss round.
No, I'm trying to remember the
Emaqi.
Emaqi, yes. I'll get it in time for Top Cut Gal. As always, I'm Kurt, followed here
And I'm
by
Joseph.
Joseph, and we've got an interesting match for y'all. We've got two players. They are not undefeated thus far, but this could be their chance to lock in a top 8 entry here. On the left, we've got Charlie playing a Mega Extra deck, and on the right, we got Akihiro playing Mega Kangaskhan with
And
Raging Bolt.
Yep. And both of these players are very well established. All have plenty of very high placements, and I believe both competing next week in the World Championship. So it's very nice for us to be able to see them play and see kind of these two different strategies. We've seen the Raging Bull Kangaskhan deck in round 1, but we haven't seen this Mega X. I believe he's the only person competing with this deck today. I know. It was initially an already really popular archetype going into this format, but it doesn't look like that many people chose to play it. So we'll see if it works out for him. It looks like he's also using the Precious Trolley A-Spec. A lot of the Mega Extra decks recently have opted for the Hero's Cape. Mainly that is so that the Blaziken, as we saw from last game, doesn't one-shot the Mega Extra Drill, because it would have 440 HP, and the Blaziken only does 200, or in that case 400 with the weakness. But regardless, the Precious Trolley is used just for a smoother setup. You have the Team Rocket's Petrol that allows you to search any trainer card, which can include that Precious Trolley. And then once you get the Precious Trolley, you can get your Matang set up through Genesect. Genesect's ability lets you get 2 metal Pokemon from your deck into your hand every turn. And so that's basically all you need to set up a Mega Extra attack. As long as you can get those Metal Maker Matangs up, you can just start charging energy straight onto the board. And we'll talk about it more when Charlie does get those established. But as of now, I believe Akihiro is just setting up for actually, it looks like this is a different style of Raging Bull. This looks like the Noctowl version from basically for pre-rotation. It's using the engine of Vanrotum Noctowl with the Terra Pokemon of Teal Mask Ogerpon just to get set up and have an attacker going. So it looks like he's charging up to get that Fanrotom attacking. The Fanrotom has an attack called Assault Landing. As long as there's a stadium there, it can do 70 damage and knock out basically this Drillbur that is trying to just use Find a Friend to establish its board. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, it looks like he has Petrol.
There you go.
Looking to see so he's going for that Precious Trolley. I'm curious to see whether he decides to leave this Drillbur in the active or tries to put something that cannot be knocked out by this Fanrotom. One thing to note is that the Mega Excadrill takes 3 prizes if it's knocked out. And so maybe Akihiro's line could be knocking out a Drillbur, knocking out a Mega Excadrill, and then knocking out that Genesect that has to be put in play for those 6 prizes. So maybe by preventing that knockout, you could maybe come back in a different way by forcing him to go through maybe multiple Mega Excadrills.
Yeah, Charlie here has his board set up pretty good as far as turn 1s go.
Honestly,
You
yeah.
got your
Yeah, yeah.
energy, or you got your Pokemon, and you got the energy. So
Looks like he may have prized 2 Beldums, because I don't understand. Like, he most likely will want to bench 3 Beldums.
it looks like he's placing down a Shaman.
And maybe he's worried about a Wellspring Ogerpon here. Yeah, because he doesn't know whether Akihiro runs that or what is in this deck. Since this is kind of an unexplored archetype, since in the new rotation at least, it was a very highly played deck through rotation. But we have not seen this Noctowl engine played in Raging Bolt recently.
Yeah. And again, both of these players are preparing for the World Championships just next week. So now is a good time to try and figure out what are some interesting adjustments and how will those affect the matchups.
Yeah.
And so
And if
far,
there's-
it seems to have served both of these players quite well.
Oh, 100%. And also just maybe even just testing a strategy that you may not have had full faith in, maybe in a lesser stakes tournament. Obviously, this is very big stakes. There's a lot of money on the line, but these players are also playing in the World Championship, where there's even more money on the line. So maybe it could be worth it to just test the strategy here and then maybe take what you learned from this tournament and apply it next week.
Yeah, Akihiro, finding the grass energy, gonna go ahead and use Teal Dance and combine it with the Crispin. Curious to see where he'll put the. Oh, excuse me, that was Brox.
That was a Brox,
I thought it
yeah.
was Crispin for a second.
Yeah,
I was like,
this
wait a
lets
minute,
him
Latias.
set up. I think he's probably going for a Fan Rotom attack, as we've mentioned. All he would need is to get a
Does need the
stadium.
stadium, yeah.
Yeah, but he has the knock towel, so very likely he searched out a stadium or had one in hand to be able to do that.
Does attach the fighting energy
He needs that
and
stadium.
retreats into the Rotom.
Looks like he has it.
There it is, Area 0 Underdepths, allowing Akihiro to add more bench Pokemon if he so chooses, but instead decides to knock out the Drillbur with that Assault Landing.
Yeah. Importantly, Charlie, I don't believe, runs any Terra Pokemon, so he can't make use of this stadium, and also only runs one other counter stadium, which is the Jamming Tower. And it's more of just a counter stadium. I don't believe that Akihiro runs any tools. So that's just it is just used to just disrupt his game plan of having a lot of backup attackers ready to go, or setting up the board in a way that you can potentially use Lily's Clefairy or anything, or multiple Teal Mask Ogre Pawns, plus maybe a Pheasantipede on the board. So, all right, so a Metal Maker, just to run over that, what that ability does, it lets you look at the top 4 cards of your deck and attach any metal energies that you find onto any of your Pokemon. And so, regardless if it's an active or on the bench. One interesting tidbit about this ability is that when you find, let's say you don't find any metal energy or any other cards other than the metal energy, don't get shuffled back into your deck. They get put at the bottom. So as you're using each Metal Maker, you're essentially filtering your deck from cards that aren't metal energy. So the odds of that your next Metal Maker will include metal energy will be higher. So this is also really smart players can essentially read what their deck is over the course of multiple metal energies and can use that to their advantage to basically tutor out the card that they need. If they're able to like essentially memorize what their deck looks like and what order it's in.
Yeah, and I believe they get to choose the order they put them
Yes,
to the
they
bottom
do.
of the deck
Yeah,
as
so
well.
you can, as you can get really good, especially the higher level exegol players can really just basically understand exactly what their deck looks like and what order it's in, which can be very valuable.
Yeah, Charlie getting another Drillbur and another energy attached to the other Drillbur. Gonna try and find a Mega Excadrill here. Doesn't seem to find it, but does find lots of metal energy.
Yeah. Well, the Excadrill was already found through Genesec's ability.
Oh, that's
So
right.
that's
yes.
already in play. He just needs to get at least 3 energy to be able to use the first attack, or 2 energy to be able to use the first attack of Excadrill, which is very powerful. It does 90 damage and lets you mill the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. And then the second attack is 200 damage base, but if you have 2 extra energy attached, it does up to 330 damage, which will knock out essentially every Pokemon that Akihiro has in his deck.
Yeah, Charlie does play down the Jamming Tower. Akihiro doesn't know it, but that is actually Charlie's one and only stadium for this entire game. So Akihiro, again, Akihiro last turn did not place down any Pokemon with the effect of the Area 0 Underdepths. So not a whole lot of damage done, but does at least disable any tools that Akihiro might be wanting to play. Akihiro here going to go ahead and grab the grass energy that will allow him to use the Teal Dance ability, probably attaching the lightning energy to this Raging Bolt. That's now one Raging Bolt that is fully online.
Yeah,
But-
Raging Bolt's attack, it would do 70 damage per energy on the board, as long as you can discard them. So I believe this will take 5 energy, if my math is correct.
Yeah, 70 times 5, 350.
Yeah.
Yes.
5 energy, which, given how the board looks like right now, he just needs 1 energy, and he hasn't hand attached yet. So as long as he can find 1 energy, he can one-shot this Mega Excadrill.
Yeah, plenty of combinations to do it too. Could just get another Ogre Pawn and another Grass Energy. That would work as well. He already manually attached for the turn with that Lightning Energy from the Crispin.
That was through Crispin. So the Crispin allows you to...
Oh, yes, that's right.
Tutor
Other
out
way
free
around.
energy. And
Attached, and then used Ogre Pawn to...
Yeah, and so he still
attach.
hasn't used his manual attach per turn, but has used both of either the Crispin and the Teal Mask ability. So he's
Pocket padding for Rotom. I assume that's about to get discarded with an Ultra Ball. That is indeed the case. Gonna go ahead and grab. Could be an Ogerpon. Looks like Terrapic. Is that Terrapagos?
yeah,
think that is
that is Terrapagos.
Terrapagos.
That's the SIR of Terrapagos. Actually, I
Yeah.
love that card. I have 2 of them. Like when I wanted to play this similar style of deck.
Yeah. Does opt to use the
Fast Trumpet. So that as long as there's a Terra Pokemon in play,
yeah.
you can put 2 energy of any type onto your colorless Pokemon.
And goes for the unfair stamp. Absolute monster turn for Akihiro. I like putting down this this Hoot Hoot. You know,
Mhm.
if the area 0, obviously Akihiro doesn't know it, but that area 0 underdepths will stay. But if that was not the case, could just remove one of the other Noctowls
Yeah.
later on
So-
in the game.
I believe his strategy here is going for a Raging Bolt attack, knocking out this Excadrill, and then as long as you have, I believe you would need the full bench of 8 to knock out this Genesect on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as he's able to just find a boss's orders and a full bench, since there's no other counter stadium, he will just have a full bench as long as he just benches it from now. He'll just have that boss's order just to clean up the game.
Yeah, Akihiro did manage to top deck the Ogerpon and the Grass Energy, so going to be drawing even more
Wow,
cards
even the
and the
Fezzidipity.
Fezzidipity.
Yes, very, very strong turn. It's going to be very difficult for Charlie to come back from this. It doesn't look like he runs any disruption. Yeah, it doesn't look like he runs any disruption. So this game plan here is starting to look really real. As long as he has some sort of gust, like he has some sort of gust for next turn, the game just looks locked up just this early of a position. It's
Yeah, that
really
is
brutal.
5 energy discarded on Excadrill taken down and 3 prize cards remaining for Akihiro. Could be, you know, a Drillbur and the Genesect, or if Charlie Mega Evolves his Drillbur into the Mega Excadrill, could just be another swing with the Raging Bolt.
So it looks like the main strategy here is he can evolve into this Metagross.
Mhm.
As long as there is 4 energy attached, he can discard 3 of those 4 and do 300 damage to knock out this Raging Bolt. The only issue is that as it might be futile. Like as long as Akihiro has a boss's orders, or can find a way to get into a Noctowl to search that card, he can just attack with 1 energy on the Terrapagos and boss's orders, and he just would be able to clean up the game. His hand is really small; just has 2 cards. Oh no, that's 2 prizes. I believe his hand is 6 cards. So
Yeah, it
yeah,
certainly
he-
would be a lot after the Fez and the Ogerpon.
yeah. So we'll see. Maybe he might have ran himself out of energy. We still never know with these turns. He might still use another Glass Trumpet to be able to charge up that Terrapagos without hand attaching. Yeah, it looks like Charlie's going for that
Yes.
Metagross. You're trying to do as best as you can. You offset it with a single prize attacker. In general, I mean, doing 300 damage with a single prizer is very powerful. But also evolving it limits your metal makers for next turn. So it can be, even if he's able to, get this attack going, if he doesn't have a return KO, the turn after, he's still going to be in a precarious situation. So
Yeah.
Charlie has, I think, only taken 1 prize as of now, and needs to take 2 more knockouts after this one to be able to clean up the game. So it doesn't
Yeah.
look like Akira is going to give him that much time to still to go. But we'll see. He needs to just buy some sort of time.
Charlie did find 2 metal energy off of the second metal maker and is choosing to evolve into that
Not
Metagross. So that is pretty much all Charlie needs for the rest of this game, but we'll have to see if it is enough. Does go ahead and knock out the Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
Takes 2 prizes, evening out the prize count to 3-3, but don't let the score fool you. Akihiro is still in a good
Yeah,
position.
there is a possibility Akira doesn't run any boss's orders. That seems unlikely, but maybe they're all prized or something like that.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, then Charlie can go into a line where he can go into Metagross.
And there is a boss's orders.
Looks like
To be
that.
clear, we don't actually have Akihiro's exact deck list. We kind of just knew more or less what he was running.
Yeah.
Charlie about ready to give the fist bump, and there it is. Yes, Akihiro will be the winner of this.
Both these decks are
match.
very fast, so this game pretty much ended very quickly. I think most of our players are still playing their round. But once we can get through all the rest of these rounds, we can show you, I think, our round 6. which will be the last round before our top 8. And then I believe the top 8 is going to transition to a best of 3 format.
That is correct, yes.
And so, yeah, but getting into the top 8 gives a lot of prizing still. I mean, I think even our 8th, 7th, 8th place, or 5th to 8th place still get a good amount of product outside of any cash. And our first place gets $1,000 plus 2.
Yeah. Big stakes. Not as big as the World Championships. Hard to beat that, but honestly, this event, pretty close second.
Yeah, it's honestly the biggest tournament I've seen in terms of prizing since I've started playing. So outside of an actual regional.
Yeah, as long as we have the time, I'll take some time to quickly shout out our sponsors. Emaqi. Got it this time.
Yes, you got it. Let's go.
And 88 Cardhouse, of course. This is a very special event. A lot of folks working behind the scenes put in a lot of effort and money to really celebrate the fact that the World Championships are here in our backyard.
Yeah, I have a personal connection with 88 Cardhouse. I've been kind of a sponsored player for 88 Cardhouse for my entire career playing Pokemon. And I've been so grateful for all of the time and effort they've put into supporting me. And I have a pleasure of representing them next week for the World Championship. So special shout out for 88 Cardhouse for putting this all together. And feel free to come check them out. They're in Fremont. So if you're coming here for the World Championship soon, feel free to come stop by.
But yeah, we are going to hop to a very short break, and then we're actually going to have an interview with Akihiro, who won that match with the interesting Raging Bolt deck. So don't touch that dial. We will be right back after this very, very short break.
Hello, everyone. We are back for a special interview with our winner from last round, Akihiro Urata.
Yes.
I believe. Yes.
Thank you for having me.
He's coming all the way from Japan, I believe, for the World Championship.
Yes.
Competing next week. Exciting. I see that you brought the Raging Bolt deck, but it's a different variation. I've seen a lot of the Raging Bolt playing Kangaskhan. We had someone earlier playing that. What made you decide to play this version of Raging Bolt?
Well, it's a style that I always have played in Japan for over like 3 years. And I believe Knocked Owl is a solid choice in this tournament. Because basically you can bring like 2 cards, whatever, basically 2 cards, whatever you like. So yeah, that's what I'm playing.
Yeah, as in the past, a lot of the Knocked Owl decks kind of went away from that, especially Raging Bolt, because of the use of Team Rocket's Watchtower, Unfair Stamp. How do you feel like your deck fares into the like unfair stamp plus Watchtower combination?
It doesn't work really well, of course. But it seems like these days, like the usage of Team Rocket's
Watchtower,
has gone like decreasing, what I understand. And I have some key stadium cards as well, and also maybe a Pokemon that could like discard stadium.
No,
that could be choice.
And honestly, you could just run them off the board really fast before they could get those cards combinations, of course. As you can see, the Dragapult is becoming one of the most popular decks of the room.
Yes.
Do you have, any particular versions of Dragapult you're wanting to hit / not wanting to hit? How prepared do you feel into that? Into those kind of decks?
I actually want to hit Dragapult.
Oh, okay.
Because yes, it is a favorable matchup to me. That's what I think. Yes, because I play Cliff Fairies, so you can start with Fan Rotom, attacking using that.
Is there any decks that you do not want to play against?
Let's see. That the crab.
Yeah, Crustle.
Yeah, Crustle. Yeah, Crustle. Yeah. I can't win that.
And it's a good. I mean, it doesn't look like Crystal is going to be very popular due to
Yes,
all these single prize decks. But yeah, I see that you have had a lot of success in your career. I believe you just recently got a 4th place at Champions League.
Yes, I did.
Tell me how that experience is. Going from doing really well at a tournament to just going to the next tournament and kind of starting fresh. Especially a World Championship where there's a lot of pressure to do well.
It is. Yeah.
How's that experience been for you? Just going from doing really well to now having to prepare for a new tournament, especially something like Worlds.
Okay. I do have a lot of pressures. I do feel a lot of pressures. A lot of people are like, thinking that I could win, and I believe that I can win. But let's see what happens.
Yeah. No, I'm in the same boat. It is a lot of pressure. So going into next year, do you have any goals for yourself? Even after World Championship?
Of course, I'd like to play in Japan, but as well, I'd like to play regionals and international championships outside.
Wonderful.
I played EUIC this year.
Oh,
I
nice,
really tried more this time.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you like your experience there?
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Oh, wonderful. Okay. We're happy to see you. I will also be traveling most likely. So
okay, great.
it's exciting to see you around in all these tournaments, and I hope continued success in your future. And good luck in top 8.
Thank you very much.
I think you still need to win one more, right?
Yeah, I think you need one more. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So good luck in your next round.
Thank you. Awesome.
And maybe we'll chat another time.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll be back for round 6 very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our sixth and final round of the Swiss portion of our tournament here today. I'm Kurt. I'm joined by Joseph, and we've got a fun match for y'all. We got, believe it or not, Dragapult again. But there is a very key difference with one of these two decks, and that is with Tatsuya's deck.
He's running a Bronzong with the Evolution Jammer attack. Essentially, it allows, like, the attack prevents Pokemon from evolving from someone's hand. So that's basically, there's no other ways since TM Evolution rotated. No other ways to evolve outside of your hand. So it basically prevents all evolution. So they can be very powerful in a mirror situation. Though, since he's going second, it can be kind of difficult to set that up. Since you will need to hope that Richard doesn't have a rare candy, which he doesn't, so it could still come in handy. Though he runs a Crushing Hammer bolt, so as long as he's able to retreat into this Bronzong, he can still pull this off.
Yeah, unfortunately that Tatsuya is not running our one true savior, Salvatore. So instead, he's going to have to evolve it manually. Richard here playing Buddy Buddy Poffin for Badoo and Dreepy. Richard is using the Dunsparce engine, which I think might be important if any evolution jammers do come out. Will stop Richard from drawing extra cards.
Yeah, the one strategy that I believe Mirror can do is you can use the Pheasantipity EX to attack, or the Monkey Dory, or just good old Badoo. Though I believe Badoo just gets knocked out by that evolution jammer ability or attack. But there's multiple ways to navigate. It's not just an automatic win. But if he bench locks himself, see, like with the quad Dreepy, he might not have a way to, like, see if there was a way to get this evolution jammer this turn with the Salvatore, then Richard would be pretty much locked out of the game.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like that's the case. So
yeah, Richard going to pass here with going all in, has all 4 Dreepy in addition to the Badoo here. Tatsuya going to respond with a Buddy Buddy Poffin of his own. Have to see if he goes for the Bronzor or if he'll just go for more Dreepy here.
I don't know if there's a 70 HP Bronzor. I believe they're all 80 HP.
Oh,
I could be mistaken. So I think he has to go for the Dreepy.
Just double Dreepy then,
here.
yeah.
Could be mistaken though. I think there might be a 70 HP one. I guess there is. It would not be the Psychic type one. We'll see.
Yeah, those look like he
might
is
be
playing the
metal.
Bronzor.
Okay.
Yes.
It might be the metal. The metal one is 70 HP. Okay. All right.
And just has Dreepy in the hand. So
all he would need is an energy to retreat. He might not have it, so this might be a Crispin or a Lily's Determination. Looks like it's going to be a Lily's Determination to draw. Yeah, it's really nice to see a lot of these Japanese players coming early. I'm trying to practice a little bit before Worlds next week. So it's really cool to have this kind of cameo from players around the world instead of just Bay Area players. So that's been really cool.
Yeah, allows players to, come over here a little early, not be super jet lag going into literally the most important tournament of the year. And yeah. Richard, Tatsuya did go ahead, play Lily's Determination. Seems to have set himself up to try and search for some energy here. That's honestly all that Tatsuya is missing.
Yeah, it looks like that's just what is missing here. Because he wants to get that item lock going. I believe that's, yeah, there's still a Badoo there. But then also wants to be able to attack with that Evolution Jammer. So there's still a lot that needs to be found the next turn for Tatsuya, but hopefully this delays Richard from establishing their board.
There's Itchy Pollen. Richard will not be able to play any items, but he might not need to as he gets the Dunsparce. Going to go ahead and running draw here if he can get even
3
more
items,
cloaks.
or maybe it might have been a Lily's Determination. I can't see. Okay, looks like he's shuffling in. Doesn't look like he's going back into the deck. He might be doing a recon directive before the Lilies. There's some sequencing sometimes where you want to draw a specific card before you Lilies, or just use that first. Since this is best of one, I mean, time isn't as much of a factor. You still have 30 minutes to play. So since these decks kind of take a while to go, uh, best of one, it's not as big of a deal. But as we'll get into our top 8 and a best of 3, time is very valuable. So any additional time you spend maybe in game 1 reduces the amount of time you get for game number 2. It looks like he's going for the Monkey Dory strategy, potentially using the Mind Bend ability to just confuse this Bronzor to. We'll see. We'll see if it comes into play.
Yeah. Tatsuya instead going to go ahead and evolve into his own Dracloak. And they did grab the Hilda, so they did decide to go for the Bronzong strategy, so that could be a kind of lockout here. Richard probably thankful he did place down the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting, he doesn't run any way to outside of just a raw switch to get over this confuse mind bend play. Though that switch is something that isn't very common in Dragapult. So being able to switch out that Bronzor or Bronzong and be able to attack with it again can be very valuable here. So we'll see what Richard decides to do. Very likely he'll go for a Crispin and try to do the Mind Bend play. And we'll see if Tatsuya's able to find that switch or if he just flips through the confusion. One thing that is interesting is that they're both running Crushing Hammer, so there's a lot of coin flips involved, as well as the Evolution Jammer prevents the Dracloaks from hitting the board, so Richard has very reduced amount of draw for this next turn. So if he's not able to find that Crispin, he might not be able to find an attack here, and that can put Tatsuya a lot further ahead in this mirror.
Richard going to go ahead here and play Ultra Ball.
Likely going for either the Pheasantipede or a Monkey Dory. I think Pheasantipede would be a good play here because you can still attack with it. Since it's Dark type, it actually will one-hit this Bronzor who's Psychic type. Or Bronzong who's Psychic type. Keep mixing them up.
Yeah, I'm curious if Frisky Ruins will come into play here. Richard is playing Risky Ruins. Actually, both players are playing Risky Ruins. Now they say that, kind of interesting. Neither player has placed them down.
I don't think it'll be as effective now because it looks like a lot of these boards are going to stay very similar. I think this Unfair Stem is very smart. If you're able to get a Crispin here from Richard and use this Bronzong, he might not be able to find a way to retreat and still swing if he doesn't find his one copy of Switch. So very, very important that's fine. If he's able to combine it with another Crushing Hammer heads, that might be especially effective. Since there's only one Dracloak, so the draw engine is very limited. And he took a prize, so the Lily's Determination only gives you 6 cards instead of 8. Alright, so he's doing Flip the Script here. We'll see. There's still very limited things he can do. At this point, it's pretty much just attaching an energy and using a supporter. Looks like there's Crushing Hammer. Let's see if it's heads.
Yep, that's
looks like it's tails again.
I think we've seen one Crushing Hammer heads this entire day.
I think Vance had a couple, but it's pretty. I do not like running that card. It just feels so hit or miss. I mean, when you hit heads, it feels really good, but if you don't, it feels like you're using a dead card.
Yeah, gonna have to see. Richard really wants a Crispin here, otherwise Monkey Dory is gonna have to take 2 turns to
doesn't look like he
charge up.
found it. A Dark Energy honestly would be pretty good because since Tatsuya kind of limited his board, he can't Monkey Dory the energy back. So if Richard's able to get a Dark Energy, he can just keep moving that 30 damage back to Tatsuya's board and set himself up for a board wipe scenario if Tatsuya can't have one turn of Evolution Gem essentially.
Yeah. Definitely forces Tatsuya to go on the offensive. But Richard, gonna go ahead and boss here up the Meow.
Just hope he doesn't have an energy, or if he does, just hope that he isn't able to attack with a Dragapult in the following turns.
Tatsuya does attach the fire energy to the Meow, so that's probably not going to be any Dragapult coming out here, especially after playing Lily's Determination.
Yeah, the only way that Tetsuya would want to swing with a Dragapult here is if he's able to wipe out, I guess, all of the lines or just all of the Dracloaks. And it doesn't look like here he has the ability to do that just yet. So he's potentially just trying to go for as many Dracloaks as possible and get your draw engine going, set yourself up from some sort of combo play. The main thing here is you really just want to find that switch card. So once you get Monkey Dory Mindbended, you can at least attack for one more turn as you're setting up. And then when it eventually dies the next turn, or gets knocked out the next turn, you will have a Dragapult ready to attack. So he just wants to buy one more turn here.
All right, another Crushing
Hammer.
Hammer. Does
He hits the heads. More lucky. Looks like this also will set Richard back yet another turn. And he will really need to find this Crispin to be able to keep up pace.
All right, that is going to be Evolution Jammer. Zongers are active, but this Monkey Dory does not have the Dark Energy necessary to move away those damage counters. Richard going to go ahead. Recon Directive does find a Dark Energy, but going to have to decide, do I really want to do this now? That I have lost my Psychic Energy and I probably won't be able to attack with Monkey Dory for a little while? Or do I want to go ahead and just start and set up this Pheasantipity and try and Cruel Arrow my way around this matchup?
Yeah, one thing I wanted to know is that since this is round 5, both these players are in a really interesting position making top 8. I don't believe Richard has a chance of making top 8, but Tatsuya does, but it's a very small chance. He has to win this and be able to have kind of a tie between this other person who has the same match record and be able to, win that coin flip in terms of the opponent's resistance. So we are hoping to see that if Tatsuya wins, he can still make top 8.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so I think we're still going the Crushing Hammer coin flips. So we are.
Yeah, and we did see there that Richard actually did take the Dark Energy and did attach it to the Monkey Dory. So,
and he moved that damage that was taken, moved it to one of the Dreepies. So I think he's just really hoping that he can get this confusion flip going. But since he's already used, I think, 2 Psychic Energies, he's gonna need a Night Stretcher on top of that to be able to attack with his Monkey Dory, which.
Yeah. Tatsuya has their Dragapult online now. Although honestly, could probably just continue to set up more Dracloaks. And
yeah, I think that's probably the correct line. You don't want to sit too long on this Evolution Jammer just because you don't have your own returning Monkey Dory to prevent Richard from just continuously sending this 30 damage back. Though if Richard's not progressing his board, you might as well continue to do that. Yeah, so it's looking really precarious for Richard here. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to preparing for this World Championship. You want some sort of edge in the mirror match. Some people have opted for, maybe running a Blaziken or running Crushing Hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is Tatsuya's kind of innovation in running this Bronzong. You've seen some people run it as kind of its own deck, but maybe there's just not enough of a draw engine to continue using that. And so maybe this is the new innovation for Dragapult.
Yeah, I really like it, being able to really slow the game down. One thing we haven't pointed out quite yet is that Tatsuya is not running the Unfair Stamp, which every other Dragapult we've seen thus far. Instead, Tatsuya has Prime Catcher as his A-spec of choice. So the only the only form of disruption Tatsuya has is a singular Judge.
Yeah, and though this disruption of having this Evolution Jammer is very strong, and the reason why he needs multiple switch outs is that this Bronzong has a retreat cost of 3. So you're really not pivoting this card unless it's knocked out or you have one of those 2 switch cards that you find. Yeah.
Richard did go ahead here and Mind Bend, so this Bronzong is going to be confused. So let's see, we'll have to decide, do I want to use some of my switching cards? It does have 1 switch, and again, the Prime Catcher. Could just Prime Catcher up like a Fez and just start swinging with Dragapult.
Yeah, I think a better line would just be to target that 1 Dracloak, since it would buy him an extra turn against Dragapult. Though you have to be mindful that Richard could just, mind bend again, just mind bend that Dragapult. So that could be a little annoying as well. You could just retreat and pivot, maybe just start continuously using this Evolution Jammer, but it comes to a certain point where it's diminishing returns because this damage is continuously being flinged back to your side using Mind Bend, using Adrenabrain.
We see there Tatsuya does have the Monkey Dory, is not able to play it because of the full bench, but have Risky Ruins.
Yeah, that's the main issue with not running something like the Area Zero, is to be able to extend your bench and having to use this Meowth early on just to play the game. Your board gets very limited here. And so since he doesn't have his own counter stadium.
We do see the judge come out.
Let's see. It's kind of hard to see. There's a little bit of glare.
Yeah, I believe that was Pokepad. Didn't quite see what was grabbed.
Yeah, that stadium is Risky Ruins. They both have only 2 copies of Risky Ruins, so that stadium will just stay there the entire game.
They grabbed Shaman. Okay.
Yeah. I think they're just, using this hand to just thin.
They do evolve the Dracloak, so prevents it from being knocked out from a third Monkey Dory.
It still actually will be knocked out since it's
yeah,
specifically
90
HP.
yes.
Yeah. Though it might actually be beneficial, just to be able to have the bench space to use their own Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
So Richard might opt to not actually knock this out and maybe set up the other Dracloak to have the 30 damage.
Looks like that was a Tails on Crushing Hammer.
Yeah, so something Richard could do is kind of hedge his bets that Tatsuya has to go for a coin flip here to attack. It looks like he is, and
that's Tails. So 30 damage, 30 damage. And more importantly, Richard can now evolve his Pokemon.
Yeah, though it doesn't look like he has a good enough hand to be able to do that.
Oh, no.
Like, you'd ideally want to be able to evolve everything this turn, but it doesn't look like he has. Oh, recon into another?
Okay.
Okay.
Good recon directive again.
All right. Looks like a Crispin and an Energy?
Looks like a supporter of some sort. I didn't quite catch which one.
I think it was a Crispin. We'll see what he tries to do here. I don't believe there's any Dracloaks in the discard, so I don't think that Night Stretcher will lead him to another Dracloak, and then the red card is not active because Tatsuya hasn't taken enough prizes. So there's a good chance he just Night Stretchers for Richard Night Stretchers just for this Psychic Energy. You would ideally want to evolve into a Dragapult here, just to prevent it from not happening next turn in case he finds a way to still attack with Evo Jammer. You could also just Mind Bend the active and just knock it out. But this Pokemon being confused is actually very useful. You don't want that bench space to be given back to Tatsuya to be able to bench his own Monkey Dory. Especially if you're not able to evolve both of these, Dracloaks.
Yeah, Richard manually attaching the Fire Energy, so not very confident he'll get a Psychic Energy in time for it to be useful.
Yeah, he could have found a Psychic off of just retreating that Monkey Dory and using Night Stretcher, so it just looks like he's just worried that, he might, just have his one Dracloak swung into. So he's probably either going to pass here or Mind Bend active, and that's probably what he's debating and why he's kind of making those gestures.
Yeah.
It can be really stressful trying to decide what the best play is here because this is a very uncommon strategy we've experienced. I don't think I've seen this previously before.
I certainly have not. It might be my time to bring Bronzong and terrorize the ladder, but
it's a really interesting innovation here, especially into this Dragapult mirror, which I expect both players will be seeing a lot of in the upcoming format.
Yeah, Richard, trying to decide what do. You could just KO this Bronzong, but then you're going to take on multiple Dragapult with just one of your own.
Yeah, and we don't know the lists. They don't know the list of each other. So so Richard doesn't know that Tatsuya runs 2 switch outs. Majority of the time, Dragapult doesn't run any. So maybe he's thinking, hey, if I don't knock this out, it'll be permanently confused, and he has no space to bench the Monkey Dory. So
Richard, in fact, does decide to go ahead and boss up the ready Dragapult.
Looks like he's mind bending the Dragapult. Interesting. Because if Tatsuya goes back and retreats into this Bronzong and uses it, it'll still have that 9 damage counters that he's basically giving Richard the 30 damage counters to play with for next turn. Richard could choose to, flip a coin for this confusion off this Dragon Bolt attack. He could retreat and evolve the bench to cloak and attack with a fully clean Dragon Bolt, but then at that point you're stretching your energies very thin. He did get lucky a little bit of Richard flipping tails on so many crushing hammers, so he still isn't fully out of resources of his energies. But if Richard was able to combine this current play with a crushing hammerheads on that bench to cloak, it would kind of remove the options unless he's able to find a Crispin. Or Tetsuya is able to find a Crispin.
Tetsuya drawing cards with Recon Directive before deciding what play to make. Lots of options. Instead, decides to go for the switch.
Found the switch. Okay. This clears him of the confusion. So depending on what play he wants to do, he can go for the Evolution Jammer. He can attack again with Dragapult. Looks like he's using Lily, so the boss's order is out of the question. There's a chance he might even just Itchy Pollen. This
certainly could, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't give Richard enough damage counters to fling back to knock out the Badoo, as well as Richard has already used the boss's orders. So if you make Richard use another boss's orders, it can be hard to find the last boss's orders to win the game.
And again, Richard, he needs the Psychic Energy. We know from last turn, he didn't find it, didn't have very many options. So he's literally just relying on top deck and that Recon Directive. So Itchy Pollen wouldn't be a bad play here, but instead is going to go for the Phantom Dive, putting at least one on Fez, and looks like three on Dracloak.
Okay, this is a really smart play because
1-on-1.
Richard can't heal basically the entire board, and so that's what he's setting up for at least a 3-prize turn next turn, or potentially swinging into the Dragapult and knocking out the bench Dracloak, which sets himself up for a really strong play. So this forces Richard to either find another Monkey Dory and a Crispin, or being forced to evolve that bench Dracloak to avoid it being knocked out.
Richard drawing 3 cards here thanks to Flip the Script. Did find the Dark Energy. Looks like he found a boss too, but no Crispin in.
This can be very strong for Richard because he has a line to go and take at least 4 prizes here. If he bosses that Monkey Dory, can knock out one of the Dracloaks and the Badoo. And actually, I believe he could just knock out the Bronzong and the Dracloak. I believe that Bronzong has 110 HP. He may actually be able to take 5 prizes here. So, let's see. All right, looks like Richard is just trying to evolve those 3Ps so they're not easy fodder here.
Yeah, the Bronzong does have 110 maximum HP.
Yeah, so it's currently at 90. So yeah, Richard can take, I believe. Oh, actually, the Badoo has 10 damage. It's really these damage counters gonna be really interesting. For at least 4 prizes though, which is very, very strong. And then there's already 60 damage counters on that Dragapult. So Richard could also do this interesting play where he doesn't take any prizes. Leaves that Dragapult with exactly 6 damage counters on it, and then next turn can kill that Dragapult as part of his larger sequence. Maybe go for some sort of play where he takes all 6 prizes in one turn, which would be really interesting. I think priority number 1 is being able to get an attack off first. So finding some sort of Crispin or Rosa's encouragement strategy. I think he already used Lilies, so it doesn't look like the Monkey Dory is going to hit that board.
We're going to have to make a decisive play. Seems to discard Lily's Determination and a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Using Ultra Ball here.
Ball. Could grab a Dracloak to get more card draw, or could grab a Dragapult to go ahead and ensure that there is no 3-prize turn. Looks like he's going to take the former. That is going to be a Dracloak on the board. Deck looking pretty thin, so very good chance that Richard finds the cards he needs nonetheless.
I think as long as Richard can set himself up to not, have Tetsuya win in 2 turns, that's kind of the best play. So he has to find a way to kind of wipe all of these Dracloaks off the board. It's going to be kind of difficult to do. So maybe just going for just like setting everything else up, like maybe punching the active and then putting everything else at 1 HP or something like that, just so you can win with just one Monkey Dory plus a boss's orders.
Yeah.
So effectively, he can take his prizes using just the Meowth, the active Dragapult, and then the Badoo and Bronzong. Maybe setting them both at 1 HP and preventing Tatsuya from doing anything with his own Adrenabrain Monkey Dory play.
Yeah, Richard does opt to have his manual energy attachment be the Dark onto Monkey Dory. That will allow him to Adrenabrain some damage, although
so-
that will force his Dragapult into using Jet Headbutt instead of Phantom Dive.
Oh, actually, yeah. I don't know if he has a. Yeah, I don't think he does have a Psychic Energy on that Dragapult. So, looking like he's just using Adrenabrain right now.
Yeah, he's just trying to decide where does he want to put the 3 damage counters. You know, it could be on Tatsuya's Dracloak to go ahead and knock that out. It could be the Badoo, but instead decides to put it on the other Dracloak.
Interesting. It's an interesting line, I think. Maybe he just couldn't find that Psychic. And so he's opting to just set the active on, I believe that's 130 damage counters. And so he can still die to or get knocked out by another Phantom Dive next turn. So if Tatsuya doesn't evolve his benched Pokemon, he will actually lose all his Dragapult line in one swing. It's very unlikely that Tatsuya won't find another Dragapult, but he has to figure that since Tatsuya found space for this Bronzong, he might be being greedy in other ways, such as only running 2 Dragapult EX, which is actually the case. Tatsuya only runs 2 Dragapult EX, so if that other Dragapult is prized, it's actually really precarious for him, since he can't prevent Richard from just board wiping all of his Dracloak lines.
Yeah, Tatsuya Poke Pass for Shaman, only to immediately. Oh no, he didn't discard it.
He Poke Padded for Shaman. I think he's Ultra Balling right now to get that Dragapult.
Yeah, there it is.
It's a fine decision for Richard to go just in case he may have prized that Dragapult EX. He would just win the game on the spot. So really, I think I would have wanted if he found the Psychic Energy just going for attacking the active for 200 and then just setting everything for 1 HP on the bench that you can, and then trying to go for a 6 prize knockout in the next turn. But maybe he just didn't find the Psychic Energy, and he had to adjust his strategy here. It's kind of hard. You can't fully see their hands, and I think he had to discard 2 Psychics early, and use the Night Stretcher. So it can be very awkward.
There we go. Tatsuya does reveal his Ace Spec. It is the Prime Catcher. Gonna put in the other Dragapult and the Pheasantipity, so this is likely going to be a 3 prize turn here. Actually, wait, no, cannot take 3 prizes.
He can take 3 off of that one.
Oh, the Dream.
Yeah. Also, smartly doesn't leave any extra damage counters on Richard's board. So Richard only has those 2 damage counters to play with, and forces Richard to use yet another boss's orders if he wants to do something this turn, which is important. Because I think Richard only runs 3 boss's orders, and so once all of them are gone, I mean, it's like kind of the standard count. Usually, some tech options will run 4 boss's orders just to have a more consistent build, but Richard opting for including those Crushing Hammers as well as just 3 bosses. All right, so now,
decide what is going to get Phantom Dive. Looks like he is going for that attack right now.
Yeah, Tatsuya is just 1 boss's orders away from winning this game. Richard has to find a way to disrupt that strategy. You can't remove this Monkey Dory from play, so that's not something you can do. So you have to just find a way to, I don't know, maybe you just bring up that Bronzong that's been sitting there and spend a couple turns, Adrenabraining that damage away and trying to go for a 4 prize turn. What you can also do is you can maybe retreat and Mind Bend active, but I don't think that's going to work because you can just retreat back into the second Dragapult. Another line you can do is you can just swing into the active and just say, I don't think you're going to find boss's orders, which is effective. It can definitely happen. So I don't think Richard has to evolve both of these Dracloaks since boss's orders just wins the game for him. As long as he just doesn't take a knockout here, he can prevent his opponent from using that Monkey Dory to clean up anything on this bench. So
Yeah, Richard here.
Richard has probably like his main line is just to disrupt Tatsuya's hand and just attack active and just say you're not finding that boss's orders.
Yeah, Richard decides to go all in on this Lily's determination.
Yeah, he's
evolving
really
both
looking for that
Dragonfall-
disruption.
Or excuse me, evolving both Dracloak into Dragonfall. And since Richard hasn't taken any prize cards, that will allow him to draw the full 8 cards.
Yeah, he needs to find this unfair stamp this turn, which is Richard's A-spec choice. And if he doesn't find it, it's going to be very unlikely for him not to just Tatsuya not to just have a boss's orders in hand, because his hand is looking fairly big. Doesn't look like he found it. That's
No, it doesn't
pretty
seem
rough.
like it.
It might be prized, because I think that's his entire deck. And that's, yeah.
He only
pretty
has
hard.
3 cards left in his
Yeah,
deck,
I did not see
so-
that pretty purple card, so it doesn't look like it's in his deck, which unfortunate for Richard here. You really want that ace-spec in your deck, especially for moments like this. So now he's kind of looking for other strategies, maybe just hoping that he just doesn't have that boss's orders. It's kind of hard strategy to go for. Hope your opponent doesn't have it in their gigantic hand. Let's see what he's trying to go for. Maybe getting that psychic energy back to be able to attack.
Yeah, Richard running dangerously low on resources here. Does Night Stretcher for the psychic energy, likely going to the Dragapult for
Yeah.
a future Phantom.
You might be
Dog.
able to knock out this Badoo here and maybe hope you hit the unfair stamp off of the prizes. I don't think
could,
that's what he's going for, but that could be a strategy, and just, you know, maybe knock out this Badoo and hope you have it, but
You could put like 2 on Badoo.
and just hope you hit that 1 out of 6 chance. I don't think Richard's going to take that
Could
gamble
KO,
here.
KO Badoo and Bronzong, take 2 prizes.
Oh,
hope
I mean,
that's
in this
enough.
situation, I would not take a prize, actually, because you don't want to give Tatsuya Monkey Dory access. So here, I think you could just attack and put all of the damage counters on the opposing Dragapult, the one on the bench, and set it up so that you can, you know, gust the Dracloak and then take all 6 prizes that way. Yeah, I think he's putting enough damage so that everything's 1 HP. Yeah. This is what I had mentioned earlier as a strategy. I think Richard could have went earlier and did that turn prior and have the Monkey Dory attached this turn. I think that not finding it in the correct order might have been his downfall here in this game.
Yeah, Badoo's on 10 HP, Bronzong's on 10 HP, and so is the Dracloak.
Yeah, because had Richard done it the turn in the opposite order, he would be able to win off of just the boss's order this turn, and just Monkey Dorying for just that last cleanup damage. But yeah. So, all right, it's Tatsuya's turn. If he has a boss's orders, it looks like he just wins, but if he's not playing it immediately, he might not have it. So, let's see. Tatsuya only runs 2 boss's orders, actually. So, it's not unlikely that he doesn't find it here. And he only needs 1 prize, so if he doesn't have boss's orders, he's actually in a really tough spot. Because now Richard can use boss's orders and take basically at least 5 prizes here. And it puts him in a very awkward position.
Both players, you know.
I think they're both kind of thinking, like, what is my line here? I mean,
Yeah, not quite the matchup I don't think either of these, or the outcome either of these players were expecting here.
yeah. This boss's orders card is just like, so prevalent in in this matchup. And the person who runs less is in a significant disadvantage here.
Tatsuya gonna go ahead and recon.
Yeah, it looks like they are
Corrected.
in time.
Yeah, seems time
Um,
was called. So this
So
is
this is
at
turn 1 of
Tatsuya's
time.
turn 1. Yeah.
And to go over, Tatsuya needs to win this one to even have a chance of making top 8. So he has 2 more turns essentially of winning this, or he loses. And I don't think this will take 2 more turns really. I think this is.
Well, I think even if it did, you know, Tatsuya's turn 1, then Richard would be turn 2, then Tatsuya would be turn 3. So
Yeah.
That is Crushing Hammer. I don't think it will really change the outcome, especially with that Tails, but...
I don't think Richard has any more Night Stretchers, so if he's able to target that Psychic Energy, he might not have a way to attack, which would be really interesting.
Yeah, definitely careful, because again, if Tatsuya plays too risky or lets his guard down, then Richard could just take a 6-prize turn.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Tatsuya is going to win this turn because he used Lily's Determination, and since he has no more bench space for a Monkey Dory, he can't actually knock out a single prize. So maybe he's going for a 2-attack combination to win, and just hopes that Richard can't find what he needs to clean up the game. I think Richard kind of made a mistake here. He could have Monkey Doried earlier, that 30 damage onto the other Dragapult and set it up so that you can knock out both Dragapults in one swing. That was a strategy I had mentioned earlier that can be used, where if you can set up one of the Dragapults to 260 damage, be able to knock out both at the same time. But since, especially since that Tatsuya didn't have his own Monkey Dory.
All right. Here on turn 2, Richard will go ahead and play the special red card, forcing Tatsuya to redo his hand.
Yeah, just to put the cards on the bottom and draw 3 from the top. It could be detrimental in a way, because maybe Tatsuya is just looking for that one boss's orders, and now you just got him a little bit closer to getting there. So we'll see. He might not need a boss's orders here. Okay, interesting. I think now he's going for that strategy, but it might be a little too late. We'll see what he goes for. He just still can't give him... Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. It was hard to see how much damage counters was on that Dragapult. It looks like there was enough to be able to knock out both.
All right. 5-prize turn. Unfortunately, that was Richard's last turn, so it's really... Is this going to end up being a tie, or is Tatsuya going to clutch out the win?
So what is his only line to win this?
Tatsuya does have the Moltres.
He has the Blood Moon Ursaluna that can attack for free now.
I didn't even catch that.
Well played, well played.
Very well played. Well played by both players, to be honest.
Yeah, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna is just not a commonly used card now in Dragapult. It used to be, but very, very well played by both players. Very intricate damage maneuvering.
Yeah, to be honest, I forgot about Blood. When I was playing Dragon Ball, I used Blood Moon, and a lot of people were using Blood Moon, and people were saying, "Well, this is like a dead card most of the time, and so I'm gonna start dropping it." Put in some.
Well,
some
it's really tough because if you start it and you don't run that Latias, it can be very hard. That's very likely why he runs the multiple switch cards, just so you can retreat that if it gets put into active.
But yeah, that Blood Moon Ursaluna bringing its ugly head and showing us why it's still seeing use, even after all this time.
Yeah, very well played by both players. And Tatsuya, now we have to see if he has that opponent's resistance to see if he makes that top 8. And maybe we'll see him in another top 8 match coming soon. Looks like all the other rounds have finished, so we are just looking to get the pairings for top 8, and then we'll come back soon and we'll start streaming top 8.
Yeah.
So,
don't touch
you guys
that dial.
soon.
We'll be right here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here in Top Cut of our 88 Cardhouse and Emaqi. I nailed it.
Yes.
8K World Send-Off event here in lovely downtown San Francisco. Are we downtown? We're kind of...
Yeah, we're in like Market area.
We're in downtown. Or, yeah, we're in San Francisco. But yeah, we're here in Top 8. We've got 2 players we have already featured on stream previously. We have Luke over on your left and Akihiro on your right. Luke playing that Slow King Mega Kangaskhan deck, and Akihiro playing the Raging Bolt, and much to our surprise was not using...
with the Noctowl this time.
or excuse me, was using Noctowl and the kind of the Terra Box package that we haven't really seen.
It's
played in
very
a
interesting. We did an interview with him, and he said that he feels like this is the more consistent version. And honestly, pretty spicy take for Worlds next week. He's expecting not as many Team Rocket's Watchtower, and so hopefully that plays to his advantage. This deck for sure doesn't run Team Rocket's Watchtower, which is the Slow King, because they also use colorless Pokemon to their advantage. Very important. Looks like Akihiro won the coin flip and is choosing to go first. Both decks really want to go first to set up their turn 2 attacks. So it's looking like Akihiro is going to be set up for success here. We'll see if he's able to capitalize on that ability to go first. Looks like he's probably going to grab that Phanrotom here off this Pokepad. That Phanrotom allowing him to select 3 colorless Pokemon under 100 HP. So probably another Hoot-Hoot and 2 Noctowls or some variation of that, just to set himself up. As long as he's able to find a Terra Pokemon to use, either that Terrapagos or that Steel Mask Ogerpon, he's going to be able to use that Noctowl to great success.
Yeah, Akihiro really emphasized that consistency, and you don't get more consistent than I have 12 different cards that can allow me to just get Phanrotom turn 1. And yeah, as you predicted, 1 Noctowl and 1 Hoot-Hoot and 2 Noctowls. We didn't quite mention it, but Luke is starting with Mega Kangaskhan. Arguably an ideal start for Luke.
Maybe not in this matchup, since turn 2 that Kangaskhan could get knocked out by Raging Bolt. It is a little bit more difficult since it requires about 5 energy for Akihiro on a Raging Bolt. So this new variation of Raging Bolt has a little bit more trouble setting up energies if they're not already in the discard that you can Fast Trumpet. So that first attack, Luke Sullivan might be able to get that first attack going off, even if he went second. So see what he chooses to go for. He just needs that telepathic energy set up, and as long as he has that next energy plus an evolution and an attacker, should be good to go with the attacker of choice.
Yeah. Luke here already having Academy at Night set up. Just going for this Lily's Determination. Going to go ahead and refresh their hand with 8 cards. Really, just really needs the telepathic.
Or honestly, any energy at this point.
Yeah, it could be Boomerang. Boomerang would be good too.
Boomerang would be pretty decent. As long as he's able to draw into a way to get that Latias to be able to retreat next turn, that's fine. But maybe if you draw into the Latias, you don't want to bench it, since you don't want to give that liability an option for Akihiro to take that prize, because he just would need 3 energy on a Raging Bolt to knock it out. It looks like he does find that telepathic. So most likely we'll grab the Latias here. Maybe we'll grab Lily's Clefairy or just another slow.
Another Slowpoke, yes.
Yeah, one interesting note, when using Kyurem, especially against Akihiro's deck, he could opt to attack that Raging Bolt for 220, since Lily's Clefairy will make Raging Bolt weak to Psychic.
Mm-hmm.
And 220
if it's in the active, yes.
Yes, yeah, of course. If the Raging Bolt is at 220, then another Kyurem can knock it out wherever he's at, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Or he could use the combination of that Palmot that we had saw. If Akihiro doesn't have a way to retreat, like a switch or Prime Catcher, he can use that paralyzation to buy himself an extra turn.
Yeah, Akihiro here gonna go ahead and play Director Cyrano. Go ahead and grab, looks like Wellspring, Raging Bolt, and Latias.
Yeah, that Wellspring Ogerpon is really strong in this matchup. If you can find a way to take 2 Slowpoke lines out with 1 swing, it'd be very powerful.
Gonna use Jewel Seeker here. Gonna grab search his deck.
I'm curious what he grabs here. Probably an Area 0
Energy Search. Interesting.
energy search. He's probably looking for that water energy.
And
Might be
Area
a
0
wa-
under depth, which makes sense.
Yeah. He's able to combine potentially. Oh, the grass energy. Okay, he might have a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn in the deck, or he's using it to just trap. I see. One thing with the Slow King deck, they generally only run one switch card out. So if you're able to trap this Mega Kangaskhan in the active for a turn, you might buy yourself an extra turn. I mean, they could obviously tutor out that switch card with the Cypher Maniacs,
Mm-hmm.
but if they're not able to get the switch out the next turn, you can buy yourself quite a few turns with that sob attack with the Wellspring Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, Akihiro revealing the unfair stamp. Cannot play it yet, but Luke now knows to watch out for it. Area 0 underdepth is going to go ahead and bump the Academy at night. And places down another Hoot Hoot. Or, yes, so looks
Yeah,
like that's going to be a
so that's
sob for 20.
interesting. I think if Luke's able to get that switch plus Kyurem attack off right now, really, really devastating for Akihiro. Yeah, because he'll have to bump the stadium in the process, and by doing that, he can basically prevent Akihiro from essentially using. Well, he might be able to discard that Knock Towel and then use it back with Night Stretcher, but I don't know. We'll see if he even finds the switch out. 'Cause it does take. 'Cause it looks like he already used Run Errand, so the Cypher Maniac might not be something he can use. And I don't think he runs anything other than that one switch card.
And instead chooses to
Oh, which
attach
he has in hand.
Boomerang Energy, and yes, does
Yeah.
have the
So if he's
switch.
attaching the Boomerang, it's very likely he's using the Kyurem attack. But there's a good chance he could also use the Palma. Okay, yeah, so that's the Palma. It does 130, paralyzes the opponent's Pokemon, and then you take 60 damage counters back.
Mm-hmm.
This is really powerful. If you can use this in combination with a Kyurem next turn, uh, then he can take a 4 price turn basically. So, a lot of people are confused. Yeah, so that Palma is
we saw someone almost go right up to the to the big screen we have
see
here.
what that card is.
Like, what is that?
Yeah.
Yes, that is Palmont.
Yeah, I've seen people use the Drapion. It has a very similar effect, but it poisons.
Mhm.
It does a little bit less damage. It does 100, but it poisons the opponent's Pokemon. So and you take a little bit more damage, plus 70 damage counters. And so it has different use cases. I mean, the 130 still 2 damage counters straight up, and sometimes you don't want to knock out your opponent's Pokemon. Maybe if it's uh something that's like 140 damage. So we'll see. See if this comes into fruition.
Crispin gonna come on here, attaches a water energy to the Wellspring over pawn.
Oh, he's using
Oh,
the
very nice tech.
Iron
That's
Leaf.
another card we just have not seen.
Yeah.
Nakahira's deck.
Yeah, so that allows him to just bench from the hand and switch into the active, and you can move as many energy to the Iron Leaves as possible. And then with the Latias ability, you can retreat.
Akihira goes ahead and KOs a Slowking and a Slowpoke. That will discard energy from the not discard, shuffles in energy from the Wellspring over pawn, but I'd say that's definitely well worth.
Very powerful turn. I didn't get to see if the Slowking had 20 damage already on it, or if he had to use any sort of gust. Because if he attacked the active, it should only do 100 damage to the active, unless there was damage already in play, which I don't believe there was. So we're taking a look at that. I mean, the judges are sitting there, so we should be able to get confirmation on that soon. All right, so it's still possible to get a return attack here. You would need a combination of that Wondrous Patch plus an energy. You might still need that stadium, so something like a Secret Box might come into play here. You can find it. Looks like he found that stadium, and he has the Wondrous Patches in hand. We'll see if he has that basic energy in the discard. That can be also awkward for Slow King. It uses a lot of those special energies, like Boomerang and the telepathic. And you need to make sure that you can continuously chain those psychic energies early and get them in the discard so you can use those Wonders Patches. He has a Cypher Maniac. He might be able to get maybe a Psychic Energy and an Ultra Ball if he doesn't have any Psychic Energy in the discard. Or maybe that Secret Box can come into play here as well. Because once you get that Kyurem attack off here, especially since Akihiro doesn't have very much energy, you might be able to win in 2 turns here. Essentially just attacking that Wellspring and the Iron Leaves and the Latias, and then just attacking next turn again with Kyurem and wiping the game. But the only way you can do that is if you have another bench Slowpoke. So that's also priority number, at least priority number 2 is getting that second Slowpoke established, just so you can have another attack to go for.
Yeah, Run Aaron, as you mentioned, you're going to go ahead and put the Boomerang energy, and looks like it was Wondrous Patch, yes.
Yeah, so he did have a Psychic Energy in discard, attacking with that. Okay, he's recovering the Slowpoke. All right, exactly what we're talking about, and then the Boomerang Energy. I don't think the Boomerang Energy necessarily matters too much, since it most likely will get knocked out, but this does prevent him from going for any of the 2 prize.
Yeah,
Okay,
spreads
so
damage to the Latios and the Iron Leaves, and also KOing the Wellspring Ogre Pawn.
yeah,
So Luke will
so
take.
Luke's looking like he's trying to go for that 2 attack win. Akihiro will now need that Area 0 again. And Luke will now have to find a way to charge up that Slow King while also not having to bench a stadium. It can be a little difficult. You can still do it because if he places that Area 0 and overextends the bench, he might not be able to uh, like bump the stadium and still attack while before Akihiro can just heal the damaged Pokemon from the board.
Yeah, unfair stamp from Akihiro. Going to go ahead and try to throw a wrench into Luke's plans here. Going to
Yeah.
put himself up to 5 and Luke, excuse me, to 4 and Luke to 2.
Yeah, Akihiro just needs an out to the Knock Towel, and he will most likely just be able to knock out this Slow King. And so it's still doable for Luke to come out of this because even if Akihiro takes a knockout, uh, he'll still have access to the Kangaskhan and the Pheasantipity. And so getting a return KO will be not too difficult. He'll just need a Wondrous Patch, an Evolution Energy, and then just a Cypher Maniac Squid Breaking. He should be good to go. Akihiro, all he needs would probably just a Knock Towel. He could just get that Crispin and the Stadium.
Plays the
Because,
Ultra Ball,
yeah,
probably for the Knock Towel.
yeah, we don't know if
For
Akihiro
Kangaskhan.
runs that Chen Pao. There's that Chen Pao that you can discard the Stadium, so you can put the Area 0 in play, lay down the Chen Pao, and remove these liabilities in the Latias and the Iron
Iron
Leaves.
Leaves, yes.
I think I'm saying Iron Crown, but another Pokemon's really interesting. I've seen actually in some of these decks, maybe mainly to target those uh, Festival Lead Alakazam decks that have like 50 HP Pokemon in them. Right, looks
So
like
we're
he
going
found
to
the
have
Crispin.
Akihiro play Crispin, go ahead and attach Lightning Energy to the Raging Bolt, and then use Teal Dance to attach the Grass Energy to Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Allow Akihiro to draw another card, and off of that, he will draw the necessary Fighting Energy for Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it looks like he does not run that Chen Pao, so his only way of healing these Pokemon is just trying to bench Area 0 and hoping that Luke needs to play another Academy at Night to be able to attack.
Manual attach Fighting Energy to Hoo-Hoo, most likely about to get discarded with the effect of Raging Bolt's attack.
He's probably deciding whether he should play into that Noctowl angle or... Oh, he's just Burst Roaring. Interesting. So he's hoping that Luke does not find energy. Oh, and that's his top deck. Wow. So now all Luke needs is a Kyurem, and that should be game. Wow. All right.
And there it is.
That's
Yes.
game 1. All right. Going into game 2, we'll see if they adjust their strategy at all. I think Luke going for that Paralyze into Kyurem is very smart. think it's we've seen similar strategies like this, but maybe mainly utilizing the Monkey Dory as a way to heal that 6 damage counters that's played. Akihiro is probably likely to go for maybe a more aggressive strategy. You can even opt to go second and try to get that Crispin to get a knockout turn 1. We'll see. Luke does run the 3 Kangaskhan, so it's very higher odd, a lot higher odds that he can start one. And if he's able to start one, the game plan is a lot more simple, especially if you go second. There's very high odds he's gonna get an attack off.
Yeah. Players are setting up. Again, we are now in top cut, which is best of 3, so Luke will have to win another, but Akihiro still has a chance to take home the victory if he can win twice in a row from here.
Yeah, and our other top 8 matches are currently happening right now. We will update you if we get any further results. But looks like it's still gonna be a long day for us over here.
Yeah, wouldn't have it any other way. Players are almost done setting up, trying to see if they have to mulligan or not. Doesn't
Yeah,
seem
one
like.
interesting thing we have is that our first stream match of the day between Beckton and Wyatt, they actually are doing a rematch in top 8 right now. So they both were able to battle their way back through uh, having that early loss or win, and now they face each other again. And all right, so let's get started on game number 2. I'm assuming Akihiro started first again. Yes,
Yes,
and
that
looks
is.
like Luke started the Kangaskhan. It's very very beneficial.
Yeah, this time Akihiro started with the Latios. Honestly, not the worst thing. You actually that might be the best thing, to be honest, to
You don't
start
have
with.
to waste any
Turn 1 going
energy.
first. Does get the fan rotom off of the poke pad. Again, that's why Akihiro loves this rotom Terrabox style uh, engine so much, just because it is so consistent. A single poke pad, basically able to get your entire turn 1 and set you up for turn 2. Gonna have to decide which Pokemon to get. Is it gonna be 2 Hoodoo and a Noctowl, or is it gonna be a Noctowl and
It's
a
likely going to
Hoodoo?
be 2 and a knockout, just so you have more options. But it depends if he has an out to get. Oh, it looks like he's only opting to get 2. He might have everything in his hand that he needs, or he just doesn't want to clog up the hand. I'm not sure. I assume that he just only has 2. Then he has the rest of the pieces in his hand.
Yeah. Places down the second Hoodoo. We don't know how many Hoots Akihiro is running. It might just be the 2.
Yeah, the 2-2 line is probably likely what he's running.
And attaches Grass Energy. That will allow him to use the Assault Landing attack. Should either of these players put a Stadium into play, I'm going to go ahead and be turn 1 for Luke. Go in second, so can play supporters. Can go for an attack if the setup is there, though I am a little bit doubtful of that. Goes ahead and places down 3 Slowpoke, or excuse me, Slowpoke and a
wow, so
Telepathic.
he likely has that Latios in hand already. Akira attaching to this Fan Rotom, I don't know what the strategy is here, because I don't think there's anything in Luke's deck that has less than 80 HP. Maybe
Right.
just trying to
He's got
soften
like
something
boss
up.
in hand, maybe. I don't know. You
Yeah.
boss up Telepathic Slowpoke.
But it's still 80 HP, the Slowpoke over there.
Oh.
So it's yeah, nothing really gets knocked out by the maybe just having the energy in play. Maybe worst case scenario, you just swing 70 damage into this Kangaskhan.
Yeah, it could
setting
be
it up.
discarded later with Raging Bolt too.
Yeah, for sure.
And, if you have to attach it to something, you probably don't want to attach it to the Knockout, which will probably discard later on in the match. At least this Rotom can attack. So.
Yeah, interesting. He's putting that Lily's Determination on top. Doesn't look like he has anything else.
Yeah, until Akihiro can take his turn.
Yeah, so if Akihiro can somehow take a knockout here on this Kangaskhan, it'll be set up very, very nicely, which is technically still possible. He will need a Raging Bolt. Yeah, he might do this Wellspring Ogerpon play. It's still a fine play if he's able to attack with this Wellspring Ogerpon and knock out that Slowpoke with 1 energy. It could be difficult for Luke to get a return knockout next turn. See, Luke's hand is very, very strong with that Secret Box in hand, so more than likely he's going to be able to get an attack off next turn, regardless of if this Slowpoke is disrupted. Okay, so it looks like he's using Akira's using the Cyrano, the full art version of Cyrano. Really pretty. He probably is setting up just the Raging Bolt.
And looks like the Fez as well. Have to see what the third is. Could be the Ogre Pawn. Instead, it's the Terapagos.
Interesting.
Or maybe is it not the Terapagos? Instead, is the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, a Steel Mask Ogre Pawn. If he's able to find some sort of combination of, actually, it's really difficult since he already used supporter for turn. It's unlikely he's gonna be able to get an attack off outside of just Sob with that Wellspring Ogre Pawn, and it's just the hope that Luke doesn't have access to that switch. It seems to be like the main strategy Akira is going for is just trying to buying a single turn with some sort of control strategies such as a Sob.
Yeah, goes ahead and attaches water energy to that Wellspring or Pawn. Doesn't play the Area Zero Underdepths quite yet, although Luke knows that both the Area Zero Underdepths and the other terrestrialized Pokemon are in Akihira's hand. Instead, just going to be a Sob to lock Kangaskhan in the active spot and deal 20 damage.
Yeah, so he likely has access to that switch card with the secret box, unless it's prized. So more than likely, he's going to try to go for some sort of attack, maybe the Paralyze that he went for last game. He could also opt for just using the Metagross and knocking out this Wellspring. One thing to note that you might not want to take a knockout here, just to not give him access to that Pheasantipede EX, to allow him to get into a spot where he can maybe recover that Wellspring Master Gorpon and getting a boss, and securing that trap essentially.
Brings up an interesting adjustment. Luke, for a moment, had the Power Glass, and then he decided at the last minute to change it to the Lucky Helmet.
Yeah, that Lucky Helmet allows you to draw 2 cards if your opponent takes any damage. This can be especially useful if your opponent does a like Unfair Stamp plus Itchy Pollen combo that you see in Dragapult. In this case, maybe a Sob if you can't find an attack. Could be interesting. I would like to see that Lucky Helmet on something that could be trapped, like the Kangaskhan, just to draw some more cards. But obviously, if you don't have a way to retreat, then it is futile in that way. So we'll see what Luke decides to do and what he decides to get out of this. Lilies. Doesn't look like he has any attacker. Oh, he found that Palmot. So,
Does have the Wondrous Patch. Still hasn't used Academy at Night, so
yeah, it looks like that Palmot might be the attacker. Or he's Ultra Balling to get maybe the Metagross.
Discards that looks like a Latias.
Yeah.
And
There's a
the
chance to go for the
Kangaskhan.
Kyurem here, but it doesn't seem like it's the best play. Because you do not win in 2 attacks if you use that. And you might as well go for just the guaranteed 2 prizes and targeting the energy that's already on the board. But one cool play that he could have done is maybe go for the Fanrotom and the Latias and one of the Noctowls, and then set yourself up for kind of a 4 prize turn that way. But this way actually also is very, very solid. Your energy stays with you when you use Metagross, so you don't have to discard that energy. And so he sets himself up for an attack if Akihiro isn't able to guarantee an attack here. Looks like he has that Crispin, so more than likely this Slowking is going to be knocked out. But given that he still has access to the Kangaskhan and potentially a Pheasantipede if he's able to find it, there's a good odds that he's going to be able to find a return knockout here.
Akihiro going ahead and playing the Unfair Stamp that was grabbed earlier last turn.
Yeah, Akihiro really needs this Unfair Stamp to stick. Just for Luke to not draw anything useful off of these 2 cards and the Kangaskhan draw. And the Lucky Helmet draw.
And the Lucky Helmet, yes.
It's going to be very difficult to overcome here. But we'll see what his strategy is.
Yeah, both players will go ahead, shuffle their decks, and then draw 2 and 4 cards respectively. Akihiro still has access to the Teal Dance, also has, the Flip the Script ability from Pheasantipede, allowing Akihiro to just draw 3 cards, further increasing the size of his hand.
Yeah, I would like to see something like that Glass Trumpet being played with the Strapagos. Yeah, something like that where he can preserve some energy on the board and maybe not have to discard anything with the Raging Bolt. So if he's able to find a way to attack here with that Terrapagos, it'd be very powerful to keep that energy just so you can easily just boss his orders of the Kangaskhan and take 3 prizes whenever you want.
Akihiro settling in for a great decision here. Gonna have to decide what does he want to grab. Decides to retreat into the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to take the knockout on the active Pokemon. Interesting. He leaves the energy on the Raging Bolt. One thing with this new version of Raging Bolt, there is no Professor Sada. It's really difficult to charge up a Raging Bolt attack more than once a game. And a lot of these versions of Raging Bolt are opting for less counts of Raging Bolt just because you have to use other attackers to be able to effectively chain attacks. You want your energy to stay. That's why, even in the Slowking deck, they'll use stuff like the Boomerang energy just to preserve that energy for upcoming attacks. Especially because discarding energy can be very difficult to overcome, especially if your Pokemon is just stuck in active without being unable to attack. So it looks like
here. Excuse me, Luke going ahead here and playing Ultra Ball. And grabs the Meowth. That's going to allow him to grab a supporter. That supporter is going to be Cypher Maniac.
Yeah, the Cypher is interesting where it allows him to have an attack off even without the stadium. So I'm curious to see what he chooses to attack with here. There's a good chance he just attacks with Metagross. There's another chance he might use that Palmot that we had talked about earlier, because unless Akihiro has a switch card in his hand currently, or a way to find it, he won't be able to attack with his Raging Bolt at all. And it could set Luke up for a 4-prize turn next turn off of a Kyurem. So if he just puts on top of his deck just a Palmot plus Kyurem, he can just attack twice and just win the game. We'll see. Yeah, looks like that's what he's doing.
The Zeraora.
Oh, that's the Zeraora. Oh, interesting. So Zeraora allows him to just knock out that Pleasantipity from the bench and set himself up for just one more 2-prize knockout just to secure this set. And Akihiro still needs 5 prizes. So, and what another cool strategy of using that Cypher as the last card of action of your turn. Now that next card is something Luke wants. So we'll see what he predicted Akihiro was going to do to see what he chose to put on the top.
In the meantime, Akihiro is going to go ahead and play Ultra Ball to go ahead and grab Meowth EX.
Yeah, very likely he's going to go for some sort of Crispin angle.
Yep.
Yeah, just to be able to attack this turn. I think Akihiro just has to hope that Luke just doesn't have a way to charge up another Slowpoke or Slowking. Because if he does, it doesn't seem like it's a very good. Yeah, he needs to find a way to charge up this Wellspring, but also Gust in the same turn. I don't think he runs Prime Catchers. He runs Unfair Stamp. So we'll see if there's any tips and tricks we've seen, or any tricks up Akihiro's sleeve that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Presumably this Psychic Energy is going to... That's Psychic? Yeah, that is.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks like he just only runs 1 Water Energy. And since that's already in the discard, he needs to buy just a turn. So he might just go for that Sob on active and hope that, Luke doesn't have a way to attack. But it's looking like it's not.
Yeah, definitely an
work out for
awkward
him.
board state. There is Energy Retrieval, so
Oh, okay,
that
interesting.
could be big here. That is Water Energy Manual. Does he have Energy Switch or something of the like?
Looks like he's just going to go
No.
for Sob. Yeah. So next turn, if Luke doesn't automatically win the game, then looks like he just might have it, though. In combination with the Academy of Night, I think he has a Night Stretcher in hand. Oh, actually, he might not. Let's see.
Attach this Psychic Energy. Wondrous Patch coming in to
Let's see what he has.
charge a backup Slowpoke.
Oh, okay.
And there's Lily's
So
Determination.
he needs to
Okay.
find any way to get into an attacker such as Metagross or I believe the Zeraora. So a Night Stretcher or just a way to find a Metagross, and he will win this set. I believe he is just running 1 Metagross, so might be a little bit more difficult to get that. That Night Stretcher will close out the game. We'll see what he opts for and what he is able to draw off of this 6 cards off of this Lily's Determination.
It could all come down to these 6 cards right here.
Yeah, because if he does not find this, Akihiro will be able to wipe out all of the... Okay, so he finds that Pokepad.
I think I saw it.
Yeah, we'll see if it's still in the deck. Because he did already use Zeraora. Let's see. Has that... Oh, he has the Palmont, so he's just going to go for that Paralyzed play. So maybe this is not over just yet. We don't know if Akihiro has access to any sort of switch cards besides that Iron Leaves. But if he were to play the Iron Leaves, he would need an Area 0 to combine that with it. But if he's able to find the Iron Leaves plus Area 0 combo, it would actually still be really strong.
Yep. Uses Academy at 9 and Seek Inspiration to go ahead, deal some damage to his own Slowpoke, but more importantly, damage and paralyze the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pond. Akihiro going to continue to teal dance up. We have to see. There's the Area 0 under this, but does he have the Iron Leaves?
I believe he does. Yeah, that's the Iron Leaves in hand. As long as he has a singular energy, you don't have to attach any energy from this Iron Leaves. You can just choose to not move any. Now you can freely retrieve the Latias EX.
Manually
And
attaches
knock
the
out-
third energy.
Yeah, interesting. Wow. So he has found a way to come back into this game off of kind of being really behind here. So now Luke needs to find a way to find an attacker. More than likely, it's going to be that Lily's Clefairy, which will secure the game if he's able to get that Wondrous Patch plus an energy combination. But we'll see if he can find it.
Yeah. Going to resolve. Akihiro takes his 2 prize cards. As Luke goes ahead and plays Pokepad.
Yeah, the Lily's Clefairy is still in there, but I don't know if he has a way to search it out.
Could just be thinning his deck. Could just try and run an errand.
Yeah, he might still try to just go for another Slowpoke. The only issue here is if he's unable to get an attack off, Akihiro might be able to just use Sob, and Luke is out of switch cards now. So he's in a very precarious situation. Let's see
Luke
if
does bump Area 0 under depths with Academy at 9.
Luke might have to just hope that this Lily's Determination gets him that combination of Lily's Clefairy, Wondrous Patch, and an energy. And if he doesn't, I honestly have a hard time seeing how Luke actually might close out this game if Akihiro goes for that control strategy of just trapping this. Because I think Luke has already used a lot of energy. He might not have enough energy to power up any attackers. So we shall see what will happen here.
Yeah, Luke's deck looking a little light here.
Oh,
Does find the
that
Lily's
that might
Clefairy.
just be it. Let me see. Those last 3 looked like Lily's Clefairy energy and a Wonders Patch. Let's see.
Goes ahead and runs the errand.
For sure, it's at least a Clefairy and an energy. If that Wonders Patch is there, he wins. He might not be there. He has the Power Glass. So let's see. I'd like to see if he's not going to go for that. Yeah, okay, that's a good idea. That Power Glass lets him attach an energy from the discard into the active as long as it's in the active at the end of his turn.
I really like this. Kind of forces Akira to split. Do you focus down the Clefairy and let the Slowpoke power up into a Slowking, or do you take out the Slowpoke now and hope Luke doesn't find a way to get the second energy? Akihiro going to look at Luke's deck.
Yeah,
Luke's
Akihiro
discard
just
pile.
has to knock out this Mega Kangaskhan. So all he would need is an energy on the Raging Bolt, and then 1 more energy on the board, maybe through a Steel Mask, and then a Boss's Orders on that Kangaskhan, and he should be able to win this game. It doesn't look like that's what he has in his hand. So let's see what he is looking for here.
Let's go ahead and play Pokepad. I don't know if there are any more targets, but certainly can at least thin out the deck a
Yeah,
little.
one interesting strategy you can go for here is this Slow King deck doesn't run any form of Gust. So what you can do is if you can find a Grass Energy, you can attack with that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. As long as you don't bench any more Pokemon, the Lily's Clefairy's damage caps at 200. And so he will not be able to knock out that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. So as long as, I think that's a jamming tower, I believe.
But
Going
instead
for
chooses
Sob.
to sob.
I would have liked to see that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn attack, but I also understand that this does put Luke in an awkward situation because he will need to find a return stadium bump, an energy, a Mega King, a Slow King, and an attacker.
Yeah, Luke's gonna go ahead here and use Cypher Maniac.
He has that Kyurem. As long as he has that double Night Stretcher, I think he does have it. He might have it here. I think he has double Night Stretcher on top. And that should be game.
And there it is, double Night
Slow
Stretcher.
King evolve that removes the trap, and yeah, he's able to cure him for game. Wow, very interesting set. Very Slow King favored, it looked like. I think Aguirre had some cool strategies here, but I would have liked to see that Teal Mask Ogre. He might not have had that third Grass Energy there.
Yeah. Don't let the scoreboard fool you, though. Akihiro was very close. Lots of opportunities where if he had just had the one card, probably could have ran away with the game. Although we will be saying goodbye to Akihiro after this because this is the top portion and he will be eliminated. Honestly, very, very strong
he played
showing.
very well.
Creative
Yeah.
deck building, too.
Yeah. I think he played very well. Luke also, he came back from a loss. I believe he was on stream and he lost. But I think was his only loss of the tournament. So
There you go.
he's coming back to a top 4 right now. So we'll see if who else will be there with him. I think all of our other matches are still playing. We'll be back soon to show you the top 4 matches. And hopefully we'll crown our winner.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. We'll be back with top 4.
All right. See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our 88 Cardhouse Emaqi 8K Worlds Send-Off Tournament.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Here in San Francisco, California, I'm Kurt. I'm joined by Joseph, and we are back with top 4, this time between Liam and Julius.
It looks like Liam is running the standard Dragapult Hammers build, and Julius is playing a very similar build to what we saw earlier with Wyatt. Our first round with this Raging Bolt Kangaskhan deck. We'll see how this matches. I feel like this is going to be a very similar matchup to what we saw in our first round, where it's more of a whoever can take that first 2 prizes and keep it going and get over that disruption. It doesn't look, let me see. I think they're both running Unfair Stamp, so it's going to be very similar to just getting out of that disruption. Is going to be very important. Looks like he's going very aggressive with Julius in attaching to this Kangaskhan.
Yeah, manual attach the fighting energy, use Teal Dance and the energy switch to immediately move the energy to the Mega Kangaskhan. Turn 1 going first.
Yeah, so even if Liam gets into a Badoo, Julius has a way of just bossing this Meowth and taking 2 prizes just to start off the game. So be very aggressive in this matchup before Liam has a chance to breathe, essentially.
Yeah, Liam here going to be buddy popping for 2 Dreepy. We did kind of see there he does have the Dunsparce as part of his engine.
Yeah,
But before that, he's going to go ahead and play Crispin to go ahead and grab a Fire and Psychic energy.
yeah, it looks like his hand doesn't seem very good. He has some Ultra Balls, but unfortunately, you would want to get this Meowth, but it's stuck in the active. Because if you can Ultra Ball for Meowth for Lilies, you might be able to have a better hand, but this is already in play. I think he's just going to maybe just save those Ultra Balls for Dracloaks next turn, or maybe for that Pheasantipity EX. Maybe just use this Crispin just to thin some cards out of his deck. Potentially, he's probably attaching 2 fires to each, to each Dragapult, or to each Dreepy.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly just hedge your bets around getting one of them knocked out. You still have energy on one
Yeah,
line.
it is now Julius's turn. Pretty good if
Yeah,
you're
you definitely want to see
Julius.
this.
Yeah. Going to go ahead, play down the Latias EX. That'll be helpful later on in the matchup. Doesn't seem to have an energy in hand, so we'll need to try and find some way to attach it to the Kangaskhan to go for the what's the new attack? I was gonna say like Wham Bam Punch. That's the old Mega Kangaskhan.
I should definitely know this.
Rapid Fire Combo.
Rapid Fire Combo. I use that quite a bit in my Absol deck. Definitely know that, but
yeah, no flipping coins here. Actually, Rapid Fire Combo does flip coins. Yeah.
it does flip coins.
Yeah.
It does flip coins.
That is one similarity to the old Kangaskhan.
Yeah,
Mega
this
Kangaskhan.
one 200, and then you just flip, and every head does an extra 50 damage.
Yeah.
You can even knock out a Dragapult EX. You just have to hit 3 heads, which I have done before, actually.
Oh, okay.
I had a
Didn't
tournament.
realize you had game like that, man.
Yeah, there's a few tournaments, actually, where I just moved that 20 damage with Monkey Dory and just hit 2 heads and won the game.
In the meantime, though, Julius will go ahead and play Lily's Determination to go ahead, refresh the hand, does find the 3rd energy, so we might see some rapid fire combos going out here. Doesn't
Yeah.
have much else beside that, but honestly might not need it.
Yeah, because this Kangaskhan is not going to go down in the next turn, and honestly, it's unlikely for Liam to go into the Badoo, so these energy switches can just be moved around off of this Kangaskhan just to be able to attack with whatever you need. In case Liam runs some sort of like for candy. Doesn't look like he does, so if anything, Ulysses is for sure going to go up an additional prize after this turn.
We see Liam actually play Ultra Ball and discard Psychic Energy and Dragapult. 2 pieces you usually do not want to discard.
It looks like his hand is just full of Ultra Balls and energy. So he's very likely to just use these Ultra Balls to get some more Dracloaks. It's really dangerous to put this Pheasantipity down, even though it might be necessary, just because if Julius runs that boss's orders and just finds it, he can just go up 4 prizes before Liam's able to do anything. It's just really tough because because he needs to get these 2 cloaks out, or they're just going to be chased down, and he won't be able to get into a Dragon Ball all game. Very difficult position here.
Liam does have some options here. He's trying to figure out, do I want to play Ultra Ball? And he does, discarding, is that Lucky Hell? I can't tell what the middle item is, but whatever that is, and Crispin.
Um, I believe that is a Crushing Hammer. The only thing that makes sense given.
Yes, you're right. That is correct.
Yeah, I believe that's just a different art for Crushing Hammer.
And actually grabs the Moltres. We were talking about Moltres earlier today. Very efficient for KOing any Teal Mask Ogre Pawn that Julius might have on his bench. But before that, I'm going to go ahead and play Dunsparce and the Unfair Stamp. That's pretty much exactly what Liam needed, other than maybe a Dracloak.
Yeah, so off this Unfair Stamp, I don't believe he has played a supporter yet. So he would ideally love to get 2 out to Dracloak, and then off those Dracloak find Boss's Orders, just to get ahead of the prize race. Even if he doesn't, he can still attack 110 into this Kangaskhan, set it up for a return knockout next turn with the Dragon Bolt EX. Looks like he found the double Dracloak and the Boss's Orders. So he is in a really strong position here. Looks like another Boss's Orders. So
Does have access to Pokepad, chooses to play here.
this is a very, very strong turn for Liam right now. And he has a nice stretcher to get that Dragon Bolt out next turn from the discard pile that he used to discard. Sometimes I like discarding a Dragon Bolt early just so you have access to a Dragon Bolt using a nice stretcher as well. Looks like he's also running 3 copies of that nice stretcher. So it can be a way to tutor out some Pokemon early if you can discard them with Ultra Ball.
Yeah. I'm going to be Recon Directiving.
Yeah, I don't think he needs 3 Boss's Orders. So maybe that Lilies would be a better pick here. I think that's what he's going for.
Yeah, especially if there are any more Unfair Stamps. Going to go ahead and retreat into the Moltres and use the Boss's Orders to bring up that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision to go to do this. You could have just swung on 10 into this Kangaskhan, because you still will have to 2-hit knock it out unless you feel like you can chain 3 Boss's Orders in a row. You might still have to run through this Kangaskhan. There's a line to say that you just want to limit your opponent's draw or energy acceleration by knocking out that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. So that's fair assessment here. And we'll see if it pays out for him.
Yeah, Julie's going to respond with a Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, allowing him to grab any 2 cards thanks to Kangaskhan's Run Errand ability.
Yeah, it's important here that he is not using Boss's Orders this turn. So he will not be going down to 2 prizes. So you have to take a 1 prize knockout here on this Moltres, which is, I mean, it's still fine. Moltres is kind of scary.
Have to see what Julius decides to go for.
Yeah, very
could
likely
be Raging Bolt pieces, could be just more Boss's Orders, to be honest.
Yeah.
We'll see what he drew in just a second. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and shuffle his deck.
Yeah, I would expect something like a Cyrano just to be able to get more EX Pokemon on the board. Maybe something like a Crispin as well to be able to power up a Clefairy plus Crispin combination for the next turn when he gets into a Dragapult.
Although, interestingly enough, didn't seem to run errand. Instead, just went for the knockout.
Yeah, I believe he just put those cards on the top just in case he gets red carded here, right? Because he's going down to 3 prizes. A very common punishment here for going down to 3 prizes is getting that red card. So you at least stack your deck essentially so that you have what you need right on the top.
Liam goes for a Pokeball here. Could be a Dracloak or a Dunsparce. Seems to have been the Dracloak here. Liam to go for Recon Directive. Actually has a second Pokepad, and this time will be for the Dunsparce.
Yeah, one really heads up play you can do here as Liam is using that Boss's Orders on that Latias. You can put it essentially to 1 HP by doing 200, and then basically setting yourself up so that your opponent has to just have the cards they need in their hand instead of being able to run errand for them. So now he only gets access to that 1 of the 2 cards that he put on top unless he decides he wants to retreat into Kangaskhan to draw the second card.
Alright. Seems Liam revealed a Night Stretcher and a Risky Ruins. Trying to decide which one to grab based on the board state. Looks like it is going to be that Night Stretcher there.
Yeah, he had to discard a lot of resources early, so he probably was wanting to just get that Night Stretcher available. I feel like this Crushing Hammer is probably more useful here.
Alright. Evolves
Yeah.
that Dunsparce into the Dunsparce and the active Dracloak into Dragapult. That's going to go ahead and be a Night Stretcher to grab back the Psychic Energy. Phantom Dive is now online.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that Julius might not know what Liam's deck has, so he might not know if Liam is playing a Dunsparce EX. So maybe that's why he's limiting his bench to only 2 EX Pokemon and not over benching some EX Pokemon.
Yeah, interesting that Liam played the Buddy Buddy Poffin and then just didn't grab anything instead of
Yeah,
using
he's
the
likely just
Dunsparce
thinning his
first.
deck just in case he gets like Unfair Stamp this turn or some sort of judge situation. Alright, so this is the play I was talking about. So you do 200 damage to this Latias. You don't take a knockout, so it doesn't activate any Fezzidipity. And you can put that 6 damage counters on that Kangaskhan. This way, next time, especially if they just retreat into Kangaskhan and attack you, you can use Monkey Dory to essentially put the Kangaskhan on 1 HP. Or if you could get a Crispin involved, maybe get 2 Monkey Dory, you can just win the game on the spot. So, really smart play by Liam here.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be a 4th energy attached to the Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, it looks like he had to just retreat there. So he's fine taking a 1 prize knockout here because he's at 3 prizes. He just needs a 2 prize knockout. It looks like he has that Clefairy combo in hand, just doesn't want to play it. Because Liam's at 4 prizes, if he just gets the boss's order, he wins. He didn't want to give him any damage to maneuver here.
Yeah, that looks like that is
Like it
going to
was
be
a
heads. So good thing Julius attached that 4th energy to the Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, so here he can't control Julius just using boss's order again and hitting heads. But what he can do is basically knock out that Latias on the bench, basically prevent him from winning the game or retreating into Lily's Clefairy and winning the game there. Ideally, he wants to get the Unfair Stamp this turn in combination. If he has a Watchtower, I don't believe he does.
I don't believe so, no.
Yeah, I think he's just running the 2 Risky Ruins. Even setting up a Risky Ruins here is still fine. Let's see what he chooses to do.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and Night Stretcher was thinking carefully about his play. Opted to grab the Moltres, allow him to deal some.
Moltres is really
efficient damage.
smart here because you can essentially just attack into the Kangaskhan not taking a knockout and leaving this Pleasant Debate. Since he only needs 4 prizes, attacking it with Dragapult just leaves him at risk of just losing to a Clefairy Crispin. I think he's just hedging his bets here. He finds that Risky Wins Monkey Dory combo, but doesn't have the bench space to capitalize on that yet. I think he's just going to Ultra Ball that away, get another Dragapult. This one isn't super relevant here, since he still needs to take 2 prizes, and if that Dragapult gets knocked out, he just loses the game anyways. Might just be a thin. Yeah, he wanted to hit that disruption here, and I don't think he found it.
Yeah, unfortunately
Failed.
with the Crushing Hammer, and that's going to be a Recon Directive.
Yeah, he's really digging for that disruption, and I don't think he finds it.
Did find another Dracloak though, so he gets another chance at it.
Yeah,
Does
I
get
think
the
it's,
Risky Ruin, but might be too little too late.
Yeah, he can't effectively use the Risky Ruins because he could play it preemptively and saying that whenever his opponent benches a Pokemon, they'll have to take damage, but looks like Yuli's probably holding on to the Area Zero just for that specific play. I don't know if he was showing his opponent his hand there or what he was trying to do.
Might get some help from his opponent to try and
figure out what to
this
do
one
here.
out.
Yeah, I think he's just going to retreat and attack here. So his opponent needs to find that boss's orders to be able to win this game. see what he chooses to do. I think if he finds that boss's orders, I think it's worthwhile to just go for.
Runs an errand.
Yeah, it looks like he found another energy in Crispin. Oh, the
There's
Wellspring
the
is
Wellspring
interesting.
Overpawn.
He finds the Crispin.
It's for weakness with that sob, by the way.
No, if he can find just the water energy and something else, another energy off of.
I believe he drew energy
Yeah, if
switch
he has an
earlier.
energy
so that
switch,
could-
yeah, he might just have game here. Wow,
And there it
very
is.
well
Yes,
played.
yes. Well done.
Well played here. Yeah, that's the difficult part about piloting Dragapult. You kind of need to keep your bench space limited just to avoid those kind of plays. You saw earlier, Becky, he was running that Shaman to avoid that that line that Raging Bolt likes to do.
Yeah. Interesting that Liam. I might have to go back and watch the VOD, but I'm curious what the thought process was behind having the Dunsparce and choosing not to use it.
I think he was trying to play around. Actually, I'm not sure what he was trying to play around at, actually, because he wasn't taking a knockout. So,
because I figured for sure he'd running draw, get 3 cards and then play Buddy Puffin, get the Dunsparce back, and that gives him a little insulation from any hand disruption. But
yeah, it might have been a sense of expecting that he might have taken wanted to take a knockout initially, and then realized it wasn't the right play, but he realized that a little too late. I was thinking through your plays a little bit longer can be better, but these players are under a lot of stress, so it's hard to make the best decision, especially on stream. So
yeah,
I do not
this is
blame
top
them.
4. It's been a long day for both of our players, also for us,
Yeah,
to be
honestly.
honest. Thoughts and prayers for us, please, forecasters. But speaking of thoughts and prayers, it looks like both of these players have had their prayers answered. Try saying that 5 times fast. Liam starting out with a Dreepy going first, and Julia starting out with the Latios EX in the active.
A lot better of a start for Liam. At least he's not starting that Meowth this time around and being behind in the prizes. The worst thing about last game is that Julius was able to get ahead very early by knocking out that Meowth. This way, he's only able to take 1 prize unless he uses that Wellspring Ogre Pawn. So we'll see what Julius uses here.
Yeah, has a few options. Could play the Ultra Ball, but instead decides to pass it over to Julius. Just gonna go ahead and play the Ultra Ball, it looks like, but not quite sure what else to discard. Seems to be the Teal Mask over pawn, and I can't quite tell what the
I believe that's just an energy or a Fluttermane.
Fluttermane. Fluttermane. What?
Yeah. So the Fluttermane, I believe, is a tech card for the Festival Lead matchup.
I see.
So notoriously, that's very bad matchup for Raging Bolt because there's a bunch of 1-prizers. But the Fluttermane will turn off that Festival Lead ability, preventing them from being able to search their deck for whatever they need. And you can attack with that Fluttermane since there's Crispin and a bunch of colorless energy. That's the requirement for Fluttermane. It's not very relevant in this matchup, but
yeah, probably why I got discarded. Discarding the Ogre Pawn, not ideal, but probably what Julius felt was the best decision given the hand.
It can come up in this matchup. Like even if you were to shove up Fluttermane in this board, it can turn off that Dracloak's ability if he chooses to evolve active. But you can just simply retreat and then still use that ability. So not the most
Instead,
effective.
grabs the Meowth for Cyrano, is playing it to grab Mega Kangaskhan EX, Wellspring Ogre Pawn. And
likely either a Clefairy or a Teal Mask would be correct. But he finally doesn't want to put that Teal Mask not to give him the Moltres line like he did last game. It is difficult to still play this deck though without utilizing Teal Mask because that's such efficient energy acceleration. But it is definitely doable, especially because you know that none of your Pokemon are getting knocked out by a single prizer.
Goes ahead, runs an errand. Drew another Meowth EX.
Yeah, he has that water energy. You can always energy switch that later onto the Wellspring. So
and passes. Liam's going to go ahead and play Buddy Buddy Poffin to grab what looks like Badoo and Dreepy.
Yeah, this Badoo is actually really strong in this position, not because you're afraid of anything in terms of E-switch, but actually, I mean, that is the main reason. You just don't want to get Wellspring. 'Cause you know it's in the hand. You can go Crispin E-switch. You assume that Ulysses is on just one water energy, which majority of the time they are, and in this case, he's correct. He only runs one water energy. So if as long as you item lock, the energy gets stuck onto that Kangaskhan, and there's no way that you can lose. Take Ulysses can take 2 prizes in this situation.
Liam plays Ultra Ball, discarding Risky Ruins and Night Stretcher, presumably for the Latios EX. Actually, wait, he doesn't play Latios yet. I'm curious what he's going to go for. I think it's going to be Meowth.
Meowth for the lilies. Yeah, he's just trying to set up his board a little bit more. This is his second turn, so he can evolve 2 of those GPs into Dracloaks already. And as long as he has a Crispin for next turn, or an energy attachment here, he can attack with a Dragapult EX the next turn after this. One thing that would be important to know is that if he's able to find a Crushing Hammer and remove this energy, it can be very difficult for Ulysses to find an attack off that might actually survive a Dragapult attack. So you can still attack with Lily's Clefairy, but you can get return knocked out. Let's see if he hits
Maybe a
heads.
Crushing Hammer heads.
And it was a head.
Discards the water energy. That's going to be really important later on, but first going to evolve this Dreepy into Dracloak. Going to go ahead and recon Directive. Still needs to decide how to get this Badoo in the active.
I mean, he could retreat the active energy, but he's likely wants to keep that Psychic there, so starting the Dark is probably the best play.
Yeah. Seems to commit to, or maybe not commit to attaching Dark. Taking a Recon Directive first. I don't disagree with that play. Seems like he just got a nice treasure, so he will feel a little more comfortable. Actually decides to bunk.
Yeah, it looks like he's just looking for that the Dracloak for next turn. That might be what he's searching for, just to thin his deck. It's important to use this early. Not that you're worried of any item lock, but it's there just so you can thin your deck out. So in case next turn you just want to draw a card that's not one of those cards, since you already have a way to tutor that card out.
Does now have 3 Dracloak on the board here.
One interesting play that Ulysses could do is he could actually just use the Wellspring Ogerpon and any energy, bring up that Meowth if he has a boss's orders, and buy himself 1 turn by trapping that Meowth in the active. And if he's able to, combo that with another boss's orders eventually, and he can take 2 prizes off of double Dracloak. It's a little difficult to get there, but if you have multiple boss's orders, maybe you can find them with the Meowth. It can be very powerful.
Yeah, Liam here trying to decide.
Yeah, even trapping the
to
Badoo
do
for a
for
turn,
next
just to make sure you don't get, knocked out by a Dragapult, be very powerful.
Now Julius's turn. Pollen is quite itchy, unable to play any items, retreats into the Wellspring, Mascor Pond.
Yeah,
It's
so he's
immediately
going
going
to
to be
trap
a
this
sob.
Badoo. I don't think he runs any Monkey Dory. I don't think he does. No, but this is actually a way where the Fluttermane could come up. Funny enough, to clean up that 1 damage counter with the Fluttermane's 2 damage pings that it does. Like the main way that I could see relevancy here.
Yeah, Liam going to go ahead and play Crispin, his Badoo Gambit, seemingly working out. Attaches Psychic to the Dracloak, puts the Fire Energy into his hand, going to decide later on in the match which Dracloak to evolve into Dragapult, and therefore which to attach the Fire Energy to. Gonna try and see.
Oh, he finds a Crispin. He might already have a Crispin in hand, so he just is looking for...
Yeah, well, he just played the Crispin, so...
I see, okay.
At this point, I assume he's searching for more energy to attach the Monkey Dory.
A way to find Dragapult, I think, is the main search here.
Does commit Fire Energy on the board and goes for another Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, so this is important here because Ulysses can't retreat lock that Bidoof for another turn. So he will need to find a boss's orders this turn to trap that Meowth, uh, or you can see that you're just gonna have to attack into this.
Just going to go ahead and slap down the Clefairy.
Yeah, unfortunate that that water energy was the first attachment, so there is no way that this Wellspring Mask Ogre is going to be able to attack. So more than likely, he's just going to retreat into this Kangaskhan and draw 2 cards. Yeah, because you don't want your Wellspring Ogre just immediately knocked out by that Dragapult. I mean, maybe that is something you're going for, just to be able to return knock it out with the Clefairy. But I think that's his line of just preemptively benching this Clefairy just so he has an attacker for next turn. I wonder if he either retreats into this Kangaskhan, yeah, just to set himself up.
See here, with a fresh new hand, what action will Julius take? Keep in mind, he's still under Itchy Paw and still cannot play any item cards. Looks like it's going to be a Teal Dance from the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate reality that you have to bench that because that Moltres is such a big counter. But it doesn't look like he has much options outside of that.
Yeah, both players had a bit of a stalemate of sorts, not able to KO each other's key threats quite yet. Going to be a manual attached with the Lightning Energy to the Wellspring Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, unfortunate if this Bidoof keeps attacking here, this water energy is never going to come out. But you are giving Julius a lot more time to just come back from his board position here.
Yeah, there we go. We just saw Liam did, in fact, find the Moltres. So if he can find Boss's Order and an energy, that could be a pretty decisive blow here. We are going to see the Crushing Hammer come out. Trying to see if it can get rid of that Lightning Energy. It does fail, so
It's hard to tell which dice are there.
yeah, that's going to be that Dracloak evolved up to Dragapult X. I was trying to think. I assume he's trying to figure out whether or not he wants to put down the Monkey Dory. Has the boss, but instead chooses to.
Yeah, in this
Push
scenario,
into-
it's you don't want to use the Moltres because, as we saw last game, the Wellspring Ogre can easily knock it out for free. And since he wouldn't be item locked anymore, you can just Night Stretcher for that water that's in the discard. So you kind of just want to remove that as an option for them. So force them to use 2 Night Stretchers to bring back the water energy and the Wellspring, which is really difficult for that Kangaskhan deck to do since they run. I don't even think they run that many recovery. They only run 2 Night Stretchers, so they'd have to use both on this Wellspring, which I mean is doable, but find 2 copies, especially when there is very limited draw outside of Kangaskhan and Serendipity.
Yeah, Liam does have 3 Boss's Orders in his deck, so there's one down. Could use a second on the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Could maybe use a third on the Clefairy EX or the Latias EX that now has enough damage to be knocked out with 1 Phantom Dive.
Yeah, likely here he's gonna go for some sort of Lily's Clefairy attack. If you could find a way to get into another uh, Latias, actually, it could be used as a funny attacker in this matchup, where you can charge up a fresh one and you switch onto it and be able to attack. You would just need 2 Psychic Energy. A little more difficult to get, but he has a lot of energy in his hand, so it's potentially possible.
Julius going to go ahead and play Ultra Ball. Discards the Grass Energy, but pondering which should be the second card. Doesn't want to discard too much energy, but also doesn't really want to get rid of any resources that could swing the tide of the game. Looks like it is going to be that second energy after all, so that's going to make Raging Bolt very difficult to get online, but Julius maybe is thinking, maybe I don't need Raging Bolt in this matchup.
Yeah. This is actually an interesting line to get Raging Bolt if you're able to get it. The problem is that he still needs a lot more pieces to be able to get that online. Maybe some sort of Glass Trumpet angle. It's looking like he's just going to try to flip the 3 heads. Oh, or just go for that. That works too. Get the guaranteed knockout on the Meowth.
Yeah, goes for an unfair stamp here.
This is interesting. This is actually very similar to that position we were in the first game we streamed. where off of this unfair stamp, you kind of need that boss's orders. At least now he has a Dragapult to go off of, but you could also do that Moltres plus boss's orders line as well. Very powerful.
Julius perhaps searching for energy switch, or if not, then to just stall out for a turn against this Meowth EX. Doesn't seem to have found the E switch. Going to try and see if he can get it off of this flip script from Pheasantipede EX.
Yeah, you might think that there's a lot of energies in their discard, but this deck runs 15 energy. So even if there's like 7 energy in their discard, they still have access to quite a few more energy. So take a minute before those Crispins actually start failing.
Yeah, Julius has plenty of cards in his hand. Looks like that is going to be an Ultra Ball here. Trying to figure out what to discard. There's a Ninth Stretcher, but already attached manually for the turn. That's Psychic Energy onto the Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, so you need some sort of Crispin or E-Switch combination to be able to attack this turn. I don't think he has drawn that, so I think he might be going for a Tail Mask. Just see what they do. They have the Nice Stretcher to get that, but that is also basically surrendering the fact that you're never gonna attack with Wellspring Ogerpon this game. So that Moltres becomes even more powerful than it was last game.
Julius in an awkward spot here. Doesn't have the energy and already played
Has
the
to pass.
quarter, so that's just going to be a pass. And this could be Liam's shot to turn the game around.
All Liam needs is just a way to retreat. And I mean, even attacking it this turn is fine, but if you're able to combo this with the boss's orders, even more powerful.
Yeah. Interesting to note, because Area Zero Underdepths is in play, if he can get the Dragapult into the active spot, he could just go ahead and place more Pokemon on his bench and
Yeah.
allow him to discard the Meowth when he plays his own Risky Ruins.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he realizes that. I think he might have access to another Pokemon. There's a Dreepy in his hand, but yeah, this might be a little misplay here. Not realizing that he can extend his bench with the Area Zero. Because I don't see why you wouldn't retreat and bench another Dreepy and then bump your stadium. But
For
it's
now,
also
though, just going to go ahead
Yeah.
and use Lily's Determination, shuffle his hand back into his deck, and draw a fresh set of 6 cards. Because he had played Lily's Determination, that means he will not be playing Boss's Orders. But honestly, might not need to. You got your Meowth out of the active. You really just need to start focusing on powering up your other Dragapults.
Yeah, and already having that 6 damage counters in play lets you, if you're able to swing with the Dragapult here, you can set up for a 4-prize turn.
Looks like it is going to be a Phantom Dive, and it's going to put damage counters on the Fez.
Probably just 1 everywhere. Very likely
Yeah,
what he's
putting
gonna do.
all these Pokemon in range of a Phantom Dive, but you got to put the extra counter somewhere. It looks like it was on the Clefairy EX.
Yeah, I don't think those will be super relevant.
I mean, get enough damage counters. Maybe Moltres can take the knockout. But
Oh, that is true. That
for
is
now,
true.
going to go ahead and pass the turn over to Julius. He's going to go ahead and run a quick errand with Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, this looks pretty much locked up for Liam as long as he's able to just find another Dragapult attack plus a boss's orders. The problem is that
Goes for the rapid fire combo.
Oh.
There's 1 heads. There's 2 heads. There's 3 heads, and
Wow.
that is enough for the knockout. You were just talking about that
yeah,
earlier.
I was saying that. Like, I mean, that is a line, but he still needs the boss. Yeah, so
But he still got it. So
it's-
just
there was
like
a lot that he needed.
Liam will take game 2 and bring us to our first game 3 of the set.
Yeah, it's true.
Excuse me, first game. Well, obviously,
top
first game
eight,
3
of
of the
top
day.
eight. Yeah,
First
last-
game 3 of the day.
yeah. It's exciting. Our other match right now, we have that Slow King that we showed last match. We also have another Raging Bolt in the top 4. So we'll see how I'm rooting for Slow King. I think it has a good shot here. If Liam ends up squeaking it out, we saw how that match went with for Vance versus Luke last time. We'll see how it turns out. I think that matchup can be very close. I think if they play any Raging Bull, I think Slow King is fairly favored, as we saw in our last set. This one, I think, is still very close. This set basically relies on someone essentially missing a turn, missing a beat. And as we saw this game, Julius missed a beat with that attack with the Kangaskhan. Like, if he was able to get that, he could win with just, one more boss's orders or just the Clefairy attack. But since he whiffed that, it means that
Yeah,
Liam
with
bought
not
another
just the
turn.
energy attachment, but also because he felt forced to play the boss's orders just to stall out a turn meant no longer using boss's orders to pull up a Dragon Pull to KO with Clefairy. But we are going to go ahead and start to get started here on game 3. Liam versus Julius. Dragapult versus Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, interesting matchup. We've seen this quite a few times today, and it still doesn't feel favored one way or the other. Seems very close. These hammers can be really annoying or insignificant, depending on how fast this Raging Bull seems to go. And then the Raging Bull, as long as it sets up with that Mega Kangaskhan active, it feels very powerful. But if it doesn't start it, it can seem very interesting and very bricky. I've seen so many hands of just like basically full energy. But it seems like a good hand too. So
Yeah, looks like Julius is going to go first here. Once again, Dreepy on the
Jeez,
side
this
of
hand
Liam,
looks
Julius
horrible.
on the side of Latias.
Just a handful of energy that aren't psychic and just another Latios. And I believe that's a Crispin or a boss's orders. I can't even tell.
Pokepad going to come out here. This is literally what happened last game, by the way.
Yeah.
Pokepad. Is it going to go for Dreepy or?
No, this
That's a
one for
Badoo.
sure is a Badoo. Because your opponent basically attached past. So
Okay.
they clearly can't
Shuffling the
get
deck,
anywhere.
so one divergence from last game. No Buddy Poffin in sight.
But as long as this Dreepy does not get knocked out this turn, you are in great shape. Because I think he has a Cloak and a Dragapult.
And immediately goes for Itchy Pollen. No supporter.
Yeah, it looks like his hand is just as bad, if not. But it seems fine as long as that Cloak next turn gets him something usable. Yeah, I think
And just
the
immediately
pass.
passes. All right.
Oh, fun.
Red hot battle
Jesus.
incoming here.
Looks like they're both bricking. But he has a Dragapult attack almost guaranteed next turn, so I think he
Hey,
just
you
is
know what? If you
whipping
get Dragapult and Psychic Energy, you could just win the game here.
Might
Julius
have
probably
to read that.
recognizing that. We'll go ahead and play a second Latias
my
EX
God.
with a second Grass Energy to boot.
But I still don't think Liam has a way to attack. He still needs that Psychic.
Yeah, Julius doesn't know Liam is in an equally bad position. Does have the Crushing Hammer, I
think-
guess. But
This is a little oversight. He could have used that Pokepad to thin one card before he Recon Directive, just to try to get a better card. I mean, there is an argument where you already saw, you did one Recon Directive before, so it's equivalent of thinning out one card that you don't want to see, but interesting decision here.
I'm going to go ahead and Itchy Pollen once more. Julius probably realizing, wait a second, there was no Dragapult, there's no Psychic Energy. We've
Very-
got a standoff here, but just immediately
Yeah, this is
passes
looking
it back
very
to
rough.
Liam.
So as long as Liam is able to get any sort of attack off here, it can be very cumbersome. But you could also consider it maybe being a bluff. So making sure that you don't go super aggressive unless you're immediately winning the game. Yeah, just making sure you set yourself up for 2 attacks in a row. Yeah, keeping that Crispin. Now you can safely start attacking without having to worry about maybe your only Dragapult EX getting knocked out and not having a return knockout. Because if Julius was just holding his hand and bluffing, that and his hand was exactly Liz Clefairy Crispin, maybe like Fez on Sarah Stamp, and it could be.
Yeah, he does have the unfair stamp. To
Yeah,
be fair.
so the game is definitely not over. So if he's able to get that return knockout here, plus the unfair stamp, he actually is still in a fine position.
Whiffs the crushing hammer. That's probably fine, all things considered. And Liam gonna go
I
ahead.
would like to see this Pheasantipity being benched. I know you might worry about retreat lock, but if you get unfair stamp plus knocked out, it can be really difficult to recover here.
You see here, Liam seemed to get both the Moltres and the Rose's encouragement off of that. Julius revealing the teal mask over pawn.
The more energy. But he has the Ultra Ball.
Yeah,
So
could grab a Pheasantipity.
I would grab that Lily's Clefairy just to off the unfair stamp if you're able to just get an energy switch plus a psychic energy. Oh, interesting. He went for the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, could flip the script, places down area 0 underdepths, and goes for the unfair stamp.
Yeah, there is a line of wanting to go down that Fez just in case that your 5 cards off of the unfair stamp aren't much better. So you can draw this 3 extra card, maybe get yourself in a better position. But if he whiffs this Lily's Fairy, he might actually be in a worse position. So I don't know. I would have liked to see that Lily's Fairy come down before. But I understand the reasoning for going for the Pheasant.
Julius gonna go refill his hand. Liam gonna be sent down to 2 cards for his hand. Looks like one of them is Crispin, didn't quite catch the other one. And Julius gonna go ahead, flip the script here. Try and see if he can
He's looking
find
for that
any
Lily's
attackers.
Clefairy.
Found an energy switch. That's step 1 of the plan, but doesn't quite have step 2.
Yeah, it just looks like there's just so
Oh,
much.
actually, he did pull it. He did pull Lily's
Oh wow.
Clefairy.
Okay, it looks like he found the exact combo that I was talking about.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
awesome.
this could be it here.
I think he's probably just counting how much Pokemon needs. I think he has it exactly. I believe
Yeah,
7.
He has the energy switch in his hand, trying to decide
7
which.
bench Pokemon plus Clefairy. That's 8. Does exactly 320. He needs to just hope that Liam can't return knockout this Clefairy. It's really, really difficult position to be in.
Places down the Meowth X.
I don't think he's used the supporter just yet.
I don't
though.
believe so, no.
So
This could be probably not a boss order, unless it wants to save it for later in the game, which honestly might be fair.
yeah, this might be just a Crispin and just saving that energy switch for later. I wonder what he's deciding on.
He has boss's orders in hand, we can kind of see there.
An interesting line he could do is, he
Grab
could do this.
Sirena.
He could also Crispin onto this Pheasantipity. It's kind of an unconventional line, but if you can energy switch and Crispin, you could take out that 1 Dracloak, and maybe your opponent just can't do anything next turn. If they can't evolve into a backup Dracloak, you can just then use the Lily's Clefairy, knock out the solo Dragapult, and maybe buy yourself the game that way. Kind of have to take a risk here, especially after that rough start.
But instead, Julius going to go ahead, play Director Cyrano, going to grab another Mega Kangaskhan EX, a Raging Bolt EX,
Oh,
and
interesting.
the
If you
Meowth
can
EX.
attack with this Raging Bolt in this turn, that's actually probably the best play you can do. Though it does require a lot of pieces.
Yeah, Julius, again, does have the Area 0 Underdepth, so he is able to play all these Pokemon, choosing not to play the Meowth EX just in case he needs to use it during the next turn.
Interesting. So he has this Glass Trumpet to utilize these discarded energies earlier in the game. And so as long as he's able to find that fighting energy.
Yeah, seems to manually attach Psychic Energy, so that is going to be a Clefairy.
Yeah, so he
Failing
still has to
Dragapult
hope
here.
that there is no return knockout with this Dragapult. Doesn't look like it's immediately in Liam's hand, but I guess we will see. If he's able to buy himself 1 turn here, it might be just enough what he needs to bring back this game. Looks like there's an Ultra Ball. See, this is what I was saying when it comes to maybe he should have benched that Pheasantipity
The
EX.
Fez, yeah.
Because this is not unlikely for Raging Bolt to do. And so now kind of wish you had that Pheasantipity to still utilize that Crispin this turn. So now you have to hope you get, another Dragon Ball EX and the energy that you need.
Right. Seems Liam did get the Dodon Sparse here, so could draw 3 more cards. First, going to go ahead and play Pokepad for the Dracloak to evolve this 3P into Dracloak. Have to see if he wants to play the Dodon Sparse's running draw ability first, before, or after the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, the main issue here is that you kind of really wanted to play Crispin this turn because now that if you are forced to just attach for a turn, what can happen is that you might not be able to gust and attack with the Dragapult next turn. So I think honestly, if you're able to just attach an energy onto one of the Dracloaks and just Itchy Pollen, let yourself go down to 3.
He finds the Dragapult EX here.
Yeah. This doesn't seem to me like the correct play because if your opponent just has boss's orders and knocks out that as a Nippity, you're basically forcing yourself to swing twice with a Dragapult, and what'll happen is if Julia is able to get an attack off with the Raging Bolt, you won't be able to gust and attack with the Dragapult in one turn, and now you just put another 2-prize liability on the board. I just hope this doesn't come back to bite Liam here. But I
Yeah.
think the correct play was to just Itchy Pollen here and just attach an energy, which I think he had as a play.
Liam here going to evolve into Dragapult, attach the Psychic Energy, so can take a knockout onto this Lily's Clefairy
Yeah.
EX, but might have some trouble against the Raging Bolt in the following turn.
Yeah, I think now his only line to close up the game is if he's able to get that Moltres plus that boss, which is still a realistic possibility. Even putting this 4 damage counters on the Raging Bolt is fine. I guess Liam doesn't know if there's more than one Raging Bolt. Looks like there is just one. So now Ulysses has to find a way to attack with something that isn't immediately knocked out by returning Dragapult EX.
Julius going to go ahead and use Pheasantippity's Flip the Script ability. Does find another energy search that could be very valuable later on.
Yeah, this is where I think you can actually bring back a Latias and potentially swing with it, but you'd have to use both Night Stretchers to bring back the Lily's Clefairy as well.
Goes
Where I
ahead
think
and uses Teal Dance, attaches an energy to the Ogre Pawn EX. Just trying to figure out how he wants to move this. Plays the Meowth EX. That could be a Crispin, could be a boss's orders. I imagine it would be the Crispin if he has access to it in his deck.
let's see. Ulysses is in an interesting position because he has to attack with something that's not going to be immediately knocked out again, and seems to me like the only thing that can do that is that Kangaskhan, but is he gonna have to flip 3 heads again? Doesn't seem
Yeah, Julius
best
trying to
thing.
decide which supporter to grab and or play.
Yeah, he is out of disruption here, so
Sig drafts Cypher Maniacs.
oh, interesting. He grabbed that Chen Pao. That allows him to reset
Discard.
essentially the area 0, heal. Maybe he's going for that discarding Raging Bolt and then Night Stretchering it back. That could be used. See what he chooses to do here.
Julius taking a quick moment to assess the board. This could be the inflection point.
Yeah, I mean this is the turn of the game. If Felix is able to get a knockout on this Raging Bolt, on this Dragon Bolt EX with something like a Raging Bolt that's full health, it might swing the game completely. Yeah, he has the multiple energy switches. I think it's possible. He just needs that Night Stretcher. I think playing that Raging Bolt from hand too early was kind of the downfall here. Look, yeah, he's trying to find that Night Stretcher, I believe. Let's see if he finds it.
Finds another Ogre Pawn, Teal Max once more. So
Awkward position here. He found that fighting energy, so he for sure can attack with his Raging Bolt, but you don't want it to attack if you only have 200 damage counters on it.
Does have the Chien-Pao and chooses to use the ability. It's going to be a lot of discard going through. Does discard that Raging Bolt alongside the Meowth EX.
Yeah, so it looks like he's trying to get that Night Stretcher combination off. Just don't know if he has it in his hand.
Puts back the Area Zero.
Oh, he does
have Night Stretcher.
Okay, interesting. Maybe he was just thinking through the play. So now you just attach this fire, energy switch. And so now you just have to hope that your opponent doesn't have that Moltres plus boss combination.
Yeah, Julius is going to go ahead. Will have to discard one of the Lightning or Fighting Energy, but a price well worth paying.
Yeah, I think here for sure you just discard. I mean, yeah, of course you discard all the grass and then depending on whatever you don't have in your hand. I think he runs 2 copies of both of those, so I think Liam here, I'm sure he understands what he needs to do. It's about finding those cards.
Plays Ultra Ball to discard Rose's Encouragement and Lily's Determination.
Yeah, he has those fire energies in deck. He just needs to draw into them naturally without using any.
Yeah, actually grabs the Dunsparce.
Yeah, I believe he has a second Ultra Ball in hand that he's going to use to find that Moltres. Do you have 3 bosses in hand? Because discarding 2 bosses seems a little wild to me.
Yeah, Liam putting all his chips on this play here. Opponent taps the deck. Zenipides flip the script, goes.
Does not find it.
That could be a Poke Pad. Thins the deck a little bit. Grabs the Monkey Dory.
This is
Not
rough.
likely to play it.
I don't think he has another Dracloak. So he needs either a Night Stretcher or... Ooh, an Unfair Stamp? Okay.
Fair Stamp could be it.
So he just needs to bench his Moltres and hope. I think I would preemptively just use the boss's orders here. And just Unfair Stamp and
Evolve
hope you...
to the Dunsparce, play Moltres. Boss,
Yeah.
and then Unfair Stamp, hope for the best. First going to play the Crushing Hammer, even if it's a Tails, which it is. That's one less card you're going to shuffle back into the deck.
It's very nerve-wracking here. I think since there's the Area Zero already there, if you can find a way to evolve into Dragapult, maybe you can overbend. Oh,
and there it is.
Wow.
Just like that.
Well played, well played.
Liam will advance to the finals.
I believe our next match just finished. We're waiting on results
just
for
in
that.
time.
So we'll be very shortly back with our finals match.
Yeah, we're going to hop into a very quick break, and then we'll be right back with our finals. Yeah. Almost there.
All right, we're almost done.
It's going to be an exciting match. So
excited.
Stick around, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our 88 card house. Emaqi
Rocky. 8K tournament.
8K World Send Off Tournament. We're here in the finals. I'm Gerardo, aka Kurt. I'm joined by Joseph, and we have an exciting finals match here. Two players we've shown off multiple times on stream thus far. On your left will be Liam rocking Dragapult, and on your right will be Wyatt rocking that
Raging Bolt,
Raging Bull
Kangaskhan.
Kangaskhan.
Looks like the exact same match, and actually the exact same 60 that we just watched last set. What's interesting is that these are both seniors. This tournament combined all of the divisions, and it was kind of the first chance for these seniors and juniors to be able to play in top 8 best of 3 matches, and take prizing away from Masters, which is interesting.
Yeah, no better
yeah.
practice for the World Championships than literally beating all the adults in the room.
Exactly, and world's competitors, including world champions.
Including former world champions.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so it looks like they're starting.
All right.
Looks like Wyatt won the coin flip and is going first.
Wyatt leading with the Mega Kangaskhan EX, allowing him to run errands immediately. Liam starting with Ladripi for like the 5th game in a row. Gonna have to see what Wyatt draws here off of this run errand ability. I was talking with Wyatt's dad earlier, and he was mentioning to me that Liam and Wyatt actually play test together.
Oh wow!
So presumably both know each other's exact 60. So we're gonna have to see how each of them navigate
It
this.
should not be a surprise. A lot of these decks run very similar cards, so let's see. A very familiar matchup for sure for both of these players.
Liam landing heads with Crushing Hammer, following it by a Buddy Poffin. Gonna presumably search for a Badoo and either a second Dreepy or a Dunsparce. We'll have to see. It looks like it is going to be the Dreepy.
Yeah, so it looks like with that Crushing Hammer heads, it doesn't look like Wyatt will be able to take a knockout this next turn unless he has the exact combination of Crispin plus Louis Berry. So outside of that, it's just probably just another setup turn for Wyatt after this, and so buys Liam some time to be able to evolve into Ledger Cloak and be able to set up those like chain Phantom Dives that we saw last game.
Yeah, Liam going to go ahead, draw 8 cards off of Luke's Determination. Going to have to see if we can grab more Dreepies and Dracloaks.
Like that Buddy Poffin will come into play. I wonder if he wants to play that Risky Ruins first to get those damage counters. Doesn't look like he wants to do that, so probably just getting the Dunsparce ready to go. This list looks very standard for both sides. Liam's side running that Dunsparce but without the Dunsparce EX, the Risky Ruins, the 2 Risky Ruins. So it looks like a very similar list, but he runs the 4 Fire Energy and the 2 Dark. We've seen just be able to use that Moltres a lot easier. And it came in a handy last set for him to win the set. So we'll see if Wyatt plays down these Teal Mask Ogre Pawns. I know they're very vital for both decks, for the Raging Bull deck, but if you're able to get around without using it, it actually might be beneficial to not lose to 1 prize board state that Liam might be able to put down.
Yeah, Wyatt here going to be slapping down the Meowth EX. Gonna try and grab a supporter here. I'm curious if that is Cyano or Crispin. Have to see here in a moment. Wyatt trying to decide for himself as well.
Yeah, there's a chance he might go for the Crispin if he has any sort of relevant attacker. If not, yeah, maybe setting up the Cyrano just for the next turn, being able to attack with. I'm thinking potentially going for another Meowth if he doesn't have a supporter in hand. Maybe an attacker such as Ladies Clefairy, and then maybe a Wellspring or a Teal Mask, just to be able to have that Terra Pokemon in play to utilize Area 0 Underdepths.
Yeah, Wyatt gonna go ahead, try and decide what his third EX. It is gonna be that Wellspring Ogre Pawn.
Deciding maybe he has enough energy that he doesn't need, or enough supporters he doesn't need another Meowth, or he doesn't want to clog up the board with too many Pokemon they can't use before he finds that Area 0. Even though they run for Area 0, it can be kind of hard to find them when you need them, especially with how limited of draw just the Kangaskhan can be at times. And just hope that your opponent doesn't get that Moltres online and immediately knocks this Domask Ogre Pawn out of the way. An ideal turn for Liam would be to just triple evolve those Joster Cloaks and then get the boss plus Moltres attack. It's not unreasonable, to be honest.
Yeah, imagine some energy or some Crispin. Uh,
Yeah,
Either or.
I would have liked to
White
see.
actually gonna commit the water energy
Yeah,
here
I would have
to the
liked to
Mega
see
Kingdom.
that Sob uh, on the Badu here just to prevent that Moltres line.
But Liam here gonna evolve Dunsparce into Dunsparce. And
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he's able to get that triple cloak. Looks like he for sure has at least one. See those crushing hammers. Still really powerful just to prevent his opponent from just starting the game, but Pheasantipity is also very powerful. Looks like there's that Pokepad. Most likely getting another Dracloak just to set up that chain of Dracloaks here. It looks like given the way this board is progressing, it's looking like it's going to just be another Itchy Pollen. Like he'll need a lot more pieces to be able to get this Moltres boss play going.
yeah, we'll at least be able to slap down some more Dracloaks, get some more energy on
Illusion of
board.
choice. Double Crispin.
Would you rather have Crispin or Crispin?
All right.
Liam instead apparently opted for Crispin. Gonna go ahead and grab a Psychic Energy and a Fire Energy.
Yeah, very likely going to attach just double Fire Energy or double Psychic. Depends on how he wants to do it. Maybe the Psychics can just
Maybe
go on both.
Psychics, yeah.
Yeah, just so you have those Fire Energy for later in the deck. You want to have both of the same energy so that all those fires can be used to attack with the Dragapult later.
Looks like it is going to be an Itchy Pollen, so going into White's turn, he will be unable to use any item cards, only supporters, Pokemon, and energy.
Yeah, this 2 damage counter on the Kangaskhan is actually surprisingly relevant. If he's able to get a Dragapult swing into this Kangaskhan, he might be able to clean it up later with a Monkey Dory and then another Phantom Dive with the 6 damage counters. So that Risky Ruins enables a lot of unique plays here for this Dragapult deck. Whether it's going to come into play, I'm not 100% sure, but it is something that could come up, so I'll keep a tab on that.
Yeah. White going to go ahead and play Crispin, so this is probably a rapid fire combo headed into the way of this poor Badu.
Yeah, so in this position, it's actually interesting. So this actually could come up where if he is able to swing into this Kangaskhan.
Could go for another triple heads and KO Dragapult, you never know.
That's true, true.
White here grabbing Psychic and Fighting Energy. That is going to be one less Fighting Energy available for a potential Raging Bolt. Again, Wyatt needs to be a little careful with how he manages his energy. But instead, just slaps both to United Kangaskhan.
Preparing around that unfair stamp that might be coming. So he's pre-benching all of these Pokemon.
Yeah, slaps down Clefairy, slaps down Pheasantipity. There is no Area Zero Undepth in play, so he can't play any more Pokemon. But if you had to choose two, Pheasant,
it looks like he has the Area Zero in hand, but is, I don't know, being wary of playing it right now. Interesting. He's probably wanting to save them to bump the rest of Risky Ruins, or I guess he's playing it aggressively now.
Goes ahead and plays it.
So he's playing this Kangaskhan as the play that I mentioned earlier, where he punches into the Kangaskhan. This is a way that you can counter that strategy by, if you were to do that, you can, if you were to bump that, Area Zero with something else, you can take out some damaged Pokemon such as the Meowth. Like that.
Liam here going to go ahead and flip the script since Badu was KO'd. Going to have to try and find both the Dragapult and the Fire Energy. I believe it has plenty of Fire Energy still from the previous turn. So mostly just looking for a Dragapult here. Pokepad could grab either Dracloak or a Dunsparce. opts for the Cloak.
Yeah, this is where I would like to see if he's able to get a Crispin plus a Risky Ruins plus a Monkey Dory. You can set up this opposing Kangaskhan with exactly 60 damage counters. And unless Wyatt off of the Unfair Stamp finds Shen Pao plus an Area 0 plus more Pokemon, it would be very difficult to heal that Kangaskhan before Liam can get another attack off and take 5 prizes. This could also be a line where Liam decides to just go for the Moltres and Boss if he can find it. Or just a Dragapult and Boss, that works too.
Liam does find this. Question now is, will he find the boss's orders as well? Gonna go ahead and Ultra Ball.
Oh, interesting. He basically deciding that he does not want to use that combo of Risky Ruins and Moltres. Those are two very strong cards in this matchup, actually, deceptively. He decides maybe he just doesn't need it this game.
Yeah, he does have the boss, so that is going to be a Clefairy.
Yeah, unless he's able to find all of his boss's orders, he's going to need every single one to be able to win this game if he doesn't want to swing into this Kangaskhan. I would honestly like to see him swing into this Kangaskhan and just hope that, Wyatt can't bump the stadium.
Yeah, Wyatt gonna go ahead, promote the Kangaskhan, allows him to draw 2 cards going into his turn.
See, like, even that play would have been doable if he just put all 6 damage counters on this Kangaskhan and left it exactly 80 damage counters on it. So then that Risky Ruins plus Monkey Dory combination could actually leave the Kangaskhan with exactly 200 damage counters on it. But now he's kind of relying on having that Moltres plus Boss to be able to actually take a knockout. He's fumbling with his cards, so he obviously has the Fire Energy in hand, unfortunately.
I think we revealed the Fire Energy that was revealed like 3 turns ago and not something far more devastating or alerting. Wyatt trying to figure out what in the world to do with his 20 card hand here. Does need to kind of get more Pokemon, more energy online. That Teal Masco Pawn starting to gain some steam.
Yeah, here's a turn where you could actually go into that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, he has the Fighting Energy on board, so if he has Lightning Energy and an E-Switch, that could be enough for a powerful
Yeah,
turn.
he might not have enough and just has to go into this Clefairy. The hard part about the Raging Bolt is that it can be just difficult to find. You run 2 of the Lily's Clefairy, but only 1 of the Raging Bolt. So you might not have the resources to just find that card. Preemptively using the energy switch here, I would have liked to see him just draw first, see what options he has, and then commit cards. See, like right now he found the Ultra Ball, so that could have been a Raging Bolt attack, but by preemptively using the energy switch, he can't go for that line anymore.
Yeah.
I believe that is a
And
lightning
likewise,
energy.
we
in
saw
hand.
he did draw the Fighting Energy, but now he's got to be careful because if he attaches that to Clefairy, then he definitely can't use Raging Bolt later on in the game.
Following, yeah, exactly. So here, even this Ultra Ball, wonder if
Discards
he'll
Steel
get.
Mask over Pawn and an Area 0 Under Depths.
Yeah, since Liam discarded a Risky Ruins, it looks like he's just trying not to go for that strategy anymore this game. And so, essentially getting this Raging Bolt in play.
And he does.
Yeah, so I believe he has a Lightning Energy in hand.
Has he played Supporter yet? I don't think so.
Do not think so. So,
good try and
good Crispin this game.
Crispin.
Maybe he was planning on Crispining all along and just was using the Psychic Energy preemptively to just set up a backup attacker.
We are going to see here. White can grab energy. We know one of them is the Fighting Energy in his hand, but doesn't seem to have found Lightning Energy.
Perhaps they're both
in the prize.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting.
I wonder if White noticed that because he did discard the.
No, he does have this. Okay, interesting.
does have
He
it.
just decided, hey, he doesn't want to attack with.
Well, presumably that was in his hand, so he wouldn't have been able to Crispin anyway because they would have both been in his hand.
I see.
That's probably why he went for the E-Switch play onto the Clefairy.
Oh, he has. Okay, all right, interesting.
Or you can just have more E-Switch,
Yeah, I looked at his hand. Very interesting hand here.
So suddenly Wyatt went from 0 attackers to 2 very threatening attackers
Yeah.
arguably all he needs for the rest of this game.
So it's interesting whether he goes for this Raging Bolt attack or if he goes for the Lily's Clefairy attack. I imagine he would try to go for this Raging Bolt attack, but it can get stuck, without an attacker if Liam can find a way to knock out this Lily's Clefairy.
We'll have to see here.
This is the name of the game, just trying to buy back one turn.
Yeah, because this Clefairy and
This-
Raging Bolt are both powerful.
Yeah. And since Wyatt has only taken one prize so far, if he doesn't buy a single turn back, then Liam's on pace of just winning the game through just sheer prize racing.
Yeah, Liam still always has the option of going for the Fire Energy and the Boss's Order to go ahead and knock out that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. I'm going to go ahead, retreat this Mega Kangaskhan, but into who? Raging Bolt or Clefairy?
Yeah, I
Looks
think
like
the
he
Raging
opts
Bolt
for
is
Raging
correct,
Bolt.
especially if Moltres is the line that Liam's going to go for. At least you are already utilizing discarding these grass energies.
Needs to discard 5 energy here, trying to decide which ones to go for. Looks like Fighting Energy is going to be one of them. We know why it has an extra Fighting Energy in his hand, so it's probably why he feels comfortable.
Interesting.
discarding
I wonder why he didn't discard all 3 grass energies. That's interesting. I think he's trying to play around
Maybe just
the boss's orders on the Clefairy and just to have a little bit more energy in
hedging his
play.
bets, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, it is Liam's turn now.
He
We know
drew
has
into the
fire.
stamp. So wow, this is
Wow,
very
the illusion of
powerful.
choice right there. Would you like Night Stretcher or Night Stretcher?
But those Night Stretchers are very strong here. He can get into the energy he needs and the Dragapult. Interesting, he's going very aggressively into this play. He's hoping that he hits the boss's orders off of this Unfair Stamp plus Peasantipity plus Recloak Draw, which, I mean, is likely, but he'll never know.
Yeah,
If
that
he whips that,
is
then he kind of
8
just,
cards total. So
yeah.
Liam's deck at about half its original size.
And honestly, you can just go into 2 Dragapult since Wyatt is at a 3 prizes. You kind of don't want to give them the off prize with the Moltres. At least something easy to knock out.
We saw there he does in fact have Boss's Order. So
Yeah, so now he just needs to find a way to set up a backup attacker.
finds the Dunsparce. So could Buddy Buddy pop in for 2 Dunsparce, or excuse me, 1 Dunsparce and perhaps an extra Dreepy.
Yeah, it's looking definitely favored for Liam here, as long as he's able to find another Fire Energy and another Boss's Orders. Looking like he's in a very commanding position here. Very crucially, he does not want to bump the stadium, because if Wyatt catches on to that his only line, he can remove this Tiamat's Ogre Pawn, and basically Liam will be out of options here.
I'm going to have to make a decision here. How does he want to move forward? How does he want to set himself up for the next turn? Is it going to be that Dragapult? Is it going to be the Moltres?
Yeah, so it's not 100% checkmate yet. If Wyatt is able to find that Chen Pao and remove the liability of the Tiamat's Ogre Pawn while finding a way to attack with the Raging Bolt, that is a way that he can win without, because Liam needs to be able to charge up a Dragapult and Boss and Gust, which is not very easy to do.
But it sounds like Liam isn't going to go for Boss. Instead, going to go for Crispin here. So
I think he's just, he's using Crispin. Interesting.
we're going to go ahead and preemptively power up Patrick Cloak.
Yeah, I think he sees the situation here, that if Wyatt was able to remove that Tiamat's Ogre Pawn, he would not have a way to win the game. So preemptively benching his Risky Ruins and trying to take a 4 prize turn next turn by just using 2 Dragapult attacks. Whether this strategy works out for him, we'll see. Wyatt could still play Area 0 and the Chen Pao and discard this Raging Bolt. So that's the name of the game here, is finding that Area 0, finding that Chen Pao, and attacking with those Lily's Clefairy here.
Going into Wyatt's turn here. We know he has the fighting energy
He has the
in
glass
his hand,
trumpet here.
so could discard all energy on board, but probably would prefer to get some other energy on the board. Crispin could be the start of it, allows him to attach an energy and put a grass energy in his hand if he has an extra, and that would allow for the fifth.
Looking really difficult here for Wyatt, since we know that Liam has boss's orders in hand, and there's very little Wyatt has to disrupt him. Very smart play by Liam here by instead of taking a knockout, uh, leaving this Raging Bolt here.
I'm just going to go ahead and grab grass and a fighting energy. I have a feeling I know where that fighting energy is getting attached. White could teal dance here. That'd be 4 non-Clefairy energy on the board.
Mhm.
And with the energy attachment in hand, could get the fifth to secure a one-hit KO onto this Dragapult EX. I have to see what Wyatt draws off of this Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Wonder if he has hit any energy switch. You have to just hope that your opponent doesn't have boss's orders, but it looks like they did that play because they had boss's orders. That's the only issue here.
Yeah, Wyatt revealing Glass Trumpet. That's going to...
Be able to only charge 1 energy here.
But 1 energy is all Wyatt is going to need here. Fighting energy is attached to the Kangaskhan.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to discard this energy, and looks like Liam has it in his hand. We'll have to see him play it out, but I'm pretty sure that is already game in hand.
Wyatt takes 2 prizes down to his last. Liam going to have to see if he's correctly set himself up for the 4 prize turn.
He just needs just the Dragapult EX, it looks like.
Crushing Hammer.
Yeah, given the hand, it just looks like he needs a Dragapult EX. Oh, then that's it. Should be game.
There it is. Fire Energy and Boss. Boss up Clefairy or the Latios or the Fez. Pretty much any of them. And put the remaining damage counters on the Raging Bolt. Liam will take the first game of the set.
Yeah, this Dragapult deck is very, very powerful, as we already know, but these players are playing it very, very well. This Raging Bolt was made as some sort of counter to Dragapult, but as we're seeing, it's not countering as efficiently as it should be. I feel like there's some pieces that it's just missing, and it just can't efficiently take the prizes as it needs to and avoid Dragapult from just running it over. I think it's those early turns that are very crucial. The one game that we saw Wyatt win early was when he was able to get that Clefairy knockout on the Badoo by turn 1 or 2, just to take those early prize race leads. Very important. As well as the one game we saw Julius win in the last set, he was able to get that early knockout on the Meowth. So the name of the game is taking those first 2 prizes before Dragapult can take any knockout. I think that's is the way that they can succeed here.
Yeah, another common thing we've seen in all of these games is whether or not that Clefairy gets knocked out early. That's another big deal because Wyatt has to commit so many resources to the Raging Bolt just to Oko. Dragapult with Clefairy could just be, Clefairy Crispin, Clefairy previous energy attachments, or E-Switch. But going into the game 2 here, it looks like Wyatt led with Shen Pal. Definitely not what you want to see. It could be worse, but that means you're going to have one less trick up your sleeve later on in this match.
Yeah, and no way to search out this Latias, so it looks like Wyatt's not going to be able to swing for quite a few turns. And so as we were saying, to try to get those early attachments and attacks off early, it's looking really, really difficult here.
Liam trying to decide, does he want a second Dreepy or a Dunsparce to take advantage of this good position here? Opts for the Dunsparce. Have to see, how good his greed is.
Yeah, well, one thing that's interesting is that this Pheasantipity can actually be a very useful attacker, especially knocking out these Dreepies. Yeah, so it looks like Liam is
double backs to the Dreepy.
Yeah, it's because it is scary if your only Dreepy gets knocked out by the one Pheasantipity, no matter where it is on the board. It can set you behind really far.
Liam discarding that Psychic Energy to put Badoo in the active, goes for an Itchy Pollen. Now it is Wyatt's turn.
If
Can
Wyatt's-
now play supporters, but
yeah,
unable to play item card.
you will need this Latias plus Crispin here.
Has me out the X.
Very
That's
likely
step
he's
one.
just going to go in a Cyrano here, get that Latias Kangaskhan, uh, a Terra Pokemon in play. What you can do here that's interesting is actually just attach a different energy onto the Wellspring Mask and hope that there's no Crushing Hammers, and then just try to take 2 prizes with the Wellspring. See if that's what he opts for.
Go ahead. Latias.
Yeah, those 2 for
Kangaskhan.
sure. Now you will just need a Terra Pokemon, so either Teal Mask or the Wellspring.
Pros and cons to both. Teal Mask is generally better, but that's also a potential Moltres target for Liam in the future. Like, going to have to make a decision. This is tournament on the line. Does indeed opt for the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, and these players are playing for quite a lot of money. I mean, especially for these seniors, they're not used to this much money, I don't think. For $1,000 and 2 boxes of Pitch Black.
Yeah.
For first place. So one of the biggest prizing I've seen for a tournament of this size. So a lot on the line here. See if Wyatt can bring this back from this kind of start. See what
Go
he does
ahead,
do.
retreat the Chenpao into the Kangaskhan, run some errands, see what 2 cards Wyatt draws. One of them is a Cyrano, but the other is an Ultra Ball.
That he can't use, unfortunately. So I think he's a little stuck
Just going to
here.
pass here. Liam immediately evolves Dreepy into Dracloak.
Yeah, he has to just hope that he can't get 2 Dracloak out over here. If he isn't able to get another Dracloak, he could go into Crispin next turn and just start sniping those Dracloaks off the board.
Liam going to go ahead, manually attach Psychic Energy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has any other play here. He might just go ahead and pass, or maybe Boss's Orders to prevent that run errand draw. I think maybe a Boss's Orders on the Pheasantipity might be correct. Yeah, I see that's what he's going for. Just hope White doesn't have that Crispin in hand. If he does, then this actually might completely swing the other direction.
Yeah.
Let's see what he has. Does he have a Crispin? It looks like he has a Crispin, so actually it's completely swinging back the other direction. Wyatt is in a really good commanding spot here. If he's able to get this Cruellero on this one solo Dracloak, then he's basically going to be chasing this Dracloak off the board every single turn. Unless Wyatt's able, or Liam's able to just bench multiple Dreepy and evolve them all at the same time. It's very difficult to do if you don't have any draw. So priority number 1 for Liam is to try to get that Pheasantipity on the board, but looking to be very difficult right now.
Yeah, White in a very strong position to just rule arrow.
Yeah, after that start, it's actually interesting how much this has swung.
There's the area 0 underdepths.
I think you just make sure not to bench that Teal Mask Ogerpon. I think that's very vital. You do not want to give your opponent just the free access to 2 prizes in case they have it.
Buddy Poffin on the side.
So this is interesting. So you kind of want not to evolve into a Dracloak here, weirdly enough. You kind of want to just leave double. You want to go into triple Dreepy, actually. That is the ideal board. So using one of these Night Stretchers, not on the Dracloak, but actually on one of the Dreepies. And then next turn, evolving into double Dracloak at the same time. So yeah, see, this is like, to me, might be a mistake.
In fairness, does get both Buddy and Ultra Ball.
Yeah, but if he's not able to establish a third Dreepy, then that Dracloak will just get knocked out next turn, and then just continuously down the line, it'll just get every single Dracloak.
Will continue.
Yeah, so this Night Stretcher really needs to be on the third Dreepy, or he's in a really bad position.
Grabs Meowth for Lily's determination.
One way I've seen players circumvent this situation is getting into a Monkey Dory, actually, and mind bending the Pheasantipity. Just try to buy 1 turn of not getting your Dracloaks just wiped off the board. But we've seen players adapt to that with like something like the Iron Leaf, stuff like that. Let's see.
See
Liam's able
what
to get
key
that
cards
going.
Liam draws here.
Yeah, so he draws
Ice
into
Stretcher
this
is among
close.
them. There is Crushing Hammer. That's right. You can always just Crushing Hammer your way out of a bad
Unfortunately,
situation.
Wyatt's deck is full of energy, so I don't think it really matters too much what energy gets discarded. He really needs this one Dreepy on the board. Yeah, so if he's able to get there, this is, I have seen this board state happen very many times. Most recently at the finals of NAIC this year, the exact same board state that happened to Nutty, where his single Ultra Cloaks kept getting knocked out turn by turn by turn.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Liam was
Oh,
able to do it. So
looks like he's missing any sort of energy. It's actually very sad. The deck that runs at least like 14 or 16 energy isn't able to find any. So this is another advantage now back to Liam's side, where if he's able to attack with the Dragon Ball here, he's a lot more ahead here.
manual energy attachment to the Pheasantipity. Wyatt trying to decide. Instead uses the teal masculine pawn with the teal dance to draw a card. Does manage to get another grass energy, so that probably was worth. So
Yeah,
just have to be weary of Moltres later on in the game. There's a Cyrano.
interesting.
Could be for a Raging Bolt.
Yeah, this is likely where the tide turns the other direction. I think he really needed to take another prize here. Because if Liam is able to start the prize trade here and take 2 prizes, then spells kind of disaster for Wyatt to come back from this game, as we've seen in the last, I don't even know how many sets at this point. Jackal versus
Raging
Bolt
Bolt.
sets. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't believe this deck runs any other switch outs, so probably just going to be a pass here.
Yeah, looks like that is the case. Liam trying to get an advantage here. Did get the Crispin.
Yeah,
That
so,
could be the turning point here, combined with the Ultra Ball in hand. There's your cloak. Gets the unfair stamp.
yeah, so it looks like if you can get into this Moltres plus boss, that might be what he needs. He could try to sit back for a turn, but I think he really needs to initiate the prize trade here, or at least start attacking. See what he chooses to do. He might just Crispin, play it safe, but really interesting position here.
Liam deciding to go ahead and play that Crispin, presumably for energy to attach to a singular cloak.
Yeah, this is a position where you could just evolve into a Dragon Ball preemptively, preserve that energy. You don't want this Pheasantipity to just snipe that cloak off the board.
Liam carefully trying to figure out what moves precisely to make. This is really an inflection point of a term. Liam went from a not so great board state to pretty
This is
advantageous
still
one.
very losable because of this lack of attack in this turn. Needs to, yeah, this Dreepy needed to have honestly come on board a couple turns ago. It looks like he's now putting on the board.
But instead opts for the Dunsparce.
Yeah, he needs to be able to chain these attacks. He's not able to find.
Does have Crushing Hammer, I suppose.
Yeah, I just don't see it being that relevant at this point in the game. So
There's Moltres.
yeah, it looks like he's just gonna go for another Itchy Pollen. But if this one Dracloak gets sniped off the board, it could be really hard to come back from that.
Goes ahead, retreats into Dragapult.
So I think he's
Won't
trying to
be able
take.
to KO this Kangaskhan.
Yeah, he's
but
taking advantage of this Tenpao already being on the board, so he can't heal the damage that is dealt here. So he might be trying to take 4 prizes maybe off of that Tenpao on the bench plus the Kangaskhan. Interesting. Yeah, he might be trying to go for maybe a 6 prize turn all at once. He's able to chain enough of these attacks. We'll see what Wyatt does. If he's able to get this knockout here, still in a very strong position. Something that he could do here actually is just leave the one Terra Pokemon, which is that Teal'c Ogerpon, and if it gets knocked out uh, by that Moltres, he could actually use that as an opportunity to heal his board and remove other liabilities. Because if there's no Terra Pokemon, the Area Zero limits your bench to 5 Pokemon. So if he's able to overbench with Pokemon that aren't Terra, if that one Terra Pokemon gets knocked out, he can actually remove these liabilities, such as this damaged Kangaskhan and that Chenpao.
Wyatt gonna have to make a careful decision here with the Cypher Maniacs code breaking.
Yeah, this one is very likely to just be some sort of E-switch Crispin or E-switch Clefairy combination, just to be able to knock out this Dragapult here. Yeah, because the way that Liam has set up his board, it doesn't look like he can chain 3 different attacks of Phantom Dive. So if this Dragapult gets knocked out by a Clefairy, Liam just has essentially 2 turns to win the game. If he can't win in those 2 turns, it'd be very difficult to come back from it. So I'm thinking it's some sort of E-switch Clefairy combination. Because as we've seen before, the Raging Bolt can get locked in the front and very detrimental. You kind of want that Clefairy to get knocked out, just so you can get access to that Presentipity and the Unfair Stamp and other valuable tools.
Wyatt definitely deciding right here with Run Aaron. Looks like one of those cards was Boss's Orders, and the other one was, in fact, a fairy.
That's
Does have
interesting.
Energy Switch.
He's not playing around Unfair Stamp, side of just having Kangaskhan and Presentipity on the board.
With the Night Stretcher, is able to bring Psychic Energy back to the hand, manually attach it to the Clefairy.
Yeah, I like this. I like this
I
bench
like this
of the
Kangaskhan, yeah.
Kangaskhan. Yeah. So if he were to go into that Moltres and then use Boss's Orders, he can heal the board. Yeah, one cool line that Liam can do here actually is use the Moltres and not knock out the Teal'c, actually knock out the Kangaskhan, and not allow Wyatt to heal that off the board, and allow himself to go for, maybe a 4 prize or 3 prize knockout next turn.
Fierce Crushing Hammer, it does fail.
Yeah, this is something actually interesting. If Liam had put the damage counters on, uh, specifically the Chen Pao, and allow himself to be able to knock out, or basically win in 2 attacks. So this turn he would Moltres attack into the Kangaskhan, and then next turn attack into something like the Meowth and knock out the Chen Pao with the damage counters that you already built up. You could just win into attack.
Yeah.
That does, lose to the boss's orders, which is why I believe Wyatt went for that strategy. So it's interesting here. We'll see what he decides to go for.
Liam gonna go ahead, place down that Monkey Dory. Does have the Darkness Energy in hand.
Looking for that fire energy. It's the elusive Badoo I wish was played like 5 turns ago.
Or Dreepy, but
Yeah, all these dark energies. Don't look like there's any fire.
unfortunately, if Liam plays Dark Energy, then the only way he can get powered up Dragapult is Crispin, but if he's not playing Crispin, he's not playing.
Yeah, I think he's hedging his bets just both ways. Whether he draws into a Crispin and or draws into a boss and a fire. I hope that he hits one of those pieces because if he whiffs this turn, I think this game is just completely lost.
Yeah,
Uh,
either pair of pairs, um, Dragapult
yeah, it's
and
hard to
Crispin,
like
or
preemptively use the supporter because then you have to draw into that other piece, and I think they're both equally as likely
there's
here.
the boss.
I think what's unlikely, I think he drew into both
He
pieces, but
drew into boss and Crispin.
he did draw into the Ultra Ball, so
Okay,
the
so
line of the Dragapult actually still works here.
yeah, has to go for
Fortunately,
it.
this is where those damage counters that he spread around might have been a mistake. That 5 damage counters that was on the Meowth here, I believe should have just went to that Shen
The
Pao.
Chen Pao, yeah. Because then this turn with Dragapult,
Yeah, he
knock
can
out the
take.
Clefairy, knock out the Chen Pao, and the next turn.
The thing is, you can't actually knock out the Shen Pao this turn because it can just be brought back with Night Stretcher and he could
Oh,
heal.
you're right. Yes,
I think
yes.
he
And it
realized
looks
his
like
mistake. Yeah.
Liam realizes that. And just like that, we're going to go to game 3.
All right, we're gearing up for the third match, a third game in our finals match
Yeah,
here.
last match of this event. Liam with Dragapult versus Wyatt with Mega Kangaskhan and Raging Bull. Although we haven't seen
Yeah,
that much Raging Bull, it's felt more
I
like
know, I know.
Kangaskhan Clefairy.
Yeah, to me, as I've been explained, that this deck is more of a Kangaskhan deck rather than a Raging Bull deck. Raging Bull's kind of just one of those tech attackers to be able to, knock out whatever you want. They only run one copy of it in this deck, so definitely interesting here.
Both players starting to set up. I'm curious how they'll adapt because sounds like they've both played this matchup quite a bit.
Yeah, the fact that Wyatt was able to bring back that horrendous start through the use of Bezendipity's attack, Rulero, I think we need to see how their start is. Now Liam gets to choose whether he wants to go first or second. I imagine he will choose to go first, but if Wyatt is able to get a really interesting playoff,
Like Liam did have to mulligan here.
yeah, so gives Wyatt maybe an opportunity to get the first attack going. If he's able to get maybe an early Crispin Fairy combination, it can spell pretty much disaster for Liam. That seems like a very strong start.
All right, did lead with
Here.
Badu.
He chose to go second.
And
Here.
Fluttermane.
Oh no, he chose to go first. He chose to go first. That was just the mulligan draw. Yeah, this seems to be a very, very strong start for Liam. He has the Buddy Pop and he has the Poke Pads for the Tricloak. Definitely a hand that Dragapult likes to see, especially going first.
Yeah, could just slap down 2 Dreepies, I'd imagine. Yep.
Yeah, this Fluttermane, it's not very good. This is even worse than the Genpao because it can be easily knocked out in 2 Dragapult attacks. You just need to put those 30 damage counters on it and very easily knocked out with another Phantom Dive.
Yeah, the only consolation being if that Fluttermane stays in the active, there won't be a whole lot of recon directive. Liam does pull out a 3rd Dreepy. So you must be feeling pretty good if you're Liam, especially can find a way to draw into a Lily's Determination. You know he has at least 1 Tricloak in his hand. But Wyatt going to start off his turn with an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, what's interesting that Wyatt can actually still get a turn 1 attack off here. He just will need an Energy Switch, a Crispin, and a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. And obviously a Grass Energy. Still doable.
Wyatt
He
trying to
might be
figure
going
out.
for either a Meowth for Cyrano, or just gonna. Oh, yeah.
And
Likely what
yes,
he's
Mouth
doing.
or Cyrano.
This gets him his Latias, Kangaskhan, and likely that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Exactly the 3 of the cards that I said. Interesting. I used to play a very similar deck, but with an Absol. So a lot of these lines seem very familiar, especially that Cyrano and the Crispin line.
Yeah.
Interesting here. See if I's able to get out of this end. It seems like there's just a lot of energy, but not enough teleporters or things to do, especially under item lock next turn. Maybe he wants to use all his items first before he gets Itchy Pollen. Seems to be a strong start for both players. I had argued that honestly, Raging Bull doesn't mind going second. Uh, especially if you're able to have a start like this where you can just get everything on the board. I think priority number one though is getting potentially something like a Wellspring Ogre Pawn and attaching energy to it, just to be able to get Crispin and take a 2-price knockout next turn. I don't know if he has the ability to get there, but interesting start here.
Does E-switch the grass energy from the Teal Mask or Pawn?
Yeah, this would have been amazing if
Mega
he's able to
Kangaskhan.
get that knockout, but 1 energy short, unfortunately.
All right. Wyatt passes here, and it's Liam's turn. Does have the Poke Pad and the Dracloak in hand. Going to try and see if he wants to play Ultra Ball or not. Instead, opts for Lily's Determination.
Yeah, those other 2 cards were really, really strong. Or the 3 cards were really, really strong, so he did not want to discard those.
For Liam, you must be feeling pretty good about this. You've got 2 Dracloak, you got the 3rd Dreepy, and you get to
Yeah.
draw 8 cards here. So as long as you can draw an energy,
Yeah,
you
just
must be feeling pretty good.
singular energy. Multiple Dracloaks would be good.
There's
Doesn't look
an
like
energy.
this hand is any good, to be honest. I mean, there's energy, but I don't know. Doesn't look like there's much to do after this. Let's see.
Crushing Hammer
Oh,
is head, so that's going to be 1 less energy on the Kangaskhan. It's gonna be
really
the
strong here
lightning
because
energy
he's not
discarded.
able to actually disrupt any of these Dracloaks. So the energy will most likely stick if he benches. He attaches one to the bench. Crushing Hammer is just so strong. It can completely warp how a turn is played.
Yeah, I'm going to play Poke Pad for the 3rd Dracloak here, further increasing his draw power. Liam can guarantee the Psychic Energy in hand. That'd be pretty amazing. The Recon Directive finds Meowth, and the Fire Energy, of course, takes the Meowth, allow him to Crispin later on. For now, just goes for an Itchy Pollen, deals 10 damage to this Mega Kangaskhan. It is now Wyatt's turn with no items allowed.
Yeah, seems like the strongest play is to just Crispin onto this Kangaskhan and attack, but doesn't seem like he's progressing his board all that much. Let's see what he opts to do. Doesn't look like he even hit a single Crispin. Maybe he just hit 2 items that you just can't use. Doesn't seem like White's very happy with the way his hand is looking right now. He has me out to get that Crispin, but then his board just looks really bad. And unless he finds an area 0 to clean up his board, Liam can easily pick apart everything that he's doing right now.
Wyatt does get the Crispin.
This is looking really rough for Wyatt. Even though if he gets this 1 knockout, if Liam can get into a Dragapult EX attack, Wyatt will still need a lot of pieces to clean up the board and prevent the 4-price turn off this Kangaskhan and Fluttermane.
Uses Crispin to attach water energy to the Mega Kangaskhan, so that's 1 less Wellspring play available to him.
Yeah, and likely the Wellspring play is out of the question at this point. He's just trying to get an additional draw off with the Steel Mask and maybe get into an Area 0 here. This is very, very necessary here because he has one. He just needs some sort of way to clear off the bench. So perhaps it needs more Pokemon. Looks like another Pokemon. Okay, this is starting to look a little bit better for him. I think it's another Teal Mask Ogre Pawn.
Yeah, getting that Clefairy on board is really nice because now it means Wyatt can discard the Fluttermane later on when that stadium gets bumped or is discarded with the effect of Chien-Pao.
Yeah,
For now,
Liam will not be benching the Risky Ruins here. It just doesn't seem reasonable.
yeah, Liam's going to go ahead.
Like a Tails.
That is a Tails on the Crushing
Oh.
Hammer. Cardhouse was not flipped correctly. And that is a discarded Psychic Energy. That is impactful because that means that cannot be E-switched over to the Clefairy later on in the game.
Yeah, it looks like the dice was not fully straight, so fast to reroll. Able to get this boss's
Yeah.
orders
Good
off.
boss. Doesn't have the Psychic Energy, though, so needs to find a way around it. Could go for the Unfair Stamp. Does have 2 Recon Directives available to him.
A little dangerous here if he's not able to find that psychic energy, especially because he can't use Crispin. This is very risky. I feel like unnecessarily. I think he would have been just better off just attacking with the Kangaskhan, attacking into the Kangaskhan. But I don't know. We'll see if
We'll have to see if Liam's Gambit pays off here.
yeah, I think this may have been an oversight here because if this one Dragapult gets knocked out, especially with something like a Raging Bolt, be
Doesn't find it.
yeah.
That's one Recon Directive. Other Recon
I
Directive
think is there a night?
gets Rescue
I
Stretcher.
don't think there
Or
is.
Not Rescue Stretcher, old card.
Yeah, I think
Night
this
Stretcher.
was a punish here. Very risky gamble here that did not pay off.
Yeah, very.
I think he can still Ultra Ball into a Pheasantipity to try to reach there. But
Yeah, I think he
this
has
is
to
a-
go for it,
I
to
think
be
this is
honest.
a big mistake here.
Losing this Dragapult with no backup attackers would be too great a loss,
Yeah,
I think.
you just have to go into that Pheasantipity. It seems like a completely wasted opportunity here. I think he definitely could have.
Plays the risky Ruins,
Yeah,
allowing
I think
Wyatt
the
to...
Pheasantipity, or I think the Buttermane is definitely the right call here. But I think Ultra Balling into this Pheasantipity is the correct call. Maybe it's prized, but oh.
But instead, it goes for a Jet Headbutt
Oh, this is really difficult to
onto this
see this.
Clefairy.
Very unfortunate.
Thankfully for Liam, though, he did land the heads on Crushing Hammer, and that did get rid of the Psychic Energy. So Wyatt is going to have to work pretty hard to allow for a KO with this Clefairy.
But
So
now, honestly, he's very easily just able to just attack with this Kangaskhan. Because since he is only at 5 prizes, if you can just get an attachment and a boss off, I think he's still in a very fine position, going down to 4 prizes and limiting Liam's draw. I think Liam just gave him a very easy opportunity here.
yeah, there is the Night Stretcher there. It is going to bring back the Psychic Energy, going to get attached to the Mega Kangaskhan.
His able to boss's orders is actually really, really powerful.
And there it is.
For Wyatt. The tides have turned yet again.
That's going to be a big rapid fire combo, knocking out a Dracloak.
Yes,
Liam has one fewer resource to work with.
and
Still
especially
no
now that
psychic
there's
energy in
no
sight.
disruption that can actually land here because it looks like there's only that unfair stamp and the special red card. And right now, since Wyatt is at 4 prizes, it cannot be used since the unfair stamp was already used last turn. So he has to hope to hit another psychic energy here, and I don't think he's able to find that. So he might have to just use this Meowth to find a Crispin to be able to attack, but that means that he's not taking a knockout here, and it's looking really, really, really difficult for Liam this game, I believe.
Yeah, Liam going to have to perhaps make an even riskier move here. Has to choose what supporter to play. Could be the Lily's Determination, but then Clefairy lives to see another day.
Yeah, another strategy here is potentially just using Moltres and bossing this Steel Mask to start taking prizes here. But it's looking very difficult because if Wyatt is able to find some sort of combination of E-Switch plus boss's orders on this Dragapult, it's going to be very difficult to come back from here.
Yeah, Liam has to make a decision here.
Also, I guess for clarity, there should be 2 damage counters on this Moltres. I don't think it comes up at all, but just for clarity's sake.
Yeah. It's hard to forget, but Risky Ruins is in fact in play.
Yeah, and that doesn't matter if Monkey Dory will come into effect later. Because that Lily's Clefairy has 70 damage counters on it, it can actually be knocked out if there is a Monkey Dory that is able to push 2 damage counters onto it.
But given the fact that Liam just discarded Monkey Dory, probably not the play he
Not
was
going for that. And see,
considering.
there was the Pheasantippities. That could have been something played last turn to try to dig for that psychic energy to make up for that mistake, but I don't know. It's a lot of pressure in this scenario,
Yep.
and you feel for these players.
Does get the psychic energy, but again, he preemptively attached the fire energy to Moltres.
Yeah. So, this is very difficult here.
Does at least have boss's order. Only consolation is maybe he can, kind of bluff to White that he doesn't have big Dragon Bolt in hand, but I have a feeling that is not going to change White's course of action.
This actually
especially
might
after.
matter that this Moltres does have 2 damage counters on it. We'll see if they catch that later on. Because right here, White's very incentivized not to knock out this Moltres and actually go around this.
Yeah, it's going to be Risky Ruins bumped. Area 0 Under Depths is now online and active. White can place down. Actually, he cannot because he doesn't have any terrestrialized Pokemon anymore.
Yeah, so he will have to rebench a Terra Pokemon. That is the Tail Mask Ogrebon, but he wants to be able to just chain multiple bosses here. Looks like he's just going to knock out this Moltres. Or if he's able to get this Wellspring off with multiple E-switches, that could be a play too. He's likely getting that Wellspring Mask Ogrepon, as well as Pheasantipity. That looks like a Raging Bolt, I believe. So maybe the Wellspring is prized, or maybe he's already in his hand. He's able to chain together multiple E-switch. He can actually take 2 prizes here. And that would render Liam in a very, very bad position.
Yeah, I would need 2 E-switches since his water energy has already been committed to the Mega Kangaskhan. Instead, Wyatt's just going to
The only thing
place
is
down
that he did
Pheasantipity.
not bench a Terra Pokemon, so the rest of the Pokemon are kind of unable to be played. This may be a
Yeah,
mistake here.
we'll have to see. Flips the script to draw 3 cards.
Yeah, I think that may have been an oversight, and I don't think he can
I think
bench
he
any
just
more
realized
Pokemon.
his mistake here. He
As you can
cannot
tell,
play
these
that.
players are exhausted after this long day, and there's sometimes these 2 very difficult decks to play can be.
Yeah, these players have been playing for nearly 10 hours thus far.
So some small oversights like this is very expected at this point.
Yeah, it does seem to have dawned on Wyatt the gravity, the consequence of his action.
This is really tough. I think he's just going to have to take the knockout here and hope that Liam can't capitalize on this.
All right, it's now Liam's turn.
But since Wyatt doesn't have any way to remove any liabilities, Liam can kind of just, attack the active and try to go for some sort of four prize play here. See what he chooses to do.
Goes for the Dunsparce, mostly because there's really no other targets, just kind of thinning the deck.
One interesting play that he can do actually is if Liam is able to get both of his bosses. I don't know I think he's only used one. If he's able to use the next two, just going Jet Headbutt, and bossing this Clefairy, can actually set it up for a Phantom Dive off the bench. But I don't know if he has time for all of that.
Yeah, we need a boss's order to bring up the Clefairy to Jet Headbutt it.
And a way to set up the attack. So doesn't look super realistic. But if he's able to, if he whiffs Crispin here, that might be what he needs to do.
Grabs Monkey Dory.
Yeah, one thing he can do here as well is if he's able to chain multiple Crispins, he can actually just attack twice into the active and put all the damage counters on Clefairy, and then just win into attack. Since Wyatt can't really do anything about that.
Yeah. Have to see. Liam really wants to try and dig for this Crispin. It's pretty much the only way he can attach 2 energies in 1 turn.
Looks like he has the
He
Crispin.
has it in hand. Wonder if there are enough energy in the deck.
Yeah, one interesting line he can do as well is Jet Headbutt and then Monkey Dory, the 2 damage
Here,
counters onto
Liam counting
active, but
counting energy in the discard pile, trying to figure out, do I actually have enough energy left in
Mhm.
my deck? Liam also has access to Night Stretcher, but again, needs to play Crispin
yeah, I would like to see, uh,
or Roses.
potentially
I legitimately forgot he had Roses Encouragement. That works too.
yeah, Roses actually is really strong here too. Oh, it doesn't look like there's a Psychic Energy in there?
There is not, but he has Psychic in hand, so
Yeah.
Liam goes ahead, slaps down a Dreepy.
For more draw here, I guess why it hasn't played his Unfair Stamp yet. It just not taking a prize yet, so
Does go for the Phantom Dive, placing like 1 damage counter on the Latias and the rest on Clefairy.
he's just
No,
gonna
not
put them
quite.
all on Clefairy. This also might be a little bit of an oversight. You need to put at least one on the Latias because if that is able to attack, that might be able to remove the strategy that Liam is going for. Because you can now attack with a two-prizer that isn't able to be knocked out. I would like to see why I go for that. It would require a Crispin and an energy switch, and a psychic energy still left in the deck. But it's definitely something you can do here. Maybe you can cipher for double energy switch or an energy switch and a psychic. Curious to see what he chooses to do here. I think he's realizing. I just hope that he doesn't get too caught up in the mistake that he made. It's definitely recoverable position here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it will rely on recognizing the mistake of Liam not putting a damage counter on that Latias and using it as your attacker for the turn.
There's Cypher Maniac's code breaking combined with Mega Kangaskhan's run and ability will allow Wyatt to draw any 2 cards.
Yeah, another line that you can go for is potentially attacking with actually no, you really need to knock out this Dragapult. I was thinking of potentially using Rulero here, but I don't think that's the correct play. I think you have to knock out this active somehow. Either utilizing your Clefairy, but those 2 damage counters on Meowth actually could be very useful if oh the Roses has already been used. Yeah, I think as long as Y is able to find some sort of knockout on this Dragapult, I think he's still in a fine position, even as scary as as the board looks.
Yeah, I wonder what cards Wyatt opted to grab. I feel like
Yeah.
Eastwish has got to be one of
But
them.
not having these Terras really makes the deck not work as smoothly.
Does mainly attach Psychic Energy, and we do see the Energy Switch
That's what he
was the
looked
other
at.
card.
And he doesn't immediately lose here to another Dragapult attack, thankfully. So I think we're just gonna see a Clefairy attack here onto the Dragapult. Wyatt is still in a very fine position to win this game. I believe how many damage counters? That's 12, 13. So it's not very easily knocked out.
Yes, Clefairy does go for the knockout onto the Dragapult. Wyatt has only 1 prize card remaining. This also could be Liam's chance to make a comeback here.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Liam, it just feels like the deck is running out of options for him right now. Wyatt's at 1 prize, so you can't offset anything with the Moltres. You have to just find a way to attack with the Dragapult. It doesn't look like there's any Psychic Energy in there. Perhaps he doesn't have a Crispin to attack with. Not sure. I mean, you still take the knockout with a Jet Headbutt here. And the Crispin still gets you an attack. But it's just, I think he understands that
He
Wyatt's hand is just, he's likely able to just take 1 prize. So He just has to hope that he doesn't have it.
If you're Liam, you just gotta go for it. You know, use
I mean, yeah,
Crispin to
yeah. At
attach.
the end of the day, you just have to take the attack and just hope that they don't have a way to get back at you. Maybe this is where the crushing hammer can actually come into play. The emotions are definitely running high for these kids. And you got to feel for them.
Yeah, there's the second Cloak. He still has 2 recon directives, so still some options. Actually chooses not to play the Cloak. I'm curious the reasoning behind. Oh, because he grabbed it with Rescue Fisher.
Yes. I don't know if he used the recon directive there.
He did not. No.
Like there is the line of just discarding that psychic energy on the bench there, but I think emotions are running high here. It's really hard to think rationally.
Yeah.
It's a very big moment for these kids, so really.
This is a pretty big tournament, but you got to imagine both of these players are asking themselves if this was finals of the World Championships. You know, what would I do? How would I play? It's really easy to raise the
Oh,
stake here.
I see what happened. He used the Lily's termination after he already used Crispin. So accidentally shuffled his hand into the deck, so that might just be game.
Yeah.
And congrats to Wyatt here. Very interesting ending, but both players played very, very well.
Yeah.
We have to put out for these kids for playing all day.
Yeah, and
you know,
it's easy to point out and say, oh well, they made this mistake, they forgot this thing, that play was kind of sloppy, but these players are in the finals.
No, 100%. Honestly, playing on stream is so stressful. Like having played on stream many times, every time I go, it's still stressful. I don't think I've won a single stream game, so you have to feel for these kids, and they played all day, especially on stream. So
they've been playing. There's honestly more games than a regional than Worlds, because that was 10 rounds. No, more than that.
It does benefit that there is best of 1. So
that is true. Yes.
But no, they have played a long day. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Especially decks like these where every little detail matters. Yeah. Regardless, they played very well overall, and I'm very proud of both of them. And congrats to Wyatt for getting first place, but also congrats to Liam for a very solid second place as well.
Yeah. If I was Liam, I would not be disappointed at all.
With $700 and 2 booster boxes, I'm still happy with second. Thank you guys for sticking around. If you watched from the beginning, I appreciate the marathon. And yeah, if you have any last minute shout outs.
Yeah, I want to quickly shout out, of course, the sponsors of today's event, those being Idiot Cardhouse and Emaqi. Located here in San Francisco. Emaqi is located here in San Francisco. 88 Cardhouse is not in San Francisco.
It's in Fremont.
That is in Fremont. More of an East Bay hype, but the World Championships is very, very special, and it's only due to the passion of not just the players or the sponsors, but everyone else in the community. There's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. Of course, you see Joseph and I here on camera. There's plenty of folks just off screen who have dedicated their time and really just their passion to celebrate the World Championships. It's really, really special. Not every single day that you have as something as prestigious as the World Championships. So many good and talented players coming out from literally all over the world to compete. So very glad to have been able to put on this production, and I'm very glad you were able to join me.
Thank you. And I'm super excited to not only compete next week, but also just be here and share my thoughts on the game, maybe provide some different experience to the casting chair, and so I'm excited to potentially do more of this, and maybe you'll see me in different facets outside of just competing. But overall, I'm very excited to close this out and enjoy the rest of our weekend. But congrats again to Wyatt for winning, and 88 Cardhouse and Emaqi for helping us host this.
Yeah, I think we are going to close it out here, but once again, thank you all for watching. And we'll catch you next week at the World Championships here in San Francisco. Until then,
take care.
Have a good day.
Bye.